The area we are going to talk about today is shrouded in secrecy, and for that reason it has become the focus of conspiracy theorists. Is it a hiding place of aliens and weather control technology? Or is it merely a location where the USA develops highly advanced military machinery? It is often referred to as a black site, where black projects take place, with black basically meaning highly classified. Today we'll look at one of the most mysterious black sites in the world. In this episode of the Infographic Show, what do we know about Area 51? We are told it's called Area 51 because it was named that in some documents pertaining to the Vietnam War. The Central Intelligence Agency gives it a far less mysterious name and calls it Homey Airport and Groom Lake. This is a restricted area in Nevada about 83 miles northwest of Las Vegas. In 1955, the site was first used for flight testing, but what happens there now is largely unknown. The down-to-earth theory is that the US conducts secret military exercises there, which includes the testing of weapons that are in development. The reason it remains so secret, of course, is because the US doesn't want any of these experiments falling into the hands of its real or possible enemies. Before we get into any of the more outlandish theories about Area 51, we'll tell you what we do know for fact. First of all, it's a restricted area, but according to most sources we can find, it is not as heavily guarded as you might expect. You can follow a dusty desert road close to the area, but at some point you'll find no entry signs that warn trespassers they could take the brunt of deadly force if they go any further. It is patrolled, but not as aggressively as you'd think, and it's more likely you'll be told to go back or receive a fine rather than be shot at if you wander into the site. You can't fly over it, and if you attempt to fly a drone over there, you will no doubt get in trouble. According to some sources, the area is surrounded by cameras and sensors, with one website stating the base knows every desert tortoise and jackrabbit that hops the fence. You can get up to the gates, however, and you'll have to follow the aptly named extraterrestrial superhighway to get there. We found there is even an adult entertainment club called the Alien Cat House just west of Area 51. What we are trying to say is that it's not as off the grid as you might think. Okay, so we now know what kind of place we're looking at, but what happened there in the beginning? It was a child of the Cold War with the Soviet Union. The US wanted to test its military equipment in a far-off place. The military wanted personnel and engineers to go and work there, and for that reason, so we are told, they gave it the nice-sounding name of Paradise Ranch. The first testing would be of a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft known as the U-2 program. Soon the locals would spot weird things in the air, or pilots would see strange high-flying aircraft, and this is where the speculation started regarding aliens and such. Because the government could say nothing about this, the UFO theories seemed almost credulous. Since then, all manner of covert operations have taken place at Area 51, which you can find by looking at declassified documents. These include building and testing the Bird of Prey Black Project stealth aircraft in the 90s. There are too many projects to mention, but no doubt aircraft are still being secretly built and tested there today. The latest developments are all secret, but you can check those declassified documents to see what went down there in the past. According to one expert, he believes present projects involve more exotic forms of radio communication, directed energy weapons, and lasers. So what is all the fuss about? Well, some people believe it's much more than a place where aircraft is developed and advanced weapons tested, but a site where the USA's biggest secrets are kept, such as where the moon landings were filmed and faked. It's not the moon landings, however, that have attracted the most attention. It's aliens. If you've seen our show on Roswell, and those people that say they saw aliens at the Roswell site, one might wonder what happened to our little green friends. Well, perhaps they were taken to Area 51 and still remain there now. Does that sound crazy to you? It might sound crazy if you haven't heard of the name Bob Lazar. Lazar is a 59-year-old American engineer that told the world he had worked on reverse engineering several flying saucers. He made this public at first under a pseudonym when his face was blacked out in an interview on American TV in 1989. He also claimed he had been given briefing documents explaining that he'd be dealing with aliens from the southern constellation of Reticulum, and that these aliens had been on Earth for around 10,000 years. To power their aircraft, they used the unknown element 115. Lazar's critics say he falsified his academic records, but Lazar says they were wiped by the government. The only evidence is his testimony, but it must be said he is now a businessman and has no history that we can find of mental illness. In a recent interview, he said, "Look, I know what happened is true. There is no doubt, period. Of all the conspiracy theories, this has the most credibility, only because this supposed whistleblower seems to have no reason to lie and does have a background that could put him inside Area 51. Whatever the case, his words certainly kicked off years of speculation as to what goes on in there. From that point on, many people, without entering solid proof, have said that the site is riddled with underground tunnels leading to warehouses full of alien technology and even captured aliens. But not all the theories involve big-headed green men on a protracted vacation to planet Earth. Others believe a group called the Majestic 12, who we discussed in our Illuminati show, actually disseminate alien stories about the base because it's really being used to hatch their plan of ruling over the world. Aliens are a cover, a diversion story. How will they rule the world? Well, they might start by depopulating the planet. One of the conspiracy theories out there about Area 51 is that it is the place where weather control is developed and practiced. Before you get carried away, we should mention that many projects of the USA have been involved with weather control, including Project Cirrus and Project Storm Fury, and while these were benign, who's to say similar weather control projects couldn't be used more nefariously? That's what the Doomsday Believers tell us, anyway. What about the fake moon landings? Why was that flag waving in the wind when there is no wind on the moon? NASA says it's because the flag was being twisted by Buzz Aldrin. Was filmmaker Stanley Kubrick in on the deal? Much cheaper to hire him than actually go to the thing. There are countless theories out there stating that the landing was a hoax, but these have so far all been debunked. We don't have time to go through them all, but you can easily find them on the web. One of the non-conspiracy related issues involving Area 51 is that around the site there is a lot of radioactive waste and people have actually died from radiation poisoning. Civilians who work there have complained of rashes, racking coughs, or dreadful skin conditions. This has led to lawsuits being filed. In 2013, the LA Times called this the real cover-up. So yes, the American government is certainly working on some very experimental things in Area 51, and what goes on in there is kept secret for a reason. It's anyone's guess as to what is happening as you are watching this show, but there can be no doubt it is related to destructive forces. You may have your own theories or can provide more information as to the conspiracy theories, but we certainly cannot find any competing evidence that supports some of the more outlandish stories.
The year is 1976. An Iranian F-4 Phantom fighter jet engages an unidentified flying object. The UFO is projecting multicolored strobe lights when suddenly it releases an object that shoots toward the Iranian pilots. The pilot gets a lock on the object, but before it can be destroyed, the plane's weapons and communication systems go down. The pilot takes immediate evasive actions. Fast forward to the 2000s, Iranian F-14 Tomcats engage another UFO. This time there are casualties. The UFO evades the fighter jets and flies out of the atmosphere at Mach 10. It would seem that Iran and UFOs have an interesting history together. When you hear stories of unidentified flying objects, you may imagine a flying saucer or little green aliens. Not only that, but the person who's giving the account seems to always be someone who's not quite all there. They tend to have their crazy hair and wild eyes, but the UFO accounts from Iran are detailed and provided by respected military personnel. The information comes from the eyewitness accounts and classified documents that have been leaked to the public. The first contact between a UFO and the Iranian military occurred in 1976 above the city of Tehran. It was a cool desert night. There were no clouds in the sky. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like an oasis in a black desert. The sound of shopkeepers closing up their stalls for the night filled the air. Then, suddenly, the skies over Tehran lit up. It was just after midnight on September 19th. Tehran residents began telephoning the local airport, frantically relaying the same message. They were seeing bright lights in the sky. The lights seemed to hover in place and then move rapidly to a different location. It was as if the lights were looking for something or someone. The military and airport personnel checked the radar, but nothing showed up. General Yousefi, the man in charge of the airfield, stepped outside and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, he saw the bright lights for himself. He witnessed the lights jetting across the sky. They looked like shooting stars being controlled by some unseen entity. He scrambled back into the airport and found his best pilots to investigate further. General Yousefi ordered Lieutenant Yadi Nazari and a backseat weapons officer to take off and have a look at the object in the sky. It was time to get up close and personal. The F-4 Phantom fighter plane took off at 1:30 a.m. and leveled off at the altitude of the unidentified object. Upon approach, the F-4 lost all navigational instruments and communications. The dials and screens in the aircraft went haywire. Nazari was flying only using his instincts and what he could see. He kept his eyes on the UFO and his aircraft pointed at the horizon. Nazari made the decision it was too dangerous to continue this way and was forced to turn around and return to base. As soon as the plane began moving away from the UFO, the instruments came back online. It was as if the UFO had some sort of electronics jammer. A second F-4 Phantom was launched at 1:40 a.m., piloted by Lieutenant Parvez Jafari. He approached the UFO and acquired a radar lock. This meant that there was definitely something tangible in the sky. The UFO was a solid mass that reflected the radar and therefore couldn't have been ball lightning or any form of pure energy. Upon getting closer to the UFO, Jafari reported that its lights were alternating in color from blue, green, red, and orange. They were strobing so quickly that they almost appeared to be solid. The UFO began to move south and Jafari pursued the vessel. All of a sudden, the UFO stopped in mid-air. It just sat there unmoving, as if the law of gravity was a force that it could choose to obey or not. Jafari veered around and stopped the aircraft so he wouldn't collide with it. He turned his jet back around and headed back toward the unidentified vessel at a slower speed. On the return approach by Jafari, something even stranger happened. The UFO dropped a bright object out from its main hull. Jafari reported that the object was headed straight for him and his F-4 Phantom, and it looked like a torpedo made of light. He attempted to lock onto the incoming projectile with his AIM-9 Sidewinder infrared guided missiles, but just after getting a lock, he lost all communications with his weapons console. Jafari was forced to take evasive actions and turn away from the projectile. He jammed the flight stick to the side. The F-4 did a barrel roll and avoided the incoming object. Jafari leveled off again, and when he turned back to look for the object shot at him, Jafari said he saw the device reverse course and rejoin the main UFO. It then seemed to dock with the mothership. Jafari then witnessed another bright object coming out of the main UFO and descending straight down toward the ground. It left a bright trail of light as it descended. The ambient light lit up an area of around 3 kilometers. Then, as if it were done with its business it came to Iran to conduct, the UFO accelerated and shot out of the atmosphere. Jafari watched as the strobing lights faded into the night sky. As the F-4 Phantom prepared to land, it experienced more communication and navigational failures. Upon further investigation, a commercial airliner in the area also reported communication failures at the same time as Jafari, but the airliner did not see the UFO. Ground troops were sent to recover the fallen object, but as they approached the area, their equipment started to malfunction. No trace of whatever the UFO shot toward the ground was ever found, as far as we know. Approximately 3 decades went by without any reports from Iran about UFOs in their airspace. Then, in 2004, strange aircraft were once again encountered by the Iranian Air Force. At this time, Iran was still using a few F-14 Tomcats that they'd purchased from America before the revolution. The Iranian military used the Tomcats to protect their nuclear facilities. Considered one of the most successful fighter jets ever built, its speed, maneuverability, and weapon capabilities make it an aircraft to be feared and respected. The encounter in 2004 went something like this. An alarm was raised when the unidentified flying object was picked up on radar. The UFO entered the airspace above one of Iran's nuclear facilities. Fighter pilots ran to their jets. Mechanics shouted at one another as they prepared planes for takeoff. The pilots were secured in the cockpits by the support crew and the hatch was sealed. The only contact with the outside world was through their helmet. Pure oxygen was being pumped into the face mask to keep them alert. Over their comms, head military personnel were barking orders. An attack on our nuclear facilities could be incoming. We need planes in the air now, the commander shouted. The Iranian pilots flickered the afterburner switch on the engine controls. The F-14 Tomcats accelerated off the runway and into the black sky as flames shot out of the back of their jet engines. As they reached Mach 2, the sonic booms could be heard throughout the desert below. The Iranian military launched 8 F-14s, 8 F-4 Phantoms, and 2 large reconnaissance aircraft to intercept the UFO. The task force encountered objects that they'd claimed had astonishing flight characteristics. One of the F-14 Tomcats tried to lock on to the brightly shining objects, only to have his radar disrupted. The pilot who was tracking the object described it as being spherical and having a green afterburn. It was recorded that whatever engines were producing the green aura were leaving considerable amounts of turbulence behind them. It was like flying through a lightning storm. The plane shook and convulsed uncontrollably. The task force swung out of the turbulent wake of the UFO and tried to flank it from the sides. Before they could get into position, the spherical object shot off like a comet, leaving a tail of green light behind as it exited the atmosphere. The eerie glow was ingrained into the minds of the pilots who were in the task force that day. The Iranian Air Force remained on high alert for any further UFO activity after the 2004 event. Then, in 2012, another strange phenomena occurred. A UFO was spotted in Iranian airspace. It did not show up on radar at first, but then all of a sudden a blip appeared. It was like the ship was cloaked and had just appeared out of thin air. The military scrambled to the F-14s and pursued the vessel, but then tragedy struck. As one of the F-14s took off, it exploded in midair. The aircraft was consumed in a fireball. The smoldering metal fell from the sky and landed in the sands below. Some accounts claim that the UFO attacked the F-14 right after it took off, perhaps using laser beams or a highly advanced weapon that ignited the fuel in the plane's tanks. Both of the crewmen in the plane were killed instantly. Reports by the Iranian government seem to suggest that the UFO had something to do with the mishap, but it's unclear the role the unidentified aircraft played in the catastrophe. Other F-14s flew after the unidentified object. Every time they tried to get a lock on the UFO, their armament systems would malfunction. The dull green light of their screens would appear to be working perfectly one moment, and as soon as a lock was achieved, everything went black. The pilots would try rebooting the systems mid-flight, but nothing seemed to work. The UFO quickly outpaced the F-14 Tomcats as it reached Mach 10, a speed faster than any aircraft currently produced can fly. It was almost like the UFO was toying with the F-14s. With the afterburners, the Tomcats pursued their enemy at a top speed of just over Mach 2. This is 1,534 miles per hour. The encounter ended similarly to the one in 2004. The UFO shot out of the atmosphere with a glowing tail of exhaust behind it. Each of the unexplained encounters recorded incredible capabilities of the UFOs. In all three cases, radar was jammed and weapon systems malfunctioned when the UFO was present. It seems that once the UFO left the general area, the instruments started to work properly again. You have to wonder what whoever was controlling the UFO was after. Their radar jamming capabilities seem highly sophisticated, yet they still allowed the Iranian military to know that they were there. Was it an accident all three times? Or was the UFO testing Iran's Air Force capabilities? Another common factor between the encounters was that the UFOs all left the atmosphere after encountering the Iranian aircraft. They seemed to launch away at Mach 10, which is 10 times the speed of sound, or 7,612 miles per hour. The closest any known human aircraft has gotten to that speed was Mach 9.68. This was achieved by a NASA experimental hypersonic aircraft called the X-43. And why did they shoot out the atmosphere instead of just leaving Iranian airspace? Was there some other vessel waiting for them in orbit around the Earth? Was there a large mothership waiting to launch to light speed once the reconnaissance ships returned? All of the accounts also mention the UFO hovering, which means that they could remain in the air with a velocity of 0. The massive acceleration it would take to go from 0 to Mach 10 in seconds is not possible with our current technology. All of the UFOs were also described as luminous objects. They emitted some kind of light, whether it was the strobes from '76 or the green afterburn glow of the 2000s. Could the lights be some sort of undiscovered propulsion from an advanced alien race? Or is there a country on Earth that's discovered an advanced propulsion system that the public is unaware of? There are several theories as to what the UFOs might have been. Iran has claimed that they were secret United States spy planes. They've also suggested that the aircraft were state-of-the-art drones that the US military was using to spy on Iran. However, the United States does not have the technology or capability for achieving Mach 10. It also seems unlikely that a spy aircraft would emit bright lights that would give its position away. Could the UFOs that Iran encountered be extraterrestrial? Is there any evidence to support that aliens have a special interest in Iranian nuclear sites? At this point in time, all we know is that on 3 separate occasions, skilled Iranian Air Force pilots encountered unidentified flying objects with advanced technological capabilities. There seems to be no definitive explanation for the UFOs encountered by Iranian military personnel. Whether the United States has advanced secret technology or Iran has encountered extraterrestrial UFOs, the 3 events still remain a mystery to this day. We have confirmed that a number of these unidentified objects are indeed solid. So said the leader of the Pentagon's newest investigation into UFOs, which you probably know as UAPs today. The long culture of ridicule is officially over. UFOs are real, they are here, and nobody has a clue who's building them. But while UFOs were part of American culture for nearly a century now, the world would be shocked at the disturbing similarities between events happening in the US and a world away behind the impenetrable Iron Curtain. The secrecy is over, and what has come from declassified sources both within the former Soviet government and the CIA itself is nothing short of terrifying. Soviet sightings of UFOs run as long as sightings in America, but most Soviet citizens had no clue what was going on in their own backyards. Thanks to a strict culture of secrecy and censorship, it wasn't until Glasnost started to open Soviet society up that the lid on the Soviet UFO secret finally came unscrewed. Some news outlets purposefully dramatized relatively ordinary events as they exercised newly found freedoms and pushed just to see how far they could take things. However, there were plenty of very real UFO-related events happening, and some were high-profile enough to catch the attention of CIA spies behind the Iron Curtain. On January 29, 1986, at 7:55 p.m., A quote, amazing event occurred on Hill 611 near the village of Dalnegorsk in Primorsky Krai. This small mining town is of no note, but that night it would become the most important place in the entire Soviet Union. That evening, multiple villagers observed a reddish sphere flying into the town from the southeast. The object flew while making no noise and appeared to be a nearly perfect sphere of rust red. It got close enough for people to observe that the outer skin of this strange craft was without blemish and had no obvious control surfaces nor means of propulsion. For a while, the object hovered up and down over the village, moving at a relatively slow pace. As it ascended, it would glow brighter before dimming as it descended. Suddenly, the object appeared to be in distress. All witnesses interviewed later by Soviet authorities recalled just how the object jerked or jumped suddenly, then fell like a rock straight down onto Hill 611. Witnesses heard a dull thump as it impacted and then began to burn intensely for an hour. Valery Voshilny, head of the Far Eastern Committee for Anomalous Phenomena, arrived at the site 2 days after the crash. He noticed that despite everything being covered in deep snow, the site of the crash was completely devoid of it, allowing him to observe splintered silica rocks, which could only have occurred from extreme temperatures. The rocks were also smoky looking, as if they'd been exposed to intense heat. However, Voshilny also found physical evidence of the craft. All over the site, embedded in the rocks themselves, he discovered silvery pieces of metal. Some were fragments, but a large amount had formed into droplets, almost as if they'd been sprayed over the area. This detail would become significant after the fall of the Iron Curtain, when Western UFOologists would compare notes with their Eastern counterparts. American witnesses had very often reported seeing flying orbs, which seemed to spray metal while showing signs of some kind of distress. At the edge of the crash site was a tree stump that had been severely burned and emitted a strange chemical smell. The physical remains were examined at the Omsk branch of the Academy of Sciences, who made a shocking discovery. Some of the fragments had formed into what appeared to be small nets, and when these were put under examination, it was discovered that they were made up of torn and very thin threads, 17 micrometers in width. Each thread consisted of even thinner fibers tied up in plates, and intertwined with the fibers were thin, solid gold wires. The technology to replicate this type of delicate nano-construction wouldn't appear on the Earth for decades, at least not in human hands anyway. The fragments, which had formed into iron balls, were also put under a battery of tests. Each ball consisted of iron with various levels of aluminum, manganese, nickel, chromium, tungsten, and cobalt. This seemed to rule out a natural creation and the object just being a very peculiar meteorite. Rather, it mostly confirmed that the object was built from heterogeneous alloys. When the balls were melted in a vacuum chamber, they reacted in various ways. On one base, they would melt and spread out as expected, but on another, they formed into smaller balls with convex glass-like structures. But melting the remains revealed yet another mystery. Gold, silver, and nickel would disappear from the balls and be replaced with molybdenum, despite not being present in the sanitized test chamber before testing commenced. The metallic remains would confuse Soviet scientists, as they only produced more questions than answers. About the only thing they were able to identify was ashes discovered on the site belonging to a biological being. Perhaps the ashes belonged to an unfortunate animal caught under the crash, or perhaps they belonged to the operator of the mysterious UFO. Sadly, the intense heat made any attempt at identification impossible. Unable to tease out details from the remains, the investigation turned to the object itself before it crashed. The trajectory as reported by eyewitnesses happens to coincide with the flight path taken by rockets launched by China's Xishang Cosmodrome. However, investigators weren't able to verify if any launches had taken place in January from the complex, and the Chinese were not forthcoming with any answers, likely looking to keep their space program as secret as possible. However, the investigation revealed something very startling. Soviet citizens had not been the first to spot this mysterious object. The Chinese had already observed it over their own territory. Just days prior to the crash, witnesses close to the Xishang Cosmodrome reported a similar red sphere on January 25th. According to witnesses, the object appeared to simply hover, almost as if observing the Cosmodrome directly. After half an hour, it disappeared. The Chinese sighting wasn't the only clue that this object had traveled great distances, though. There was physical evidence, too. Examination of the soil at the crash site revealed small pieces of light gray-colored soil, but only in the area where the object was presumed to have made direct contact before exploding and mostly disintegrating. Put under spectroscopic analysis, The light gray soil was matched with soil from another area in Russia thousands of miles away. The soil matched tuffs from the area of Yaroslavl, northeast of Moscow, containing characteristic elements found there and not in the Dalnogorsk area. Whatever had crashed there, it was obvious somebody came looking for it though. 8 days after the crash on Hill 611 at 8:30 p.m. on February 8, 1986, eyewitnesses once more reported strange objects in the sky. This time, 2 yellowish spheres flew into the town from the north. The spheres seemed to be looking for something and made their way directly to the crash site. Once there, they circled the crash site 4 times, then turned to the north and flew back the way they came. Was it a search and rescue effort by whatever had sent the original sphere there, or simply something wanting to make sure no identifiable remains had been left behind? To this day, nobody knows, but reports of flying spheres exactly mirror similar reports from all the way across the ocean in the United States. And the following year, whoever had visited the sleeping mining town returned in force. November 28, 1987, 11:24 p.m. Reports of flying spheres flood a local military base. Terrified villagers report seeing as many as 32 flying objects, which spread out over 12 different nearby villages. Alarmed Soviet military personnel quickly make their way to the nearest villages and observe the strange flying lights for themselves. Before the night was over, hundreds of civilians and military personnel would bear witness to one of the largest mass UFO sightings in history. The objects appeared specifically interested in Dalnogorsk, and 13 of them broke away and flew directly to the mining village. Once there, 3 of them hovered stationary over the village, while 5 seemed to illuminate the nearby mountain and crash site. They appeared to move with no discernible propulsion and made no noise, hovering at varying altitudes between 150 and 800 meters. As the lights flew over homes, people reported disturbances of their electrical equipment. Ministry of Internal Affairs officers would later testify that they observed multiple objects at 11:30 p.m. One object flew toward them from the direction of the Gorley settlement, leaving a, quote, fiery flame behind it. At the head of the flame was an opaque sphere, and within that sphere was another smaller red sphere. At a local quarry, eyewitnesses observed a large cylindrical object the size of a 5-story building flying directly toward them. The object was around 200 or 300 meters, with the front lit up like burning metal. Terrified that the object was going to crash into them, many of them fled for shelter. The quarry manager observed the object moving at an altitude of about 300 meters. Large and cigar-shaped, the description would also precisely fit that given by American and Western European witnesses of very similar objects. The object appeared to fly without the aid of wings and no discernible propulsion, making no noise as it flew over the quarry. Nearby, a kindergarten teacher observed a dark metallic-looking elongated object she estimated at 10 to 12 meters long. The object appeared to be in front of a bright, blinding sphere of light that hovered noiselessly at the height of a 9-story building. The object hovered over a school and shot a half-meter wide violet-bluish ray down at the ground in front of the school. The teacher remarked that the objects caught in the ray did not create shadows as would be expected if they were being illuminated from above. The object then departed the school and moved to a nearby mountain. According to her, the object appeared to be searching for something, emitting a reddish projector-like light onto the mountain. Finally, the object simply departed by flying over the mountain and out of sight. The crash and subsequent UFO invasion of Dalnogorsk would remain secret for years, but once it made its way into the West, the similarities between this event and multiple similar events in the US would convince researchers that Americans and Soviets were both observing the same mysterious phenomenon. Cigar-shaped objects and mysterious balls of light are a commonly reported type of UFO in the US for decades, and multiple eyewitnesses have reported what they thought were malfunctioning air or spacecraft of some kind which bobbed up and down, as reported by the Dalnogorsk witnesses, while emitting a shower of what appeared to be molten metal. Curiously, some of the craft described by the Dalnogorsk witnesses bear a strong resemblance to the infamous US Navy Tic Tac video, filmed by fighter pilots intercepting an unidentified aircraft over the Pacific Ocean. But this isn't the only parallels between Soviet and American UFO sightings, because while America had Roswell, the Soviets also had their own close encounter with alien beings, and their encounter had more and better witnesses than Roswell. It is not a joke nor a hoax nor a sign of mental instability nor an attempt to drum up local tourism by drawing the curious, so said the Soviet state press agency TASS, discussing a UFO close encounter in 1989. According to the official report, 2 boys and a girl from a local school were playing in a park on the evening of September 27th. At approximately 6:30, the children observed something pink shining in the sky, followed by a ball of deep red colors they estimated at 9 meters in diameter. A small crowd gathered as the ball seemed to land, and a hatch opened in the lower part of the ball. From within the ball, 3 aliens with 3 eyes each exited, standing nearly 3 meters tall. The aliens seemed to have a robot companion with them, which they activated with a touch. As the crowd watched in awe, the aliens seemed to communicate with each other, ignoring the onlookers, until a young boy screamed in terror. Suddenly, one of the aliens locked his 3 eyes on the child and caused him to become temporarily paralyzed. The 3 aliens then re-entered their vehicle, but quickly re-emerged, with one carrying what the crowd thought was a gun of some kind. The alien aimed the tube at a 16-year-old boy who suddenly vanished, only to reappear after the aliens re-entered their craft to depart. The story was met with both ridicule and a serious investigation, as is typical of UFO reports. To this day, accounts vary. A Soviet evening news correspondent dispatched to the town with a film crew failed to find any eyewitnesses to the aliens except for the children. However, they did speak with the local police chief, who confirmed one important detail of the account. He too had seen a large, silently flying craft shortly before the alleged landing took place. Soil analysis discovered high concentrations of radioactive isotopes in the landing area, but this proved inconclusive, as after the Chernobyl disaster it was not uncommon to discover small pockets of highly concentrated radioactive isotopes. However, what's curious is that if it was a hoax, the children just happened to pick a landing spot with said high concentrations of isotopes, which would require analysis in a lab to even identify. Even more curious, when the children were separated into different rooms by investigators, they all drew nearly the exact same craft from memory. The craft was also said to leave behind a mysterious X-shaped sign in the sky as it took off, exactly mirroring UFO encounters reported in the United States by the defunct American magazine Saga in 1976. Given the strict censorship of the Soviet Union in the 70s, it is nigh an impossibility the children or police chief would have had access to said magazine. But why were there no other eyewitnesses to the alien beings themselves? One only need to look at the culture of ridicule surrounding UFOs to understand why a bunch of adults in the repressive communist Soviet Union would not want to speak up about such an extraordinarily weird event. As highlighted in the United States' own recent UAP investigation, a culture of ridicule has, quote, hampered our efforts to collect good data, as pilots are self-censoring for the fear of ridicule and it affecting their future careers. The U.S. Air Force and Navy took that recommendation so seriously that they immediately instituted new guidelines for reporting UFOs, ending the infamous century-long culture of ridicule that silenced witnesses even amongst America's most elite military units. Soviet pilots, however, were long reporting UFOs and on occasion even being killed by them. While on a routine flight over the city of Borisov, 2 Soviet fighters spotted a large flying disc near the city. The disc seemed to have 5 beams of light emanating from it. 2 were directed upwards into the sky, and 3 were pointed down at the ground. Ground control instructed the patrol to fly in for a closer look, an act that would doom one of the pilots. On approach, the disc suddenly flew up to match the speed and level with the lead Soviet fighter. Suddenly, it aimed one of its beams directly at the plane, filling the cockpit with blinding light. The co-pilot was at the controls, and the flight logs recorded him reporting a bright ray of light entering the cockpit and projecting a spot about 20 centimeters in diameter. This ray of light swept across the cockpit and directly through the pilot's body. With both pilot and co-pilot reporting extreme heat, the plane broke off and returned to base immediately. Shortly afterwards, the co-pilot's health immediately deteriorated with frequent fainting spells that forced him into retirement. The aircraft commander, however, died within a few months of the incident, with the cause of death listed as cancer. This wouldn't be the only report of a UFO shooting beams of light, though. A declassified CIA report notes an encounter with hundreds of eyewitnesses, including a Major V. Loganov outside the city of Omsk. In his own official report, the Major states that he and other eyewitnesses spotted a strange object in the sky, which radar could not pick up. The object passed overhead at an altitude of several kilometers, revealing a shining sphere 1.5 times as large as the current full moon. The object was casting 4 very bright beams of light, sometimes parallel to the ground and sometimes at an angle. The UFO hovered over a civilian airport for 5 minutes and even descended a bit. Suddenly, the beams of light disappeared and a whirling plume trail appeared around the shining sphere. With an extraordinary burst of speed, the object took off to the east. Pilots from a nearby second airport reported seeing the object but being unable to pick it up on their radars. Immediately relaying the sighting up the chain of command, within 5 minutes other military personnel at Alte Cray reported having the same object under visual observation. Given the time and distance, the object appeared to have traveled 600 kilometers at a speed of about 7,000 kilometers an hour. UFO sightings were so frequent in the Soviet Union that the declassified CIA report also notes a meeting of 100 Soviet scientists from various disciplines, all meeting together to discuss the dramatic uptick in UFO sightings in the 1970s and the 1980s. It's now known that some UFO reports inside the Soviet Union were highly secretive U.S. air and spacecraft. Other sightings were misattributed to everything from secret rocket launches to failed rockets or simply spent rocket stages. However, just like multiple American UFO investigations would reveal, that still left a significant number, about 5% of sightings that simply could not be explained. And most disturbing of all were reports from Soviet nuclear facilities of unidentified craft that perfectly mirror similar reports from the United States in the same time period. In one high-profile encounter, a UFO nearly started World War III. Colonel Boris Solikov spoke with Western UFO investigators after the fall of the Soviet Union, reporting that on the night of October 4, 1982, there was a breach of airspace over a nuclear weapons site in Usovoyen, Ukraine. Solikov, who was working at the Kremlin at the time, described receiving alarmed reports from the facility, whose operators had informed him their launch panels all had suddenly activated on their own, something which should have been impossible. For 4 hours, the entire facility watched a hovering UFO as it loitered directly overhead. While it hovered, the control panels, which could launch the nuclear weapons stored there, suddenly came to life, something which could have only happened with the input of the proper launch codes. The incident sparked a 10-year investigation by the Soviets into the UFO phenomenon, which they kept under wraps until the end of the Cold War. This event closely mirrors a similar incident at a U.S. nuclear facility in Minot Air Force Base, when security personnel observed a UFO which hovered over the silos holding America's nuclear-tipped Minuteman missiles. According to witnesses, the missiles briefly became active and went into launch state, despite having received no such authorization or command from their control centers. Perhaps unsurprisingly, UFO reports around Soviet nuclear facilities remain very difficult to verify, but the Soviet Union had a plethora of otherworldly sightings which only grew in number as the Cold War dragged on. At 4:05 a.m. on September 20, 1977, a group of dock workers in Petrozavodsk witnessed a blinding light on the horizon from the direction of Lake Onega. The light approached the slumbering city before shifting into the shape of a glimmering jellyfish, whom according to eyewitnesses began to hover over the city and shoot thin beams of light down into the city. The dock workers were terrified, concerned that their nation was under attack. This being the height of the Cold War, paranoia over a nuclear conflict between the Soviet Union and the US was running high. After 12 minutes of shooting beams of light down into the city, the UFO transformed once more into a bright semicircle and shot back off in the direction it came. Suddenly, it veered upwards and punched through the clouds, leaving a burning red hole where it passed that quickly dissipated. Later that morning, more witnesses would come forward, and the list would grow from the initial dock workers to police officers, sailors, and an ambulance crew, and a reporter for the state news agency. Under pressure to prevent an all-out alarm, the reporter would post a story 3 days later calling the phenomenon strange and natural. The object left no physical evidence behind save for a photograph allegedly taken of the object by one of the witnesses. However, given the veil of secrecy in the Soviet Union at the time, the photograph has been impossible to verify. However, neighboring local governments became so alarmed by the incident that they demanded an answer from the Kremlin leadership. When they were unable to provide a satisfactory response, the event was taken to the Academy of Sciences, where the Soviet Union's most prolific scientific minds worked. They couldn't come up with an explanation for the sighting, but after doing some research concluded that the UFO phenomenon was very real and required more dedicated investigation. The Academy's secret investigation started a year later and ran all the way until the collapse of the Soviet Union. Unofficially known as the Network, this government-backed investigation ran for 13 years and had one goal: scientifically understand the UFO phenomenon. The network enjoyed the support of 20 different organizations staffed by specialists in physics, chemistry, optics, and spectroscopy. The initial investigation was kept top secret for two reasons. Either it would verify the existence of extraterrestrial life, or the findings could have some form of defense value. The network also had to coordinate its investigation with the Defense Ministry, a task which created some conflict. Where scientists working for the network found a mystery needing scientific investigation, the Defense Ministry simply saw a threat or potential enemy. Thus, the two sides had vastly differing approaches to their UFO investigations. Even so, the two sides worked together to gather UFO data. The network gathered reports from scientific institutes and Soviet citizens, while the Defense Ministry gathered them from within the Soviet military, perhaps spurred on by repeated violations of their air and space by very advanced American aircraft. First the U-2 and then the Blackbird spy aircraft. Soviet soldiers were under strict orders to report all mysterious phenomenon, especially if it interfered with their equipment. This was stark in contrast to the US, where a culture of ridicule had sprung up in both the military and civilian sectors, despite multiple ongoing secret investigations by the Department of Defense. The network would go on to investigate 3,000 UFO reports, debunking all but 300 of them, which they had no explanation for. The results would mirror both the U.S. Air Force's Project Blue Book effort and the latest investigation into UAPs by the Department of Defense, but this debunking work was critical for the understanding of what was a real UFO and what wasn't, even when the Soviet Union's secrecy made such work difficult. The Petrozavodsk event, for instance, would be solved by an American engineer working for NASA, who put together the pieces missed by the Soviets. Using NASA's satellite tracking center, he discovered that the Soviets had launched an object from their top-secret cosmodrome in nearby Plesetsk at 3:58 a.m. just minutes before the sighting. However, that doesn't explain the motion witnessed and attested to by many observers. Rockets can only go up, even if they do so at a very diagonal angle. They certainly can't hover, and they can't lose or gain altitude at will. Could the UFO then been a response to the top-secret launch minutes before? Or was it a case of bad eyewitnesses being very mistaken about what they saw? We may never know the truth, but what we can be sure of is that something was recreating the same exact UFO phenomenon over the Soviet Union that was taking place over American skies.
If you've seen our shows on Roswell and Area 51, you already know some of the theories out there that support the position that aliens have already visited our beautiful blue planet. In Roswell, for instance, some people believe that aliens crash-landed and little green men were quickly taken away. Where are they now? Area 51, some conspiracy theorists tell us, and they have been used to help the American military create highly advanced military technology. But these cases are just touching the tip of the extraterrestrial iceberg. Today we'll dig a little deeper. In this episode of the Infographic Show, what is the likelihood aliens have already made contact? We'll start by noting that many stories make the rounds regarding whistleblowers who confessed that they have proof that we have been in touch with aliens, and many other stories are just plain old alien sightings. These may or may not be true. Many stories get debunked, and others are too preposterous to even gain traction. It's up to us, as amateur internet sleuths and part-time alien investigators, to look through the evidence and ascertain an opinion. We might take the case of former Lockheed Martin engineer and Area 51 scientist Boyd Bushman, who confessed on his deathbed that we had made contact with aliens. He even had photographs to prove it. He said two types of aliens were here on Earth, describing them as wranglers and rustlers, the former being friendlier than the latter. He said in his confession, which is available on YouTube, that a great deal of information should be lifted up from those dark recesses of Area 51 and moved over so people can see them. We watched the video, and he at least seems convincing. He shows photos he acquired of an alien craft and one of a 4.5 foot to 5 foot tall alien with 3 backbones. He said at least 18 of them exist within Area 51. These aliens, he said, are telepathic. The problem is, the only evidence he has are these photographs, and as critics have pointed out, the pictures he holds up look like alien dolls that can be purchased here on Earth in stores. Many people decry this man as a loon, even though he was a highly intelligent engineer with patents to his name, while others have suggested that he was probably just suffering from senility. Of course, conspiracy theorists will tell you that this is just a smear campaign and that the smear further supports the existence of aliens. But the tale gets stranger when you invoke another Area 51 engineer who also said he had worked on alien technology, mainly reverse engineering alien spacecraft. His name is Bob Lazar. He is still alive and still stands by what he first said in 1989, that Area 51 was the location where several alien spacecrafts were kept. He also said aliens had been around on Earth for at least 10,000 years. Lazar is the person mainly responsible for starting the Area 51 conspiracies. While his educational background has come into question, Lazar has stated that the government wiped all his educational records to undermine his claims. We should add that former President Bill Clinton has also said he wouldn't be surprised if aliens had visited Earth, and said he'd even sent his people to Area 51 to look for signs of them. He concluded in a TV interview, "There are no aliens there. But that won't appease the believers. You can hear more about Area 51 on our dedicated show." All this may sound even truer if you saw the recent Anonymous video stating that NASA was about to tell us a big secret, that it has discovered the existence of aliens. But Anonymous didn't actually tell us what NASA was going to say, and according to most media, its announcement was based on the fact that NASA has found lots of new planets in the last several years thanks to the Kepler telescope launched a few years ago. According to NASA, 20 of those planets are similar in size to Earth and could possibly sustain life. NASA calls the location of these planets the habitable zone, as water would not freeze there, nor would it burn up. But we should reiterate, Anonymous has yet to say anything to make us believe contact has already been made. So what about those people who say they have been up close and probed by aliens, what we call alien abduction? In a denunciatory manner, deceased American comedian Bill Hicks once pondered, why is it that aliens always land in rural America? They cross galaxies, or wherever they come from to visit us, and always end up in places like Fife, Alabama. Maybe these are not super intelligent beings, man. Maybe they're like hillbilly aliens, said Hicks, and while that was a joke, it should make us question the strange phenomenon of these abductions happening around the same areas in the United States. Is it hysteria? Psychosis? Well, psychological studies have shown that people who said they were abducted were not mentally ill. People have reported being abducted all over the world, but America easily leads the way. Are any of those abduction stories convincing? There are too many stories to mention, but most are similar. People are abducted, usually adults, then probed, sometimes taken on a tour, and then sent back. One of the most famous cases was that of American couple Barney and Betty Hill, who said they were abducted in 1961. The aliens, apparently from the Zeta Reticuli star system, had kind of mesmerized the couple as they were looking at its spacecraft while driving in a rural area. Moments later, they were 35 miles away, feeling all dazed and confused. Hours had gone by. The lapse of time became known as the missing time. It was only later that Betty recalled in her dreams that she had indeed been taken aboard the spacecraft and probed. The thing is, Betty's story, both fully conscious and under hypnosis, was not always the same, and later in life, she said she had seen aliens again on several occasions. Skeptics also believe that Barney only went along with Betty's story after she had told it numerous times, and it's believed Betty was a lifelong UFO fanatic. Even these days, you can find many people online that claim to have been abducted, but as of yet, there is no evidence that proves this is not merely a fantasy. Until there is, we must remain skeptical. What about the most credible sightings of alien spacecraft, aka UFO? These don't always come from Reddit users stating they saw something that no one else did. Sometimes they come from more than one person working in a professional field. We might look at the case of what was described by a US Navy pilot as a giant flying tic-tac. Navy Commander David Fravor said in 2004 that he witnessed a white tic-tac about the same size as a hornet, 40 feet long with no wings, just hanging close to the water. Other pilots saw it too, and even filmed it. Fravor said that it was faster than I'd ever seen anything in my life, adding, "We turn around, say, let's go see what's in the water, and there's nothing, just blue water." No one has said the video is not real, and indeed, the object looks like a massive tic-tac. In fact, after the video emerged, a Pentagon official leading a program to search for UFOs said, "My personal belief is that there is very compelling evidence that we may not be alone." He said his team had found mysterious aircraft that seemingly defy the laws of aerodynamics, that couldn't, in human engineering terms, have the technology to fly. But they did fly. The flying tic-tac and the Pentagon being so candid is probably the best evidence we have of aliens having visited us, but still, it's far from being indisputable evidence. Motherboard interviewed a man named Peter Davenport in 2017. Davenport is the director of the National UFO Reporting Center. If you see something strange in the sky, you call them. He says sightings have shot up in recent years, stating that most calls are serious-minded attempts to describe some type of object that the witness was unable to identify himself. The callers could sometimes be drunk and seem unreliable, but many calls come from people who hold positions of authority and are deadly serious. One such call came from a retired military fighter pilot who'd also been a commercial airline pilot and an astronaut. The caller said he'd seen a large, orange glowing orb moving rapidly overhead. In fact, if you read through the dialogue of numerous calls, you might just become a UFO believer. However, if the truth is out there, it's not exactly on our TVs, walking on the White House lawn and having cups of tea with the Queen of England. Given that so many planets surround us, and given the sheer fact that it would be ignorant of us to say we are the only ones existing in the universe, it would be foolhardy to deny the existence of aliens. Then again, it's also unlikely that if they had landed here, the authorities could prevent those aliens from being seen more widely. And if the aliens are that advanced, surely they could evade capture or even mess with our TV signals.
UFOs and alien encounters have been reported since antiquity. Yet in the 1950s, an explosion of UFO sightings rocked the planet and continue to this day. Although they are often harmless events, there is a darker side to the UFO phenomenon: the alleged abduction or visitation of human beings by alien visitors. Hello and welcome to another special episode of the Infographics Show's Greatest Mysteries. Today we're taking a look at the alien abduction phenomenon with two of the most convincing cases of all time. Many abduction stories tell of aliens performing medical tests on their human test subjects, but some claim that the aliens are also interested in our mating habits, or perhaps require our help in creating a race of human-alien hybrids. Whatever the reasoning, some alien abductees report sexual encounters during their abduction event, and few are more well known than the first recorded abduction of the modern age, the abduction of Antonio Villas-Boas. In early October 1957, Boas began seeing strange, bright lights in the sky around his family's farm in rural Brazil. On October 5th, just before midnight, Boas spotted a bright white light in the sky as he opened his bedroom window to get some fresh air. Later that night, after sleeping for a bit, Boas awoke and discovered the same light in the exact same position. Yet, as he looked at it, the light suddenly began to move toward him at a frightening speed. Terrified, he slammed shut the window shutters and woke up his brother, and the two watched as the bright light shined through the closed shutters before leaving. The light reappeared 9 days later when Boas and his brother were out working in the fields at night to beat the daytime heat. This time, the light hovered about 300 feet above their head and moved from one end of the field to the other as the brothers approached to investigate. Suddenly, the light disappeared, as if having been turned off, though Boas suggested that the light may have simply lifted up and rushed away while he wasn't looking. The next night, working in the fields alone, a reddish light zoomed out of the sky towards Boas at incredible speed. Before he could decide what to do, it had already stopped directly above his head, and Boas could see a craft that looked like a large, elongated egg. 3 legs extended from underneath it as the craft began to descend, at which point a terrified Boas ran to his tractor. But upon reaching it, the tractor and its lights suddenly died. While Boas was fleeing for his house, a small figure suddenly grabbed his arm. According to Boas, the figure was dressed in a full body-length suit of some kind, with an elongated helmet and what appeared to be breathing tubes connected to its bodysuit. Shaking off the figure, Boas turned to run again, but was surrounded by 3 figures who overpowered him. Boas was taken to a flexible metallic rolling ladder, which whirred him up and into the spacecraft. Once inside, he found himself in a small, brightly lit square room. The aliens grabbed Boas and held him in place while they undressed him, and despite his opposition, the aliens seemed to take care not to harm him or damage his clothing as they patiently removed it. All the while, the aliens communicated between themselves, with Boas describing the sounds as some kind of animalistic grunts. The sounds were so foreign to Boas that when interviewed later, he had a difficult time describing or recreating them. Once naked, the aliens applied a clear liquid to his body, likely a disinfectant, and took blood with a device from his chin that left small scars later noticed by doctors. At this point, Boas said he was left alone for about an hour until suddenly a nude female figure entered the room, described by Boas as human yet with features that, although beautiful, were not quite right. A device in the ceiling emitted a puff of smoke that made Boas nauseous initially, but he thought it acted as some sort of aphrodisiac. After engaging in intercourse with the alien woman, Boas was allowed to dress and return to his farm, but not before trying to secretly steal a small device from the ship as proof of his experience, which caused one of the aliens to react very violently. Boas's story could easily be dismissed as fantasy if not for the incredible amount of detail and his great reluctance in his telling it. It took Dr. Olavo Tifantes, professor of medicine at the National School of Medicine in Brazil, to convince Boas to go public with his story, after which he did to a journalist and a member of the Brazilian military intelligence. Along with the incredible amount of detail Boas offered about the aliens, their wardrobe, and the craft itself, Boas was also found to be suffering from radiation poisoning, as he exhibited a plethora of other physical ailments for months after his experience. Was it an actual alien encounter, or was it the wild fantasy of a bored and possibly very lonely farmer? We'll let you decide as we move on to our second alien encounter. Made famous by the Hollywood film Fire in the Sky, the Travis Walton abduction story has become a hotbed of controversy. On November 5, 1975, Walton and 5 other loggers working in the Arizona wilderness piled into a truck for the drive home after a hard day's work. Minutes later, the crew spotted a bright light coming from behind a hill. Filled with curiosity, they drove closer until they could see a large silvery disc hovering just above a clearing. While the others stayed in the truck, a fascinated Walton leapt out and ran toward the disc, ignoring the shouts from the rest of his crew to get away and come back. As Walton approached the disc, it suddenly began to make sounds like a loud turbine and wobble from side to side, scaring Walton, who then began to back away. According to one of the men on Walton's crew, a beam of blue-green light shot out of the disc and struck Walton, sending him sprawling backwards. The terrified crew immediately put the truck into gear and hightailed it off the mountain and immediately called the police. Deputy Sheriff Chuck Ellison answered their call and came to meet the men, saying later that all of the men were distraught and 2 were in tears. Although skeptical of the story, he said if they were acting, they were awfully good at it. Within hours, a police search of the abduction site discovered nothing, and the next day an exhaustive search involving horses, helicopters, and jeeps still failed to discover anything. At this point, the police grew suspicious of the logging crew, believing the abduction story to be a cover for an accident or a murder. A polygraph test administered days later indicated that the men were not lying about their UFO sighting or that they had hurt Walton. Days later, a disoriented Walton called his brother-in-law, Grant Neff, from a public phone. Rushed to a hospital, Walton relayed a story of being examined by aliens similar to the popular Greys described by other abductees, and having an encounter with a strangely human-like male and female alien who would not answer his questions and at one point anesthetized him. A medical examination discovered a small puncture mark on his right arm consistent with a hypodermic injection, but it was nowhere near a vein. His urine also showed a lack of ketones, which, if Walton had indeed been without food as he insisted, and as his weight loss suggested, should have been present as his body began breaking down fats in order to survive. To this day, Walton's story remains the stuff of controversy, with Walton failing a polygraph test on the TV game show called The Moment of Truth. Skeptics believe the entire story was made up for publicity, and also because Walton and his crew were severely behind in their logging contract. Walton's alleged abduction allowed them to secure an extension from the Arizona government. However, Walton's crew remained adamant for decades after the incident that the entire story was true. Even the police who first responded to their original frantic telephone call for help remarked at how visibly shaken and distraught the men appeared to be that night. Are aliens real? And if so, do they really routinely abduct humans for research? Should we be concerned? And should our governments be doing more to try to protect us from this terrifying threat? It's ultimately easy to dismiss alien abduction stories as mere fantasies made up out of boredom, for attention, or to get oneself out of trouble. But sometimes the physical evidence can be perplexing and begs the question, just how did a 1950s Brazilian farmer working his fields in the remote countryside end up with radiation sickness, skin lesions, and a host of other perplexing physical ailments? We all need a bit of privacy now and again. It's your human right, after all, to go about your day and not be watched over all the time by some kind of Big Brother surveillance technology. As that technology improves, though, and since you willingly feed huge chunks of personal data in a connected device, to some extent Big Brother already knows a lot about you. But imagine a bigger brother is watching over us, surveillance that tracks humankind. That's not part of the world we know. Imagine the Earth is a kind of zoo and we're specimens to be studied. That might sound far-fetched, but there are some serious people who believe it to be true. Let us explain. There's this thing called zoo theory, which is sometimes called the zoo hypothesis. This theory tells us that there's a chance that we're being watched over by extraterrestrial life, but those guys are just not in the mood to tell us about it. We are animals living in their zoo. According to this theory, one of the reasons they don't come down here is that they want us to evolve naturally. Their superior intelligence would blow our minds. They might be looking down right now thinking, it's about time those guys stopped having wars and started sharing things, but they want us to evolve by ourselves. Then there's the Fermi paradox, which basically states that there are billions of stars in the Milky Way, and so the chance that humans are alone is pretty much nil. There just has to be intelligent life out there, and it must have technology that allows interstellar travel. Then you have to consider the universe outside of the Milky Way, and the number of stars is mind-blowing. Surely it's arrogant to believe that we're all alone, as if us little humans rule the universe. There's an organization called Messaging Extraterrestrial Intelligence, or METI for short. This group comprises of many scientists, and they get together to discuss the possibility of contacting aliens, or us being watched over by aliens. On their website, the first thing you see is a statement that says METI doesn't rule out the possibility of life outside of Earth. If you scroll down, you'll see their list of objectives, and the first one goes like this: to conduct scientific research and educational programs in messaging extraterrestrial intelligence and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Scientists from all walks of life that are in METI are doing things right now, such as working on interstellar transmission technology. If ET could phone home, maybe humans could develop such long-distance communication tech. They also discuss the Fermi paradox and something called the Drake equation, which takes into account the size and age of the universe and what might be in it. Again, these people are not conspiracy theorists getting high in parents' basements. They are scientists. The president of METI is one Douglas Vakoch, and he's a renowned astrobiologist. This science is concerned with the evolution of the universe. For a long time, he's been working on interstellar messaging, but he's also well aware that human senses might not exactly work with alien senses. Even if we could send messages to other galaxies, if we said, "Hey guys, how's it going?" it might not work out. In fact, one of the latest blogs on the METI website asks if human language is any way to try and connect with aliens. The writer asks, is it a good way to send information to beings who are likely to be very different from us, whose bodies, sensory capabilities, cognition, environment, and experiences may be very different from our own? Then if we send out a message in human language form, which language? She states that while the Voyager disk, which is aboard NASA's famous Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 spacecraft, might have lots of information on it in 55 languages, we might better try and communicate in signs, shapes, and symbols and numbers. What's on the disk, you might ask? Well, if aliens pick it up, they'll find images of nature here on Earth, as well as many sounds of nature. They'll hear a message from former US President Jimmy Carter and be able to get down with a bit of Morse code. They'll see images of humans doing things and listen to the likes of Mozart and Beethoven. Chuck Berry is also on there, but unfortunately no Led Zeppelin. They actually wanted to put the Beatles on the disc, but the record company EMI wouldn't allow that. Yeah, it's true. So back to the zoo. Those guys at METI often discuss something called the Great Silence, which relates to the question of why do these galactic zookeepers keep out of our face? Well, it's like we said, if aliens are that superior in intelligence, if they came into contact with us, they'd mess with our heads. We'd have to reevaluate life itself, and this would cause chaos. Just imagine if one day your dog got up and said in perfect English, "Hey buddy, can we skip the walk today? I'm thinking about going to Rover's house to discuss Wittgenstein's theory of the talking lion." If that happened, we'd have to start rewriting a few books, so the aliens stay away. In 2018, at a METI meeting, they talked about the idea of us being quarantined by aliens. This is how one researcher at METI explained that. It seems likely that extraterrestrials are imposing a galactic quarantine because they realize it would be culturally disruptive for us to learn about them. It's kind of the same thing as talking dogs. If they got into contact, our culture and society would be so disrupted, we would just collapse for a while. Just imagine if right now, as you're watching this, an alien spacecraft pops up outside your window. You're then informed that the world is an illusion and your consciousness is eternal and infinite. We bet you wouldn't clock in at work or go to school tomorrow. Some folks at METI also say that we haven't developed full cognitive abilities yet, that there might be another level of consciousness in our evolution. The famous, now deceased Terence McKenna believed that certain psychedelics could provide a glimpse of what was possible in terms of developing a higher consciousness. He once said the idea of aliens coming down in a metal ship is totally preposterous. He believed alien life could be already here, and they might actually be in Silicon psilocybin mushrooms hidden in the very atoms of the things. He said those mushrooms are disguised as a drug, but might really be aliens. They are here, according to him, but we just don't get it yet. This might sound crazy to you, but serious scientists are now talking about the mind-blowing substance dimethyltryptamine, DMT, which takes people to places that are out of this world. Yes, lots of people visit aliens on their colorful trips. Research has shown that some people are absolutely convinced they saw aliens. This is why scientists at Johns Hopkins have been studying those breakthrough trips. We found more scientific research in the US that is taking seriously the possibility of DMT shooting people to another universe. In the mind, anyway. We're not saying this is proof that aliens are among us and we're being watched by them, but it's interesting that science is taking DMT so seriously as of late. Joe Rogan must be very proud, because any chance he gets he mentions his DMT experiences. He certainly wouldn't dismiss the alien contact theory. Then there's this theory. Maybe millions of years ago aliens detected life on a blue planet, the one we call home. They thought, let's send some signals to that place and see what happens. But let's just say that vampire squids and the Gojirasaurus weren't up for chatting. We weren't evolved just yet. We pretty much spent most of our time eating, fighting, procreating, and pooping. The aliens had to wait. So what did they do next? Once they'd been snubbed by basic life on Earth, they sent a probe here and bugged a rock. Why, you might ask? The answer is they wanted to keep an eye on us. Back to the zoo theory thing. The rock they bugged, though, was what was called co-orbital, meaning that it flies around the Earth. If you want a good view of Earth, there's not much point in bugging a rock actually on the planet. A researcher named James Benford, who's also part of the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence group, came up with this idea. Why does he think that? Well, it seems like quite the long shot. Well, it's not that he's certain, but it would make sense. What he's saying is that why not go check out some of those co-orbitals and see if any of them have not been bugged. Another researcher wrote, if it costs very little to go take a look, why not? Even if we don't find ET, we might find something of interest. The closest one is about 38 times further away from Earth than the Moon. We call it the Earth's closest companion, and NASA has said that it's not going anywhere. Well, we mean it's gonna hang around near Earth for centuries to come. That's why some folks are saying we need to do some more extraterrestrial archaeology. Start digging, NASA, because there might be a chance that we're part of an alien-led surveillance state. You might think that it's very hard to send a spacecraft that far, but from what we can see, it's not that hard. In fact, China said it'll send a spacecraft to Earth's closest companion in 2024. The spaceship Chang'e will be equipped with robots that will do a bit of digging around. Maybe they'll come back with some bugs and blow our minds. But if there's a trade war still going on, you can expect the Chinese not to share in the spoils. If in 2025 China suddenly starts speaking alien, you know how it happened. Some of those researchers really do think that those space rocks might be bugged, and they are the best chance we have of finding out if we're in a space zoo. One scientist said, if we don't find anything, that means no one has come to look at life of Earth for over billions of years. That's a big surprise, a stunning thing. When you consider what we've done over our 10,000 plus years of being fairly civilized, imagine what a species could do given a million years. Imagine what we will be capable of in a million years. Yes, we'll be all over the universe. There are things we'll achieve that we can't possibly imagine now. Imagine telling a guy in the dark ages about a show you watch online called the infographic show. He could not possibly envision the future, and neither can you. With that in mind, maybe a super civilization did visit us a long time ago. Maybe we're just slow to get out of the blocks. The idea of there being these super civilized space folks has been embraced by a lot of our greatest scientists. Carl Sagan was one of those scientists, and here's a lovely quote from him. The universe is a pretty big place. If it's just us, seems like an awful waste of space. So that's it, really. When you look up into the sky, just imagine someone has been watching us evolve. The big brother who's been around for millions and millions of years saw us crawl out of the swamp. They watched as we stood up and started making spears and drawing pictures of buffalo on cave walls. We hunted and gathered, and a few thousand years later, we started talking about gods that live in the skies. They must have loved that. Then they witnessed endless wars as we struggled to fight over land or which region was the right one. Come on, guys, they thought. It's us, we're your gods, get with the program. They were astounded when we built bombs that could destroy an entire planet. They knew who killed JFK and why those guards were sleeping when Mr. Epstein ran out of air. They're confounded by President Donald Trump's Twitter feed, and they're keeping an eye on you right now as you get to the end of the show. We might also add that while it's very plausible that aliens exist and are watching over us, in terms of scientific proof, well, that's yet to come. It's May 1951 and the Korean War has been raging for a year. The world is still weary from the ravages of World War II, and the United States is the only nation capable of leading a UN response to the attempts by the Communist North to seize South Korea and unify the peninsula by force. The conflict has set the stage for a defining age in human history, the Cold War, and soon a regiment of American soldiers will find that curious visitors from another world may also be interested in how this war plays out. The Americans are 60 miles north of Seoul. The jungle is thick and oppressively hot. The North Koreans have been pushed back from South Korea in a brilliant pincer movement carried out by US forces. Rather than risk being destroyed completely, North Korea forces quickly retreated into the north as US-led NATO troops attempted to encircle them with an amphibious landing in the north. Despite these military successes though, the troops are nervous. At every sunrise, every man on the front lines has one question on their lips. Have the Soviets joined the war? Have we finally started World War III? Private First Class Francis P. Wall and his platoon are providing security for an attachment of artillery, which is itself preparing to rain down fire on a village full of North Korean forces. Men watch the jungle around them cautiously, despite being a few miles from the official front. Raiding parties against the American artillery are not uncommon. The artillery is set to fire just before dawn, and the villagers below have all been warned of the impending attack and told to flee. As the hour approaches, the big guns begin opening up. Artillery shells whiz through the air, bursting just above the village and showering the North Korean troops below with deadly shrapnel. The thunderous booms echo across the hills as a dozen guns open up one by one and deliver death to the enemy. Suddenly, though, Private Wall and other men responsible for providing security for the artillery see something in the hills above the village. It seems that the bombardment has attracted the attention of something none of the men will ever be able to explain. The light is dim at first, but quickly grows in brightness as it moves down the jungle hill. To the Americans, it appears like a floating jack-o'-lantern, emitting some kind of light from its body that is at first orange in color. To their shock, the light moves just over the village, even as the American artillery continues to pour fire into it. The air-bursting shells detonate all around it, and then the light does something incredible. In a move that defies all known physics, the light is able to rapidly move to the side of an exploding shell, avoiding being directly hit by the rounds. Even avoiding a direct hit, the object, which by now the men know must be some sort of craft, must have some sort of protective shielding, as it's still being showered by frag from the exploding artillery shells. Even if it is receiving any damage though, the Americans on the ground are unable to tell and simply watch in awe for almost an hour as the craft weathers the bombardment of the village. Then, the craft turns its sights on the Americans. With no warning, the craft turns in place and now moves directly toward the American position. The men are nervous. Nothing in their training has prepared them for this. Is it a secret Soviet craft, perhaps based on stolen Nazi technology? The speculation runs wild as the men prepare for what might be an attack on their position. Private Wall asks his company commander for permission to fire on the object as it approaches, using his M1 rifle loaded with armor-piercing rounds. His company commander agrees, and as the object approaches, still bathed in orange light, Wall and his squad mates open up. Their fire is accurate and the craft comes under fire from several rifles. If the craft was employing some sort of protective shielding against the artillery shrapnel blast, it must have dropped it because the men are able to clearly hear the metallic sides of the craft ringing out from the sounds of their bullets striking it. As the men fire, a few of the armor-piercing rounds must have found their mark, piercing the strange craft. Suddenly, the craft goes wild. The lights begin flickering on and off erratically, and the craft makes crazy sporadic movements from side to side. At one point though, the craft remains floating in the air above the GIs. The lights go completely off, but then seems to flicker back to life. The Americans on the ground, worried that the craft is going to either explode or come crashing down on their heads. Then, the craft seems to regain its stability, and suddenly the mountain valley is filled with the unbearable sound of what seem to be dozens of diesel train locomotives starting up all at once. The craft begins pulsing bluish light and attacks the soldiers below. As the men watch helplessly, the craft sweeps a ray across the battlefield below it. The brightly colored ray seems to come in pulses that the men can only see when it sweeps directly over them. Like car headlights or a searchlight in the dark, the craft sweeps this ray across the ground below it, seeking out soldiers where they lay in their fighting positions. As it sweeps over each man, they're racked with a burning, tingling sensation all over their flesh. The company commander immediately shouts for his men to take shelter from their bunkers, small dugouts reinforced with plywood and sandbags. The bunkers offer protection for their men from the artillery bombardments, and the soldiers dive below the ground to take shelter from the mysterious ray. From inside these bunkers, the soldiers are able to watch the craft through small peepholes. Some of them even start returning fire from small firing slits. The craft suddenly blasts the entire area with a bright light, turning night into day briefly. Perhaps frustrated by the men safely out of its grasp in their bunkers, the craft then pulses with light once more and without warning shoots off at a 45-degree angle. To the astonishment of Private Wall, the craft seems to fly off at impossible speed, quickly being lost to the starry night sky. Lingering in their bunkers, it's a few minutes before the men work up the courage to leave the safety they offer. The company commander quickly calls for a meeting, and to a man, the soldiers all agree on one thing. They aren't telling a soul about what they just experienced. While each day the company is expected to file a report on its activities for the day, the company commander agrees it's best to leave this one off the books for now, for fear that they'll all be thought of as crazy. At the time, there's no such thing as UFOs in the public consciousness, and while mysterious stories of World War II Foo Fighters circulate through the military, nobody has yet made the link between their appearances and otherworldly alien visitors. Better then to keep everyone's mouth shut so they don't end up locked up in the loony bin. However, a few days later, the men of the 25th Infantry Division, 27th Regiment, 2nd Battalion, Easy Company start to fall ill. They're nauseous, they have terrible headaches and diarrhea. So many of them are affected at once that the army has to cut a road through the jungle to send ambulances and evacuate many of them. When doctors examine them, they find the men have extremely high counts of white blood cells and seem to be suffering from dysentery. After the war, Private Wall would struggle with PTSD and drop from 180 pounds to 136. The weight loss would be permanent, and the private would struggle all his life with weight issues as he struggled to recover to his normal weight. An official explanation for the event was never given, and with no official report filed, an investigation was never conducted. Whatever the men saw that night in Korea, though, was not a one-time incident, as GIs all across the conflict would tell very similar stories. For years, the mysterious craft are thought to possibly be Soviet secret weapons, but when those weapons never materialized in Soviet arsenals, the men involved would be forced to look for more otherworldly explanations. As the Cold War came to an end, it was revealed that on the other side of the Iron Curtain, the Soviets were also encountering strange alien craft. Some even alleged that the Soviet military had been involved in a conflict with underwater alien beings. According to allegedly secret documents leaked by former Soviet intelligence officials turned whistleblowers, military divers encountered a strange being in a silvery diving suit with a bubble-like helmet. When they returned to the area later to try and capture it with a net, the divers were forcibly sent upwards toward the surface by an invisible force. Their quick ascension from 50 meters down gave many of the men the bends. However, others argue that UFO sightings in wartime in Korea or even during the Cold War were nothing more than simply the effects of severe stress on the human brain, with both sides acutely aware that a full-scale global war could erupt at any time. Plus, with the stress of normal combat, the mind may play tricks on some people, even creating outright hallucinations. Plus, as some have pointed out, the symptoms that Private Well described are similar to regular dysentery. Whatever the truth is, wartime UFO sightings are nothing new, and the Korean War is seen by many as the floodgate opening up to what would become a full-blown alien incursion of planet Earth. Perhaps this isn't as surprising as it might seem, though. After all, this was just years after the United States developed a working nuclear weapon, propelling humanity into the atomic age. And shortly after, the world found itself in the grip of a potentially civilization-destroying Cold War. Could aliens have been interested in how this part of human history played out? If reports from Korea are true, the answer may be a very frightful yes. The first attack was an EMP blast that covered nearly the whole of North America, plunging the world's sole superpower into the darkness of the late Industrial Revolution. Power systems across the US were immediately knocked out, and nearly every community in the nation was plunged into darkness. A few special places, mostly military facilities, managed to either avoid the worst of the EMP blast through a quirk of the terrain or were hardened against it. Civilian planes dropped out of the sky, their onboard electronics completely fried. Military jets, however, continued to be operational, as were the US's large fleet of ground combat vehicles, all of which had been designed for a war on a nuclear battlefield against the Soviet Union or Russia. High up in the atmosphere, the EMP blast simply wasn't close enough to destroy the electronics on their shielded hardware. The US had had a few weeks to prepare though, and almost immediately engineering crews moved into position to fix what power systems they could. Restoring the entire national grid would take years, so their efforts were focused on critical civilian and military infrastructure. Even then, it would be weeks at minimum before power could be restored to even a tiny fraction of the US. The alien spacecraft had been observed a little over a month and a half ago, first drawing the curiosity of astronomers using computers to search the night sky. The computers noticed the tiny dip in starlight as the giant craft crossed space and blocked out stars behind it. And soon, deep space reconnaissance radar was turned onto the phenomenon, confirming that a solid object was indeed on an intercept course with Earth. Any doubts on the object's true nature were squashed a few days later when the object began decelerating from its current speed at 5% the speed of light. Now, with the object parked in high orbit over the Earth, the President of the United States, along with the Joint Chiefs and his top advisors, discussed their strategy for repelling a hostile invasion of the Earth by an alien species. The first to speak is the Chief Science Advisor, confirming that the EMP pulse was an expected first strike option against the United States, which as the world's sole superpower was the likeliest target to be struck first. The advisor then pulls up images of the object made by combining direct visual observation from ground telescopes and radar telemetry, revealing a long cylinder shape with a giant, almost mushroom-style dome at the front. The advisor points at the dome. This is good news, he says, because this is exactly how we would cross space at very high speeds. The Joint Chiefs are confused. How exactly is this strange feature of the spacecraft good news? The advisor clears his throat and explains. Reaching velocities of a few percentage points of the speed of light is something well within our grasp today, but the biggest problem is shielding a spacecraft from debris encountered in space. At such incredibly high speeds, a pebble can strike a spacecraft with the force of hundreds of tons of TNT, and while debris is extremely rare in the vacuum of space, it is not non-existent. Therefore, a large shield at the front of a large thin spacecraft is the best way to shield your vehicle. And because this is how we would do it, the advisor explains, then this means that our alien invaders' technology cannot be too far ahead of our own. We have a fighting chance. The men and women who will decide the fate of the United States and possibly the Earth all look around the room at each other. A chance, any chance, is more than they'd hoped for. The advisor once more clears his throat. Because their technology isn't too far advanced from ours and they obviously want our planet intact, since they're reluctant to simply drop asteroids on our head from orbit, then I have a plan to win this war. Let me explain. A day after the EMP blast, ground-based radar confirms activity along the main body of the spacecraft. Several components are detaching from it and breaking up into smaller objects, transport craft of some sort. Some, though, are obviously combat craft, as these move to new orbits. The US military, however, has already guessed what the aliens might do next, and they're ready. From several hundred miles up, metal rods half the size of telephone poles rain down on military installations across the US. The rods pack no explosives, instead relying on the kinetic energy of their fall from space to deliver devastation on the scale of mankind's largest non-nuclear weapons. Military airfields, hangars, command and control nodes, supply depots, metal rods rain down on these and other strategic targets, completely obliterating them. But the US was ready, and following protocols established long ago for a nuclear war, had already widely dispersed its personnel and equipment. Many military aircraft and ground combat vehicles are destroyed in the attack, but many more survive, widely dispersed into the surrounding areas and on the thousands of civilian and makeshift airfields all across the US. As the attack takes place, the president and his advisors, secure in an underground bunker over a mile deep, monitor the situation through dozens of redundant command and control networks. The US's plans for a nuclear showdown with the Soviet Union have created one of the most resilient nations on Earth. The science advisor predicted this attack and works to reassure his fellow colleagues. Because the aliens aren't too far advanced from us, he explains, they have many of the same limitations in space travel that we do, even if they are much better at dealing with them than us. The economy of space travel makes moving large amounts of equipment, like an invasion fleet, extremely expensive, so the aliens are dealing with very limited assets. Our plan for victory is to simply bleed the aliens dry, making an invasion of our nation so expensive in terms of manpower and resources that the aliens are unable to continue the fight, or it simply isn't worth it anymore. The plan is solid. After all, the aliens have had to bring everything to invade our world with them, including their troops, while we here on Earth can regenerate every soldier killed on the spot. The war will be of one long, ongoing resistance. The aliens may be limited in resources due to having to ferry them across interstellar space, but they're still much superior to our own forces. The US military thus makes the best use of its assets in the short time that it'll still be able to before they're inevitably destroyed. Within hours of the kinetic strikes, the troop transports and combat aircraft begin to enter the atmosphere. Here, with their sensors blinded by the incredible heat of re-entry, is humanity's best chance at striking with all available air and missile forces. All across the world, combat aircraft and air defense batteries move into action. Over the skies of the US, squadrons of F-22s, F-35s, F-16s, and every other plane capable of taking on an interceptor role move in to intercept the incoming alien spacecraft. Heat-guided ground-based interceptors fire in large volleys, guided to their targets by the unmistakable heat signature of the alien spacecraft entering the Earth's atmosphere. The combat aircraft is next, firing radar and heat-guided missiles in rapid succession at swarms of alien craft screaming through the atmosphere. The president had considered using nuclear weapons, but was talked down by his advisors. The aliens had yet to use weapons of mass destruction, and using a nuke may well be an invitation to a type of war the Earth couldn't hope to win. Conventional weapons are having a spectacular effect on the incoming alien craft, though, and cheers erupt in the president's secure facility as the reports trickle in from all over the US. Moving at such high speeds, the superior alien craft simply can't avoid the incoming volleys, or they'd risk tearing themselves apart. And despite whatever type of propulsion or radar-absorbent materials they may be using, the signature of incoming spacecraft at high speeds moving through the atmosphere is almost too easy a target for Earth's weapons. The victory, however, is extremely short-lived. America's combat pilots were warned to immediately break off their attacks once the spacecraft punched through the atmosphere, but for many it's still too late. Now within the atmosphere, the alien combat aircraft easily outmaneuver and outrun even America's best fighter craft. The casualties are in the hundreds within minutes. Next, the combat aircraft strike at air defense batteries all over the US, easily destroying any they encounter and calling in orbital strikes on those they can't reach. More metal rods from space obliterate air defense batteries across America, though their crews are long gone. The aliens now rule not just space, but the skies too. With alien transports discouraging combat troops by the thousands, America's ground response is mostly infantry-based. With space firmly in the aliens' grasp, more kinetic strikes would easily obliterate large formations of armored vehicles. For the first time in modern history, the United States doesn't rule the skies and has to fight much in the same way its adversaries have. In some places, though, commanders are able to maneuver combat vehicles to within very close range of the enemy. Hugging the enemy, so to speak, forces the aliens to not use kinetic strikes for fear of hitting their own troops. Forced to ferry all of their invasion equipment from space, the alien forces are fielding very few combat vehicles of their own, despite their infantry weapons being superior to man's. Without combat vehicles, American Abrams tanks and M2 Bradleys decimate alien forces when they encounter them. No matter their level of technology, even aliens must obey the laws of physics, and despite their advanced construction, the anti-tank silver bullet rounds of an Abrams or lethal missiles of a Bradley are extremely effective against the alien vehicles. Once more, though, victories are short-lived, as alien air forces who now have uncontested dominance of the sky do the job of close air support that orbital kinetic strikes simply can't do. The aliens' numbers build by the day, and by the end of the week, they've disgorged several million troops on US soil. Then the shuttle flights slow down considerably, with the ability to only bring a limited number of troops and equipment across the vast distances of space. The aliens have clearly disgorged nearly all of their combat assets. Their advanced technology will make up the shortfall in personnel, or at least that was the plan. The aliens hail from a planet 100 light-years from Earth, making their observations of our planet 100 years old, and their invasion plans are based on fighting a civilization whose planet exhibited the techno-signature of a late industrial age civilization. Then, moving at 5% the speed of light, it took the invasion fleet another 20 years to arrive. That means the best knowledge the aliens had on Earth's level of technology was based on distant observations of the Earth in the year 1900, when the most advanced techno-signature detectable was weak radio transmissions. Now they face humanity armed with automatic machine guns, man-portable anti-tank missiles, electronic warfare suites, and extremely stealthy combat drones. The war of occupation is indeed costly, but the technological disparity still favors the aliens. To offset their lack of manpower, the aliens turn to manufacturing combat drones of their own, who can quickly self-replicate and overwhelm human forces. Within a week, the conventional war is over, and the US military is roundly defeated, unable to fight any longer. This is when Phase 2 of the US's victory plan over the aliens takes effect. Seasoned combat troops are ordered to disperse widely into the countryside, taking with them as much military equipment as they can carry. American Special Forces operatives are amongst those ordered to flee for the wilderness or the ruins of cities, and there they link up with other military personnel and civilian survivors. Special Forces operators initiate Phase 2 and begin training surviving combat troops and civilians in the art of resistance. American forces are taught to hide from and fight a technologically superior enemy, the same way that the Taliban and the Viet Cong resisted US might. A guerrilla war begins overnight, with American survivors striking at alien supply depots and personnel barracks. The goal is simple: destroy as much equipment as possible and kill as many aliens as possible so that the invasion becomes too costly in terms of lives and finances to continue. The guerrilla resistance lasts for years, despite horrific losses incurred by the human survivors. Yet humanity can quickly replace its losses, though it does mean that the traditional societal norms of relationships have to be temporarily redefined. Men and women cannot have a single sexual partner and must have multiple in order to ensure genetic diversity, and healthy women must produce children as often as possible. The losses incurred by human guerrillas are staggering and must be replaced. The aliens, on the other hand, must travel 20 years to bring fresh troops into the fight, and each individual soldier transported over 100 light-years of space cost their civilization a small fortune. The first wave of reinforcements cost the aliens as much as the entire economic output of Earth over an entire decade. There is no second wave of reinforcements. The trip is too long, the cost far too great. Even a rescue mission to their forces stranded on Earth would be too expensive and come far too late. What aliens are able to retreat back to their orbiting spacecraft, but most simply surrender to human forces. For Earth, the cost has been staggering, and humanity has gone from a population of almost 8 billion to just over 1 billion. But the war has been won. Earth is free of invaders for the first time in 30 years, and the survivors can once more rebuild their shattered nations. Much as it has many times before, humanity will rise from the ashes, and should the aliens send another invasion force in the future, they'll meet a planet armed with their own advanced technology, reverse-engineered for human use, and determined to remain free. Mars, a cold, lifeless place, yet just a few meters beneath the surface, a secret underground base hums with activity. American astronauts walk the hallways of this secret base, talking and exchanging research notes with aliens from another planet. This might sound like the opening to a fantasy novel, but according to one of the most credible individuals in the world, it's our present-day reality. Dr. Haim Eshed is not a backwoods country bumpkin talking about strange lights in the sky and little green men putting probes where the sun doesn't shine. He's one of the most respected men in Israel and America both. A former general in the Israeli military, he's also the co-founder of Israel's space agency and considered a national hero for his efforts to launch Israel into the space age. More on that, he's a professor of aeronautics and astronautics and a member of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. As far as credentials go, short of being president, he can't get any better. And he has one message for the world, revealed in a shocking interview in early December 2020. Aliens are real and the American and Israeli governments are cooperating with them. According to Dr. Eshed, aliens representing a galactic federation of like-minded species have made contact with at least 2 governments on Earth, the Israeli and American governments. At this time, it's unknown if other governments are involved and that it's likely Israel's involvement is due to American cooperation, which would mean the other close US allies such as Britain and France are also likely aware of the existence of these extraterrestrials. Don't worry, these aliens aren't here to eat your brains. Instead, they're curious about humanity and awaiting a time when humanity is mature enough to join their galactic federation of allied species who share the ultimate goal of understanding the universe. Well, admittedly, that's exactly what brain-eating space aliens would want you to believe. But according to Dr. Eshed, their intentions are so far peaceful. In fact, cooperation agreements have already been signed between the US and these aliens, resulting in a research laboratory on Mars itself where American astronauts work side by side with extraterrestrials, current President Donald Trump, as of this writing, not only knows about the existence of these aliens, he nearly revealed their existence publicly, but was warned not to due to concerns over mass hysteria. Surprisingly, if Dr. Ashed's claims are true, it's the one piece of advice Donald Trump seems to have listened to. So, wait, is this for real? Let's explore the reasons why this claim is likely a fabrication and why it might actually be real. As you'll soon see, Dr. Ashed is far from the only high-level, credible individual to have come out making a startlingly similar claim. First, let's investigate why this claim is likely false. Dr. Haim Eshed is certainly a credible witness as far as qualifications go, yet he is currently selling a book dedicated at least in part to his claims of extraterrestrial contact. That can't help but cast aspirations on his claim of space aliens. As the old saying goes, it can be hard to trust a man with a book to sell. In both the United States and Israel, though, there's another saying amongst the intelligence communities responsible for both protecting each nation's highest national secrets and discovering those of the enemies. And that saying is that aliens make great cover stories. A US CIA agent once famously said, "I love UFO stories because as long as people look up into the sky and see something weird and they're thinking alien spacecraft, they're not thinking secret US plane." This idea is pretty sound, and the fact is that it now has been proven that many UFO sightings over the years have in fact been sightings of aircrafts such as the American F-117 stealth fighter, the B-2 stealth bomber, and specially modified Black Hawk helicopters used by Special Operations Forces, especially true when those aircraft are still in their secret design and testing phases and not quite yet public knowledge. The simple truth is that aliens make for a great cover story for secret government programs, and that leads us back to Dr. Haim Eshed. Dr. Eshed has a career in Israeli military, attaining the rank of general. He also helped found the Israeli space program, a vital element of the Israeli intelligence apparatus, as it was largely geared toward establishing a space-based military and surveillance infrastructure. For a country with as many enemies as Israel, a robust space capability is of the utmost importance. While Dr. Eshed may not have been directly employed by Israel's intelligence agencies, he was no doubt heavily in support of them in his duties with Israel's space agency. Given the extremely crafty nature of Israeli intelligence operations, amongst the most legendary in the world, it's not at all unbelievable that Dr. Haim Eshed is merely fulfilling one final task on behalf of the American and Israeli intelligence services, disseminating disinformation to act as a cover story for current and future secret programs. As he has himself stated publicly, he's 87 years old and no longer cares about his reputation. The claims of human-alien cooperation are also dubious at best. According to Dr. Eshed, American astronauts work side by side with aliens in a secret base on Mars, conducting research together. If an alien species is intelligent enough to cross the galaxy and get to us in a timely fashion, then what possible use are humans to them in conducting research? Even their calculators would be smarter than us. Having humans assist spacefaring aliens in research would be like inviting a wild chimpanzee into a research lab to help develop a COVID vaccine. Given humanity's behavior throughout 2020, both scenarios would likely involve equal amounts of poop throwing. But what if the claims are real? Well, there might be quite a lot of factors proving Dr. Eshed's story is actually true. First, we have Dr. Haim Eshed himself, a career military professional, co-founder of a space agency, respected academic, and no history of mental illness or delusions. He served with the Israeli space program for nearly 30 years, receiving the Israeli Defense Award 3 times, twice for technological inventions that remain classified to this day. The doctor is clearly intelligent and possesses a high amount of integrity. Nobody lasts as long as he has in high-security clearance work without impeccable integrity. In short, if anyone was gonna leak the news that aliens are real, then Dr. Eshed is quite literally the perfect, most trustworthy candidate to do so. The only possible way this announcement could have been more believable is if the claim was made by a serving head of state themselves in an official capacity. What we have here is one step short of the perfect witness, which makes it curious that his claims are so easily dismissed. Ask yourself the question, who would you believe if not a man of Dr. Eshed's qualifications? But Dr. Eshed isn't alone in his belief of extraterrestrials. In a 2014 interview with Jimmy Kimmel, former President Bill Clinton said that he wouldn't be surprised if aliens visited the Earth. However, he denied knowledge of actual aliens recovered from Roswell or being held in Area 51. He's hardly the only member of his administration with a belief in aliens, though, with John Podesta, President Clinton's former chief of staff, making his belief in visiting extraterrestrials very public. but much as his former boss, stopping short of confirming any knowledge in government involvement. Two of the most shocking claims of aliens visiting Earth, however, come from political leaders in Canada and Russia. In 1997, Kirsan Ilumzhinov, head of the Russian-controlled Republic of Kalmykia, said that he was shocked to discover a hovering UFO right outside his balcony. The aliens flew Ilumzhinov to space and showed him the truth about UFOs. His claims prompted a bit of political panic in Russia, with some questioning his fitness to remain in office, though curiously some of Russia's Duma members were concerned with the potential leaking of classified state secrets to alien beings, and asked for a direction on how to properly respond if approached by extraterrestrials. Perhaps even more shocking, though, might be the revelation of one of Canada's former defense ministers. Until today, the highest-ranked state official to reveal the potential existence of alien life on Earth. Serving from 1963 to 67 as a defense minister for America's polite top hat, Paul Hellyer shocked the world during a speech at the University of Calgary. Mr. Hellyer claims that aliens have been visiting Earth for thousands of years, and perhaps unsurprisingly don't seem particularly impressed with humanity. According to him, the aliens' chief critique of humanity is that we spend entirely too much time fighting each other, spend too much money on our militaries, and not enough on feeding the poor and helping sick people. According to Hellyer, aliens even walk amongst us, with up to 80 different species visiting the Earth, and some looking so human that we don't even notice. The good news is that most of the aliens seem to be benevolent and concerned over our previous use of nuclear weapons, and that we might use them again in the future. Generally concerned over humanity's future, the aliens are waiting for humanity to mature before sharing advanced technology with us. However, several species have outright hostile intentions that we need to be wary of, though he declined to share any specifics on those evil aliens. Both of our previous figures have been painted as crackpots in the media, but our next witness is a real American hero, and one of the few men to ever set foot on another heavenly body, with man-made technology anyway. Astronaut Edgar D. Mitchell is famous for landing on the moon and helping save the lives of all aboard the Apollo 14 mission as it descended to the moon's surface. However, in recent years, he's also come out with claims that aliens are not just real, but actively involved in monitoring mankind. Unlike other leakers, Mitchell, however, stopped short of claiming close cooperation between aliens and world governments, and has never claimed to have met one himself. Instead, Mitchell claims that his experience in both the U.S. Air Force and NASA put him in contact with many individuals all telling the same story. UFOs have been closely monitoring humanity, and especially its nuclear weapons. In fact, he believes that their goal has been to avert a nuclear war between the US and Russia, or then the Soviet Union. Mitchell's claims aren't solitary either. Over the years, dozens of nuclear facility and nuclear missile silo security, maintenance, and launch personnel have come forward, all claiming to have witnessed UFOs over nuclear facilities, and at times even shutting down nuclear missiles. In fact, the writer and researcher of this episode, having been former military and with a high security clearance, can confirm multiple sightings of UFOs over a nuclear facility, though has to stress that these were true UFOs, as in unidentified flying objects, not necessarily of an alien origin, simply unknown. Something seems to be out there, but whether it's alien or not remains undecided. Certainly evidence is mounting, however, that somebody on Earth is flying craft with unusual flight characteristics, as shown in now multiple videos declassified by the US Navy of their aircraft in pursuit of UFOs. But if these craft are truly alien or not remains unknown, though perhaps Dr. Jaime Shed has had the answer all along. The true mystery, however, might be why a man with such impeccable credentials as Dr. Ashed is willing to risk his reputation on such outlandish claims.
Man has been pondering the existence of aliens for some time. Even in ancient Rome, the poet Titus Lucretius Carus talked about not being alone in the universe. But throughout history, a person had to be careful about speculating on the existence of otherworldly beings, given they might be called a heretic or crazy for doing so. No one really knows exactly when the little green men first appeared on the scene, but we could say that it was the 1950s that was the heyday for fictional stories about aliens, sometimes at the helm of flying saucers. This was an era of many sightings, and it seems those little creatures often chose the USA to do a flyover. One particular incident stands out from them all, and that's what we'll talk about today. In this episode of the Infographic Show, evidence that aliens did come to Roswell. It was the summer of 1947, and the people of Roswell, New Mexico, in the USA, were about to get the shock of their lives. It was a quiet place then, and still today there are only around 50,000 people living there. What occurred, though, became such a cause celeb that the place has kind of been turned into an alien-themed city. But what exactly did happen? Well, if you look at the front page of the Roswell Daily Record on July 8, 1947, the headline for the main story was, RAAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region. Now that's the kind of headline that these days might elicit most people to say the words fake news, but back then people were dead serious about the possibility of there being aliens in their midst. It all started on a hot afternoon when a rancher found some debris in his sheep field, and that debris, many people would speculate, was from an alien ship. What did this wreckage consist of? In 2013, The Guardian published a story about the death of a man called Jesse Marcel Jr., and he said he had gotten his hands on that debris as his father was part of the investigation. He'd lived an exciting life, traveling the world talking about the debris and aliens in general. His wife said this of him: he was credible. He wasn't lying, he never embellished, and only told what he saw. Both son and father believed the debris was not of this world, being taken aback by a strange-looking purple beam with hieroglyphics on it. There were also lots of metallic sticks, reflectors, and strips of a thin glossy material. What on earth could that be? The Air Force said there was nothing strange about it, and the wreckage was merely that of a weather balloon. You can see the pictures, however it certainly doesn't look anything like a weather balloon. But was it parts of a flying saucer? Many people seem to think so, and accuse the military of a cover-up. Matters weren't helped when the Air Force started doing dummy drops in the area throughout the 50s. As if they were purposefully stoking the imaginations of the local people, the Air Force started dropping dummies from planes that had latex skin and aluminum bones in order to better understand how pilots might survive high-altitude falls. But the thing was, shiny dummies dropping from the sky after weird wreckage was found in a field just made people think something was amiss. Again, the military didn't help matters by being so secretive. Not only was it dropping these dummies from the sky, it had been working on something called Project Mogul. This was top secret and involved using high-altitude balloons carrying low-frequency sound sensors. The military hoped these sensors, when flown into the tropopause, would be able to record through a sound channel for thousands of miles, thereby enabling the US to spy on the Soviet Union's nuclear program. As you might guess, they were made from futuristic-looking material and not something most people had ever seen before. The New York Times said the following about these balloons: it was like having an elephant in your backyard and hoping that no one would notice it. According to History.com, what the rancher found in his field was one of these balloons, described as a 700-foot-long string of neoprene balloons, radar reflectors for tracking, and sonic equipment. The problem was that even those working at the Roswell base didn't know about this very top-secret project, so even for military men, that strange debris looked alien. Advanced technology to spy on Russia was of course a cat you just couldn't let out of the bag. It didn't help matters when the people that did know about the project made up the feeble weather balloon story, which even to the untrained eye was an obvious lie. We might also add that the military didn't say anything about Project Mogul until the 1990s. Sounds fishy, eh? So that's the official story, but it's a story that has been called by many the biggest alien cover-up the world has ever seen. There are many reasons why this is. Firstly, the military's reputation was at stake, and making up a flimsy story about a weather balloon doesn't really make any sense. Those initial investigators were intelligent men, and to think they would have been mistaken about an object not from this world is perhaps not congruent with their expertise. It would be the same today if military investigators made such a claim and then the big dogs at the Pentagon just told us that the whole thing had been a mistake. The officers actually put themselves, their careers, and their reputations on the line. Saying they had found an alien object was a big deal, and as we know, at least one of those investigators died believing that that's what they had found. So we must take this into account, the fact that serious people who understood military hardware said they'd found part of an alien ship. They had nothing to gain from making the story up, in fact, they had a lot to lose. To strengthen this point, we might look at the nuclear physicist and UFOologist Stanton Terry Friedman. He was one of the main investigators, a supremely intelligent man and not some part-time armchair conspiracy theorist. He eventually left the military and spent the rest of his life studying UFOs. He has testified in front of Congress and written scores of papers explaining the existence of aliens and their machines. He believed that something called the Majestic 12 group of politicians, military people, and scientists had covered up the incident at Roswell, and a document titled Operation Majestic 12 that described the incident in detail was very much real and truthful. Others, including some UFOologists, have called these papers an elaborate hoax. The FBI investigated the case and stated that the Majestic 12 didn't even exist. One of Friedman's most famous quotes is this: "The evidence is overwhelming that the Earth is being visited by intelligently controlled vehicles from off the Earth." He's not alone. The man that drafted the original press release about finding a flying disc was named Walter Haut. He wrote a book called The Roswell Incident, and in his later life, he swore in an affidavit that he had seen an egg-shaped alien spacecraft, but also that he had seen alien bodies, short dudes with large heads. He said there had been 2 crash sites, with bodies only at one of them. He had always been reluctant to talk about what he had seen, and it wasn't until 2007 when he stunned people with his explanation. Some people believe this confession to be of great importance, but others are skeptical. Why come out with this so late in the game? Well, some say it might have something to do with the fact that his daughter runs the UFO museum in Roswell, and she might have benefited from his candidness. His words are just that, words, and in spite of fake videos showing us alien bodies, no bodies have ever been photographed or filmed. So, there are no photographs, but it also turned out that many Roswell documents were destroyed by the government. In fact, in 2016, John Podesta had tried to help Hillary Clinton open the case again and find all the original files by invoking the Freedom of Information Act. The files had disappeared, but it was clear there had been some investigation by the Air Force, said Podesta. However, a story in The Guardian in 2011 noted that the FBI routinely destroyed files because in the 40s and 50s there were so many UFO files that they were taking up too much space. One note that wasn't destroyed was a memo written by Special Agent Guy Hotel, the head of the FBI's Washington field office. He sent it to FBI boss J. Edgar Hoover, and it stated that 3 flying saucers were found. He also wrote, each one was occupied by 3 bodies of human shape, but only 3 feet tall, dressed in metallic cloth of a very fine texture.
Much has been said about great monuments around the world that are so magnificent in their structures that it boggles the mind how the ancients built them. According to some left-field theorists, people didn't build them at all, but aliens descended from the skies in what some have called giant eggs or boats, and it was those beings that actually built the structures. Well, if not built them, then directed the construction. That's how a pyramid could be made sitting at true north, say the theorists. They go one step further too, telling us that the pharaohs were actually alien-human hybrids. Sounds pretty far-fetched, but what's leading some to make these claims? Is there any evidence at all? Let's take a look at why some people believe this. As you may have seen in our other shows on the pyramids, to some Egyptologists, the question of how the pyramids were built still remains shrouded in mystery. We're not only talking about the hard labor of moving millions of stones, dragging them across the land, and then up the foundation, but the absolute precision in regards to just how they lie. The fact that the pyramids of Giza sit true north should be astounding to just about anyone, not just conspiracy theorists, while others who have studied the structure insist that this great monument was precisely built to reflect the dimensions of our planet. There are critics of this theory, and they state that if you shuffle the numbers enough, you can get the results you want to fit your theory. Nonetheless, with the pyramids being so incredibly majestic, it's certainly understandable that some people think that humans had a helping hand from something not of this world. Slightly more down-to-earth but still outside of the mainstream theorists have their own hypothesis, saying it wasn't aliens that did the work, but prior to the ancient Egyptians, another advanced civilization existed on Earth that had passed on their knowledge to them. Before we turn to the alien hybrid pharaohs, let's look at some other reasons why a certain segment of the public believes aliens came down to Earth, left, and then were worshipped as gods by ancient civilizations. For starters, we have the Moai of Easter Island and the giant stone heads that certainly couldn't have been easy to erect. There's plenty of evidence that it was possible for the Moai to build these statues, but there are still those that state that they were built in the shape of the aliens who lent a hand in their construction. Then there's the ancient Bolivian temple Pumapunku, which was built with stones weighing over 100 tons. Even today, scientists are in disagreement as to how humans moved them. The stones in the temple fit together like an interlocking puzzle, and this would have meant those builders had to have possessed a profound understanding of geometry and masonry. Not only that, the incredible intricate decorations in the stones are so outstanding experts don't really know how they managed to make them with such basic tools. Tests on mummies have shown that people in the area regularly consumed hallucinogenic plants, and to some theorists this was their way of connecting to another world, which might help explain their brilliant inspiration. We won't go through all the great wonders on this planet Earth, but there are many historical sites that boggle the mind. Take for example Stonehenge in the UK, or the temples of Vijayanagara in India that seem to have alien-looking figures and objects carved into the stonework. We are by no means attempting to sway you into thinking that just because humans in the past showed that they could do incredible things, that it means that they had help from aliens. But we're merely saying that this is a reason why some people believe this might have happened. Back to the Egyptians. Have you ever seen a picture of Pharaoh Akhenaten, the father of King Tut, who was said to have been the living embodiment of the solar deity and who died around 1336 BC? There are many remaining artifacts that depict what Akhenaten looked like. And you know what? He has an elongated head, much like the average gray alien. You can find one stone carving of him worshipping the disk of the sun, known as the Aten, with the beams of light shining down on him. Looking at this though, with his elongated head looking rather alien-like, if you didn't know better, you might think that the Great Disk was actually a spaceship, some kind of flying saucer. Of course, this is a long shot, and if you read more about ancient civilizations, you'll find that depicting people with elongated heads happened a lot, from the Australian Aborigines to the Mayans to many other places. Some have suggested that this might have been because they actually did have big heads, a deformation called macrocephaly, that basically means big head in ancient Greek. This might have been the result of inbreeding or disease that led to the abnormality. It may have also been done on purpose. Cranial deformation might have also been a very painful procedure, something that children of noble birth had to go through to make them look unlike their ordinary folks. The theory is that it gave leaders to be great prestige. Whatever the reason, there's a lot of evidence of ancient people having these large heads all over the world. Some people would have you believe that these people were alien hybrids, or at least fashioned to look like the great things that came from the sky. There's no real solid evidence for this though, it's mere speculation or more like fantasy. As for the great Akhenaten, did he really have an enlarged head? Surely his mummy would tell us this, but we'll get around to that soon. Then there are the fantasies of the British tabloid press, who have at times not let the facts get in the way of telling a good tale, to put it politely. In 2016, some of the tabloids published an article about an ancient Egyptian coin that was unearthed. If you look at it, there's no doubt that one side portrays the elongated head of a gray alien. The problem with this is the fact that the only evidence of the coin being real was a line that told us the artifact was discovered by a group of people who worked on the renovation of a house in southern Egypt. We looked for more information at all on this mysterious group of renovators and couldn't find anything. We did though find coin experts talking about the alien head piece of cash, and they said this: a little research revealed that it's not even a real artifact, but a heavily retouched or photoshopped image of an actual Roman medallion in the famous collection of the Cabinet de Médailles in Paris. The hoax was uncovered by computer scientist Ralph Boulot. So much for trustworthy news sources. We found another dubious source telling us that DNA tests of Egyptian mummies revealed a gene called CXPAC5, which we're told is responsible for the building of the frontal cortex, the thinking part of the brain. 8 out of 9 mummies didn't contain this, but the mummy of Pharaoh Akhenaten did. The article then jumps to the conclusion that aliens must have planted this in the pharaoh. The blog post tells us that it's unusual to find CXPAC5 in the mummy of Akhenaten because he died at age 45, and it only appears in much older people. Akhenaten seemed to have an advanced brain. That said, we can find no one but alien enthusiasts talking about it. In fact, there are no links at all leading to the supposed study that tells us the pharaoh might have been linked somehow to aliens because of the appearance of this gene. Scientists are actually not sure where he was buried anyway, with it being suspected that he might have been laid to rest in KV-55, a tomb in the Valley of the Kings in Egypt. One of the skulls found there was enlarged, but it's thought that this was because of a disease called chronic hydrocephalus. This basically means too much fluid on the brain, and that can distort the cranium. Other experts say the ancients' enlarged heads could have been down to various syndromes that cause macrocephaly. Still, the reputable experts are still debating if the skull was Akhenaten's at all, and they certainly haven't put forth a theory that aliens had planted a gene in his head that made it larger or made him more intelligent. The alien believers certainly connected a lot of invisible dots to make that story work. Finally, there's the allegedly ancient Egyptian text called the Thule Papyrus. You'll find certain sources saying this contains script that looks like it talks about UFOs. One translation of part of the text reads in English: in the year 22, 3rd month of winter, 6th hour of the day, the scribus of the House of Life found it was a circle of fire that was coming in the sky. Another part reads, "They were more numerous than anything. They were shining in the sky more than the sun to the limits of the four supports of heaven. Powerful was the position of the fire circles." Wow, that certainly sounds like it might have been an account of an alien sighting. The only problem is the Thule papyrus is not an authentic papyrus. It's a transcription of an alleged document of whose origin is dubious at best. Even some UFOologists call the entire thing a hoax, saying someone was handed an ancient document and told it was a transcription of the original, and then someone translated that, and that's about it. In something called the Condon Report, a report by a group funded by the US Air Force on the possibility of alien life coming to Earth, this Thule papyrus was talked about. The researchers wrote that it was taken from secondary and tertiary sources without any attempts to verify original sources. They also said that all such accounts of UFO sightings handed down from ancient times have proved to be weak and unverifiable. Until they can be verified, they're meaningless. From what we could see, a lot of people don't bother with the verification process, but are quite sure when writing their blogs from their bedrooms that they are right. Their evidence is like the Thule papyrus in digital form. Dubious evidence handed down and rewritten and copied and passed on. It makes for a good story, but until we have more evidence, that's all it is, a story. As you can see, a lot of people claiming that pharaohs were part alien or contacted by aliens are connecting a lot of dots that don't necessarily mean much except in their own minds. They already have a picture they want to see, but science doesn't work by starting from a conclusion and finding evidence to back it up. It's the opposite. We look at the evidence we have and use that to come to conclusions. With that, we'll finish with a quote. In the words of astrophysicist Carl Sagan, in the long litany of ancient astronaut pop archaeology, the cases of apparent interest have perfectly reasonable alternative explanations, or have been misreported, or are simple prevarications, hoaxes, and distortions. Disclaimer: all of the stories featured in this episode of the Infographics Show come from actual military service members or other government officials, many of them vetted by independent researchers and local or national media outlets. It was late on a chilly February morning, 2007. At approximately 0230 hours, a security patrol stationed inside the nuclear weapons storage area of Nellis Air Force Base, otherwise known as Area 2, called into Central Security Control a sighting of what appeared to be vehicle headlights far outside the outer perimeter fence, a mile or two in the distance. This wasn't uncommon, as Area 2 was detached from Nellis Air Force Base, and everything from hikers to off-road enthusiasts would inadvertently stumble upon the little-known facility in the desert. Following standard procedure, the two outer security patrols, Oscars 1 and 2, were dispatched to assume overwatch positions on the reported headlights. Their job, as it often was in these dark desert nights, was to simply observe, and if the civilian vehicle approached too close to the facility perimeter, intercept it and have them turn around. As the two outer security patrols arrived atop the tall bluffs overlooking the reported sighting area, they spotted and confirmed what appeared to be two vehicle headlights approaching down the side of a nearby mountain. Inside of the nuclear weapons storage area, two additional patrols had moved close to the section of the fence the vehicle headlights were approaching, along with the site security supervisor, Security 1. A grand total of 11 Air Force security personnel were watching, when suddenly, the lights disappeared. Fearing that the oncoming off-road vehicle had turned off its headlights so as not to be tracked, Oscar 1 left its position on the bluffs and moved to an intercept position along the incoming vehicle's estimated avenue of approach. The site's security controller requested the assistance of a main base K9 unit, which had happened to be in the area, and the two patrols linked up, leaving their vehicles behind, moved out to the desert to set up an LPOP, or Listening Post Observation Post. The desert, though, was quiet. Despite the incoming vehicle having been within 2 miles of the fence line, there was no sound of a revving engine across the still, dark desert. Scans with both thermal imagers and night vision goggles revealed nothing. And then suddenly, the radio came to life. Patrols on the interior of the nuclear weapons depot began calling in lights on either side of the dismounted Oscar 1 and K9 patrol. From their vantage point atop the tall igloo-style weapon bunkers, they could see a series of lights appear in the 12 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 3 o'clock of the dismounted patrolmen. Incredibly though, the 3 men and 1 dog on the ground could see nor hear anything. Then the site security supervisor came on the radio. "Oscar 1, be advised, the lights are moving on you." The 3 mysterious lights, seen only by interior patrols, suddenly rushed the dismounted patrolman. The senior patrol leader ordered his partner and the K9 patrolman to lock and load. With lights approaching their position on the desert floor at high speed, he was taking no chances. As far as he was concerned, the mysterious and now aggressive behavior of the lights indicated hostile intent. What happened next depends on which side of the fence line you happen to have been on. For the 3 patrolmen and 1 dog on the outside of the fence line, nothing happened. The three men held their breath, M4s at the ready, and nervously scanned the desert with thermals and night vision but spotted nothing. They even checked with the dog, who was trained to indicate if it sensed danger, and yet nothing. After a few minutes, the patrol leader called back in over the radio to ask for an update on the lights, but received nothing but static. Trying a second and then third radio, the exterior patrols got no reply and slowly walked back to their vehicles to attempt to make contact with the interior patrols again. On the inside of the fence, though, at least 24 security forces patrolmen, including the Master Sergeant Security Supervisor, had seen the lights converge on the location of the dismounted patrol and then simply disappear. Even more incredibly, though, when the exterior patrolmen finally made contact with the interior patrols, they were told they'd been out of contact for 20 minutes. Yet each man involved in the incident on the outside of the fence line swore that only 3 or 4 minutes had passed for them. Where had the other 15 minutes of time, all spent without radio contact, gone? Things would only get weirder, though, before they got any better. This incident would prove to be only the opening act to some of the strangest events ever reported by U.S. military personnel. And we can tell you about it in first person because at the infographic show, we got a chance to sit down with one of the security forces patrolmen involved in these incidents. After the exterior light show incident, things started to get weird. I mean, there had always been weird things out in Area 2. We had everything from ghost stories to weird animal sightings. I'd probably think it was all BS or just tricks the dark plays on you, except a lot of this stuff was seen by numerous people at the same time, or with the help of pretty advanced night vision and thermal imaging devices. What started happening after the lights incident, though, took the cherry in weird and outright dangerous. Within a week of the incident, one of the daytime exterior patrols ran across the corpse of a donkey, which wasn't that weird since there was no civilization around us and animals sometimes wandered out there. What was weird, though, was that this donkey had no head. It was cleanly cut off, and there was some crusted blood around the neck, but there was no blood anywhere around the body on the ground. We ended up shrugging it off, figuring that somebody had butchered the animal, just dumped it in the desert, completely unaware of how close they got to our facility in doing so. But then, just a few days later, another donkey corpse was found, and this one was missing its head and all 4 of its legs. Again, no vehicle tracks, no blood on the ground, just a decapitated legless donkey. The very next day after that, a third donkey was discovered by an exterior patrol, this time at night. This donkey was also missing its head and legs, but it had its stomach cut open with 1 clean incision, and the entire contents of the body cavity were gone. Once more, there was no blood on the desert floor and no vehicle tracks. We forgot about the donkeys after a while, and even though people kept reporting strange lights, nothing too dramatic happened until about 6 months later. What happened next took the cake. It was almost a full-blown national nuclear security incident. We used to practice assaulting our own storage facilities just in case bad guys got in and tried to steal a nuke, or just barricaded themselves so they could set off a nuke in place and irradiate large swaths of Nevada. One of those nights we underwent our usual exercise scenario, involving a response by multiple patrols and an assault into our designated training structure. All in all, somewhere around 17 to 18 people were involved. Most of the patrols were at the assault training structure, but we kept the patrol armed with an M249 machine gun on overwatch just to keep an eye on the desert behind us. Now, Area 2, the nuclear weapons storage depot, was huge, several square miles, so there was lots of empty desert inside the fence perimeter. As we were lining up to assault the training structure, we suddenly got a call over the radio from our overwatch patrol located on a hill about a quarter mile from us. The patrol said, "Hey, you got 2 figures lying prone in the desert behind you." We assumed this was part of the training exercise, so our on-scene commander redeployed a small element to secure our rear as the rest of the response force prepared to assault. However, our flight leader, or security supervisor, immediately came running up to us and told us to lock and load. He then called over the radio and told Central Security Control to terminate the exercise. Then he turned to look at us and said, "I didn't put anyone out in the desert. Whoever's out there is not us." Now, our security supervisor was in charge of running the exercises, and he would task random people with playing the bad guys. So when he told us that he hadn't put anyone out there, our blood ran cold. This was about as high a security area as you can get in the US military, home to dozens of nuclear weapons. Anyone who had somehow penetrated our security was not here to have a friendly chat. We immediately returned our magazines to our weapons and charged them, switching safeties off. Our Overwatch patrol had good eyes on the figures. One of the guys on that patrol was using a sensitive thermal camera, and the other was using night vision. That's the standard procedure for us since it gives you 2 vision modes to ID a target. According to them, the figures seemed to be laying on their bellies, watching us from about 100 meters behind, hiding behind a small berm. The desert out there was pitch black, so we got into a long line and formed a sweeping element. 2 heavy gunners on Humvees watched our backs and got ready to light up anything that turned hostile as we started our sweep in the desert. As we approached, our Overwatch patrol warned us that the figures were crawling into new positions, they were actually reacting to our movements and trying to remain hidden. According to the two guys who could see them over night vision and the thermal unit, the figures appeared frantic as if panicking at having been discovered observing us, yet they never stood up and stayed low on the ground on their bellies. For us, on the sweeping element, we couldn't see a thing, despite also using our own night vision goggles. However, the desert was thick with brush, so staying unseen would have been pretty easy for anyone laying low. We kept on moving forward, weapons at the ready, as our Overwatch patrol stayed in constant contact with us, letting us know what the figures were doing. Then, as we got within 25 meters, they just vanished. According to the Overwatch patrol, the two figures were there one moment and then completely disappeared the next. No flash of light, no sound, nothing, just disappeared. We rushed forward to the last known location and swept the area, finding nothing. Although one of our guys had brought his handheld thermal imager and was actually able to pick up traces of warmth on the desert floor. Somebody or something had in fact been laying on that floor, long enough to heat it up, watching us as we practice our assault techniques. That incident might have been bone-chilling to hear about, definitely to have lived through, but it was far from the only incident involving possible UFOs or even aliens and nuclear weapons. Throughout the Cold War, the United States and even the Soviet Union had several extremely high-profile incidents involving nuclear weapons and UFOs, and these incidents have been reported by individuals with extremely high levels of credibility. In 1977, unidentified flying objects not only proved that they could intrude on U.S. airspace unimpeded, but that they might even have full control over our nuclear weapons. As told by United States Air Force Technical Sergeant Thomas E. Johnson, who was a flight security supervisor at the time, one night a security alert team was dispatched in response to strange lights low in the sky. At the time, Johnson was stationed at a North Dakota missile field, home to dozens of Minuteman intercontinental ballistic missiles housed in underground silos, ready to fire on the Soviet Union at a moment's notice. As the team neared the reported area, they spotted lights in the sky ahead of them, varying in color. The lights would zoom from one location to another at impossible speeds, or other times would simply blink out in one location and blink in at another location. The security team leader said that he couldn't tell if they were multiple objects or just one incredibly fast object. Prior to the incident, the security personnel had been briefed by Air Force Office of Special Investigation Agents that unknown helicopters had been reported at other Strategic Air Command bases. The Office of Special Investigation, or OSI, is like the Air Force's FBI, and the special briefings indicated that something very peculiar was going on at other U.S. Air Force bases. Yet that night, the object, or objects, didn't move like helicopters and made no sound. What they did do, though, was far more terrifying. Directly under the lights, the missile launch officers responsible for launching the Minutemen in case of war reported that they lost control over some of the 10 missiles they were in charge of. One of the launch officers later said that they couldn't communicate with the missiles, and if they had needed to launch, they would have been unable to. Incredibly, though, this type of incident would be repeated numerous times throughout the Cold War, and sometimes the actual targeting codes programmed into each missile would be altered or completely erased. Each of these occurrences always happened in conjunction with sightings of UFOs. Are UFOs monitoring our nuclear weapon sites? Is it a coincidence that every major nuclear weapon or production facility in the United States has a long history of UFO sightings? For a growing number of people, the UFO interest in our nuclear weapons is very real, and the case was only strengthened when, after the fall of the Soviet Union, former Soviet military and government officials revealed that their nuclear sites had also been host to UFO incidents. The date is late December 1980, and U.S. military forces have been invited to Britain on behalf of the Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. After the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan the year before, all of NATO is on edge, and U.S. troop presence in Europe has been increased as a precaution. The U.S. Air Force and the Royal Air Force both operate two air bases known as Woodbridge and Bentwaters, home to several squadrons of fighters, bombers, and, unknown to the public, a small stockpile of American nuclear weapons meant to be employed against the Soviet Union in case of war. Strange lights have been reported in the sky by both military and civilian personnel over the preceding few weeks, but nobody's paid much attention to them, being explained away as military aircraft or simple meteors. Deputy Base Commander Colonel Charles Halt, however, has been witness to these objects and is troubled by his or any of his staff's inability to explain their presence. He resolves to investigate the phenomenon if an opportunity ever presents itself. He would not have to wait long. On the night of December 26th, the U.S. Air Force Security Police noticed strange lights in the forest outside the small airbase. The lights seem to fluctuate as they move through the treetops, and the airmen fear that an aircraft has suffered some form of malfunction. They radio for permission to investigate the site, which is off base and technically outside of their jurisdiction as American Security Police. Nonetheless, fearing a serious emergency with a military or civilian aircraft, the airmen are given permission. 4 security policemen thus set off into the forest to investigate, though one of them is convinced that there's been no crash, as he believes he saw the lights actually land safely on the forest floor. This security policeman, Staff Sergeant Bud Stevens, refuses to leave the base perimeter and investigate the site, terrified by what he believes he had seen. Airman First Class Cabansag, Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, and Airman First Class John Burroughs thus drive into the forest alone. It's not long before they spot a bright, shining light coming through the trees. They attempt to follow it with their vehicle but are unable to due to the difficult terrain and are forced to proceed on foot. As they move closer to the mysterious light, though, the radios begin to malfunction, so Sergeant Peniston orders Airman Cabasang to remain by the vehicle where the radios are unaffected so he can relay back to Central Security Control if need be. The 2 airmen notice that animals on a nearby farm seem to be in a highly agitated state, further setting the men on edge as they continue forward through the thick brush. Radio comms, even back to Cabasang barely 100 meters away, completely fail, and Sergeant Peniston orders Airman Burroughs to head back to the tree line so he can maintain a radio link back to Cabasang. Burroughs, however, is so afraid that he refuses to leave Sergeant Peniston's company, and the 2 continue on together. Now just 50 meters away, the men get a look at the source of the light. It's a metallic object glowing brightly and causing the air to be charged with electricity. The men's hairs start to stand on end as they approach even closer, making out more details of the luminous object. Despite the light, the skin of the craft seems to be black and metallic, and is triangular in shape, measuring 3 meters in width and 2 in height, roughly the size of a tank. White light seems to be emitted from both the top and bottom, with flashing blue and red lights along the side of it. Sergeant Peniston uses a camera he's brought with him to snap photos of the object and notices that there seems to be no seams, rivets, or other signs of manufactured origin. It's as if the entire craft was made out of one solid piece of metal. Touching the object with his hand, he's surprised to find it warm, and as he slides his hand along the smooth metal, discovers a series of raised symbols etched along the left side. As he moves his hand along the symbols, though, something incredible happens. The craft emits a blinding white light, causing the men to stumble backwards. Sergeant Peniston is so afraid the craft is going to explode that he ducks for cover behind a thick oak tree. Suddenly, the craft is completely engulfed in white light and lifts up off the ground, quickly shooting through the trees and up into the night sky. The men immediately report back to base and are told they've misidentified some natural phenomenon. Peniston, however, has kept detailed notes of the entire encounter in his logbook, which he presents at the debriefing. The men are told simply to forget what they think they saw. The photos taken are confiscated and never seen again. Base Deputy Commander Colonel Charles Halt hears about the UFO when he returns to the base the following morning. He orders Airman Cabasang to report to his office and debriefs him personally. But with no further evidence, the case remains a curiosity and nothing more, until just 24 hours later. Colonel Halt is at a party attended by both British and American officers when he receives a call. The UFO is back. Halt wastes no time and immediately leaves the party, assembling a patrol to investigate the sighted craft once more and hopefully debunk it. Upon entering the forest, Halt and his men discover that other patrols have already arrived, but are experiencing difficulties with the electronics in their patrol vehicles and their radios. Nobody has seen the exact whereabouts of the craft, however, so Halt takes his team toward the original landing location from 2 nights ago. As they arrive, they spot a glowing red object moving through the forest ahead of them. Halt, who is carrying a mini tape recorder, begins making notes as he observes the craft.
Wasn't a pigmentation.
You just saw a light where? Wait, where?
Right in this position here, straight ahead, in between the tree. There it is again. Watch, straight ahead off my flash right there, sir. There it is.
Hey, I see it too. What is it?
We don't know, sir.
So can I get some? Yeah, it's a strange, small red light. Looks to be out maybe a quarter to half mile, maybe further out. I'm gonna switch off. The light is gone now. It was approximately 120 degrees from the site. Is it back again?
Yes, sir.
As the men investigate the light in the distance, they notice that the farm animals nearby, which had been going crazy, seem to have quieted down, as if something was terrifying them into silence. Undaunted, the men push on and run straight into a flashing red light directly ahead of them.
We just found the first night bird we've seen. We're about 150 or 200 yards from the site. Everything else is just deathly calm. There is no doubt about it. There's some type of strange flashing red light ahead. It's yellow. I saw a yellow tinge in it too. Weird. It appears to be maybe moving a little bit this way. Yes, it's brighter than it has been.
Yellow.
It's coming this way. It is definitely coming this way. Pieces of it are shooting off. There is no doubt about it. This is weird.
To the left.
Yeah, definitely moving to the left.
Two lights. One light to the front, one light to the left.
Keep the flashlights off.
The men spot the light moving slowly toward them and incredibly splitting off what appears to be chunks of molten metal as the light moves. Undaunted, the American airmen move toward the light again.
Let's approach to the edge of the woods up there. Can you undo without lights? Let's do it carefully. Come on. Okay, we're looking at the thing. We're probably about 200 to 300 yards away. It looks like an eye winking at you. It's still moving from side to side. And when you put the star scope on it, it sort of has a hollow center, a dark center. It's like the pupil of an eye looking at you and winking. And the flash is so bright to the star scope that it almost burns your eye.
Colonel Halt and his men move toward the light, and to conserve tape, the colonel stops recording. The men push through the woods and cross a small creek, when incredibly, they spot not one, but multiple lights.
We passed the farmer's house and across in the next field. Now we have multiple sightings of up to 5 lights with a similar shape and all, but they seem to be steady now rather than a pulsating or glow with a red flash. We just crossed the creek, and we're getting what kind of readings now? Getting 3 good clicks on the meter, and we're seeing strange lights in the sky.
As the men watch, they suddenly spot numerous lights, almost as if they've been lured into the midst of their own personal light show.
03:15, now we've got an object about 10 degrees directly south, 10 degrees off the horizon. And the ones to the north are moving, one's moving away from us. Moving out fast.
This one on the right's heading away, too.
Yeah, we're both heading north. So here he comes from the south. He's coming toward us now. Now we're observing what appears to be a beam coming down to the ground. This is unreal.
Incredibly, one of the craft seems to emit a beam of light that lights the ground a few dozen meters in front of the men. On the recording, the other men with Colonel Halt can be heard excitedly cursing and muttering in fear when the colonel stops the tape again. By now, he's had enough and believes he and his men may be in danger, so he orders them to return to the base. Incredibly, the lights continue to put on their light show, with one even flying over the air base and being spotted by the colonel and his men beaming a light down to an unspecified location on the base. Shortly after the incident, the British Ministry of Defense and the United States Office of Special Investigations conducted an investigation into the incident, declaring that there existed nothing of any notable concern that had occurred that night. Many, including Colonel Halt himself, believe the governments of the United States and Great Britain covered up the incident and suppressed much of the evidence, though the colonel's own recording was kept safe and released to the public in the 2000s. Much of the physical evidence, such as indentations at the landing site and radiation counts recorded by Colonel Halt and his team, would be explained away as being nothing more than rabbit burrows or normal background radiation spikes. However, if we're to believe Colonel Halt's version of the events, then this might be nothing more than disinformation meant to silence any discussion about the incident, or to at least ruin the credibility of the witnesses. In the end, the best evidence we have is the colonel's tape itself, and it's clear on the tape that whatever happened that night, a half-dozen American airmen and a deputy commander of an American airbase all believed that they were truly witnessing physical phenomenon taking place before their very eyes. Whether it was alien or not, or perhaps simply a mass delusion, we may never know. One question we always ask ourselves from time to time, are we alone in the universe? Many of us would like to believe that there's more out there than just us. And looking up at the stars and planets, it's hard not to think about the possibility of life beyond Earth. It seems like something out of science fiction, but there's some pretty convincing evidence out there. And that's what this video is all about. It's 50 crazy facts about aliens that will convince you they exist. So get ready for an out-of-this-world video that might just turn you from a skeptic to a believer. Number 50. There's a scientific organization dedicated to looking for them. Carl Sagan and Jill Tarter, two well-known astronomers, founded the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence Institute, or SETI, to explore, understand, and explain the origin and nature of life in the universe and the evolution of intelligence. Number 49. There are thousands of other planets outside our solar system. NASA has confirmed that the number of exoplanets, or planets that revolve around a different star as opposed to our Sun, is over 4,000. That's a lot of planets that could be home to alien life. Number 48. A famous asteroid may be debris from an alien structure. Avi Lloyd, a former Harvard astronomy professor, theorized that the famous asteroid Oumuamua is actually a piece of debris from an alien structure or even an alien spacecraft. Number 47. People have been seeing UFOs in America since the 1600s. The first UFO sighting in American history was recorded by John Winthrop in 1639, who wrote in his diary about a sighting of strange green light that ran as swift as an arrow and transported a boat full of Puritans a mile upstream. Number 46. There was an Air Force UFO investigation operation called Project Blue Book, started after a pilot reported 9 strange flying objects in 1947. Project Blue Book compiled reports on more than 12,000 UFO sightings from 1952 to 1969, after which it was dissolved. Number 45. UFOs don't have to look like flying saucers. A UFO account by pilot Kenneth Arnold described a UFO as moving like a saucer if you skip it across the water, leading to the image of a UFO as having a saucer-like shape. Number 44. There are over 17,000 nearby stars likely to have planets that could support complex life. The list was compiled by astronomers Margaret Turnbull and Jill Tarter of the Carnegie Institution in Washington, D.C. Number 43. We may come across an alien radio signal by 2025. Seth Shostak, senior astronomer at SETI, believes the Allen Telescope Array, which is currently being built, will come across an alien signal by that year. Number 42. There could be alien life hiding in our own solar system. The most likely places for it to be found are underground refuges on Mars, hotspots on Enceladus, one of Saturn's moons, or beneath the mysterious ice crusts of Jupiter's moons, Europa and Callisto. Number 41. We made TV for aliens. On September 30, 2006, the French Center for National Space Studies sent Cosmic Connection, their alien-targeted TV program, toward a star 45 light-years away. If there are aliens there, the signal should reach them by 2051. Number 40. We used to think there weren't any planets outside our solar system. 30 years ago, we hadn't discovered one planet outside of the solar system we call home. Now, we've learned about more than 3,000. Number 39. Scientists estimate that 1 in every 5 or 6 planets resides in the Goldilocks zone, which means it's just the right temperature for water to form on the surface in liquid form. Where there is water, there can be life. Number 38. Earth is getting radio signals we can't explain. FRBs, or fast radio bursts, have been detected since 2007. We don't know much about them except that they're coming from outside the Milky Way galaxy. Some experts think they might be an advanced civilization trying to speak to us, or they're just sending us the latest alien pop hits. Number 37. Paul Hellyer, Canada's former defense minister, is a believer. According to Hellyer, at least 80 different species of aliens have visited Earth over the last several thousand years. Number 36. Some people believe that aliens have played a role in humanity's development during these several thousand years. A number of alien addicts buy into the controversial Ancient Aliens theory, which posits that aliens could have influenced a number of cultures, including the ancient Egyptians. Number 35. Even celebrities have UFO sightings. Oscar-winning director Guillermo del Toro spotted a UFO in Guadalajara, which he described as a flying saucer so cliched with lights. Number 34. Britain's first astronaut says they exist. No one knows space better than an astronaut, and Helen Sharman, the first British citizen in space, told The Observer aliens exist, there's no two ways about it. Number 33. There is a UFO in a 15th century painting. The Madonna with St. Giovannino might depict the Virgin Mary in the foreground, but behind her, a strange shape can be seen that looks suspiciously like a flying saucer. Number 32. A 9th century Latin manuscript may directly reference aliens. In it, the Archbishop of Lyons described a story about a region from whence come ships in the clouds, occupied by sailors. There were even 3 men and a woman who claimed to have fallen from these skyships, but they were stoned to death for their story. Number 31. The U.S. Navy has confirmed the existence of UFOs. When describing 3 clips of declassified military footage that became public between 2017 and 2018, the Navy referred to them as unidentified aerial phenomena. Number 30. The most famous American UFO sighting of all time occurred in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947 when a strange object was seen falling from the sky. The Army first described the object as a flying disc, but later claimed it was from a weather balloon. Witnesses supposedly saw the military take away a flying disc and alien bodies. Number 29. A UFO interfered at a U.S. nuclear base. In 1967, the missiles at a Montana base became mysteriously unlaunchable, while a large red glowing object floated above the facility. Perhaps those aliens were pacifists. Number 28. Extremophiles prove that life can exist under harsh conditions. Some creatures on Earth, like tardigrades that can withstand temperatures from 0 degrees to over 100 degrees Celsius, can go without food for 10 years, can live through just about anything. And if these creatures can do it, what's to stop similar creatures from thriving on seemingly inhospitable planets? Number 27. On August 15, 1977, the Big Ear radio telescope at Ohio State University picked up a radio signal that lasted for 72 seconds, came from almost 220 light-years away, and has never been found again. It was so impressive that the observing scientists wrote "wow" on the computer printout of the signal. Number 26. On September 12, 1952, 7 residents of Braxton County in West Virginia claimed to see a 10-foot-tall alien in the hills above Flatwoods. These sightings followed the appearance of a red light in the sky that appeared to fall and crash on a local farm. The apparent alien became a local legend known as the Flatwoods Monster. Skeptics believe the creature may have been the glowing eyes of a barn owl, but a number of witnesses stick to their story. Number 25. There are subsurface oceans of water beneath several moons in our solar system and throughout the universe, and these might be the perfect place for alien life to thrive. These hidden oceans are excellent for developing life, but also make it difficult for us to detect. Number 24. A number of people who reported alien sightings also reported run-ins with the so-called Men in Black, who, far from their charming Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones movie counterparts, often apparently behave a lot like creepy aliens themselves. Number 23. Betty and Barney Hill were a couple that claimed to be abducted by aliens in 1961. They recovered memories of this encounter through regressive hypnosis. While many were skeptical, Betty was able to draw a map of the alien's supposed constellation from memory. Scientists noted that the drawing resembled the actual constellation of Zeta Reticuli. Number 22. In 1957, a Brazilian farmer claimed to have been abducted by aliens, probed, and bred. Doctors later confirmed that the farmer had suffered radiation poisoning, which could not be explained. Number 21. This year, the Pentagon released 3 videos of UFOs recorded by the Navy, one from 2004 and 2 from 2015. The 3 videos depict objects moving through the sky in strange ways that cannot be explained, as the pilots filming them react with confusion and excitement. Number 20. China has developed a new fixed 100-meter aperture spherical radio telescope, or FAST, that can be used to search for extraterrestrial signals. If all goes according to plan, this could potentially make China the first country to make contact with an alien civilization. Number 19. Tom DeLonge, a former member of American rock band Blink-182, now spends a lot of his time being a professional UFOologist with his organization, the To the Stars Academy. He's also apparently a big believer in Bigfoot. Number 18. Former President Jimmy Carter once saw a UFO. On September 18, 1973, he filed a report with the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, describing his sighting. The object was very bright with changing colors and about the size of the moon. Number 17. During World War II, Air Force pilots on overnight missions encountered colorful lights that would chase the aircraft. These lights could move up to 200 miles per hour and flew circles around the pilots. The pilots nicknamed these alien lights Foo Fighters. Number 16. In 1997, thousands of people in Arizona claimed to see strange lights fly across the sky in a V-shape. These were nicknamed the Phoenix Lights. Number 15. A logger named Travis Walton disappeared for 5 days in 1975 after a glowing disc zapped him with what was described as a bluish ray. He was found on the roadside with stories of aliens that looked like well-developed fetuses in tan robes. Number 14. In February of 1942, the Army attacked a glowing object near Culver City, assuming it was an air raid. However, even after the object disappeared, no pieces of it were ever found. Many suspected that an alien craft was responsible. Number 13. Some scientists attribute the effects of supposed alien abductions to sleep paralysis, a condition that causes an inability to move when one's mind is trapped in a temporary sort of walking nightmare. However, others argue that sleep paralysis does not explain away all the effects of abductions. Number 12. Famous physicist Stephen Hawking advised against contacting alien life, saying, "If aliens ever visit us, I think the outcome would be much as when Christopher Columbus landed in America." Number 11. There's supposedly a document known as Project Grudge Report 13 that details the investigation into a supposed alien abduction of an American Air Force sergeant. However, despite testimonies from a former Green Beret captain and various conspiracy theorists, there is no official information on Report 13 available. Number 10. In 2019, in Colorado, 5 bulls showed up dead, drained of blood, and with body parts cleanly removed. Many attributed this, as with other accounts of unexplained cattle mutilation, to the actions of aliens. Number 9. Fran Drescher, the former star of The Nanny, believes that both she and her ex-husband were abducted by aliens before they met. The two have matching scars, which Drescher attributes to experiments done on them during their abduction. Number 8. The first crop circles appeared in the English countryside in the 1970s. Over the years, many have associated crop circles with alien activity, though others insist that they're man-made hoaxes. Number 7. The term Little Green Men as a depiction for aliens originated from an encounter in Hopkinsville, Kentucky in 1955. The Sutton family witnessed a UFO landing and claimed to be attacked by a group of strange humanoid creatures with metallic skin. They were described as little men, and that later turned into Little Green Men. Number 6. SETI uses deep-sea exploration to practice for deep space exploration. They use robots to explore deep-sea vents in preparation for similar climates that might appear in alien oceans on other planets, allowing us to prepare to get closer to an environment that might house alien life. Number 5. In 1987, a man named Ed Walters claimed to be contacted by aliens who physically lifted him off the ground with a beam of light from one of their ships. He took many photos of the supposed ships, which are still a source of great debate to this day. Number 4. A horror writer named Whitley Strieber claimed to be abducted by aliens from his cabin on December 26, 1985. He wrote a book about his encounter, which was made into a film starring Christopher Walken. Number 3. In December of 1980, several witnesses claimed to see mysterious lights over Rendlesham Forest in Suffolk, England. One of the witnesses was a United States Air Force deputy base commander who wrote about the sighting in an affidavit issued in 2010, where he described these lights as extraterrestrial in origin. Number 2. Most UFO abductees describe the same kind of alien, humanoid, bald, with large eyes and gray skin. This description is so common that this type of alien has become colloquially known as the Greys. Number 1. There's a support group based in New England for people who have had encounters with aliens. As of 2009, the group has had over 1,500 members, each with their own story of an alien encounter or abduction. The specific details of the group are kept secret for the privacy and safety of its members. Life on Earth. Scientists have been studying it for centuries, creating a timeline from when the first single-cell beings emerged in primordial waters to today, when billions of humans populate the surface. But there's one question they've never been able to answer with 100% certainty. How exactly did it begin? Most scientists think it started from a complex chemical reaction in the water of the early Earth. Some argue for a more intelligent hand guiding the process. The only thing that's sure is that no one's sure, and everyone has an opinion. But what if the origin of life on Earth didn't actually come from Earth? Could life on Earth be the product of extraterrestrials? So far, we don't have any conclusive proof for or against life outside of Earth. No contact has been made and no DNA or fossils from other life forms have been discovered. But we've only explored a tiny fragment of the universe out there, almost none of it in person. And the odds that countless planets surrounding countless stars would have no other planets capable of supporting life since the Big Bang is pretty slim. And after billions of years of this universe existing, many of those worlds may not exist anymore. Asteroids, comets, and other interstellar phenomena can immediately bring a crushing end to any world's life forms, as the dinosaurs found out the hard way. But what if the life from those worlds didn't stay on those worlds? The hypothesis is panspermia, which claims that not only does life exist throughout the universe, but that it gets carried from world to world by traveling objects like asteroids and comets, the space dust that gets attached to anything traveling through space. Even the spaceships that humans send to explore the moon and nearby planets may have microscopic forms of life in them that travel to other worlds and seed them when they land, creating the building blocks of future life on those worlds. But could anything survive in the cold vacuum of space? Well, we couldn't, and neither could most animals on Earth. But when you look at smaller animals, some survive climates that could kill humans in seconds. The Pompeii worm lives in deep hydrothermal vents that can reach up to 175 degrees Fahrenheit. The flatbark beetle, which lives in some of the coldest climates in North America, produces natural antifreeze chemicals that help it survive in the winter and enter a sort of stasis, smoothly surviving the coldest parts of the winter while we're fighting over the thermostat. Neither of them could survive in space, but that's not the case for one microscopic creature. The name water bear probably creates cute images of an ursine mammal enjoying a bath in the river, but the real thing is much less cuddly and also less likely to eat you. Also called a tardigrade, this tiny organism is the only form of life that seems to be able to live anywhere, even in the most extreme conditions. They've been found everywhere from deserts to hot springs, and they may even potentially exist in space, thanks to a crash of a sample from a spaceship on the moon. These tiny multi-legged creatures can dry up and fall into a state that resembles death, but when exposed to water, even decades later, they spring back to life. So, if life originated from outside Earth, how exactly did it get here? There are a couple of theories of exactly how these building blocks of life arrived on our ancient planet, most of them based around interstellar physics. One theory from a Swedish scientist in 1903 theorizes that the radiation pressure from stars can send particles through space, but this would only work for the smallest particles, and many, if not all, would be killed off by the radiation. But it's possible that alien bacteria or viruses could survive if shielded from UV radiation. The other main theory is that the particles that led to the creation of life were hitchhikers on rocks, coming into contact with Earth when the rocks crash-landed here. While we know how asteroids, comets, and meteors travel through the galaxy, this is under far more extreme conditions than any life form has been known to survive, surviving in the vacuum of space for years on end before crash landing. But there is another theory that the alien life forms didn't come here accidentally. What if the alien life out there was intelligent and advanced enough that they could have sent the building blocks of life toward Earth deliberately? The first possibility of this is accidental transport. On Earth, there have been countless cases of people throwing trash into the water and having it swept somewhere completely different, often endangering animal life in the process. It's possible that an alien civilization would have been advanced enough to send waste products into space and dump them on an uninhabited world. That, thanks to the trace DNA on the waste, evolved into Earth as we know today. But other theories say that seeding of Earth might be much more deliberate. Directed panspermia is the idea that alien species created life on Earth via transport of organisms from their world. The idea of a deliberate seeding of this planet sidesteps a lot of the issues with the other theories, because the aliens would have been able to shield the samples for their trip, eliminating the threat that the journey through space or the cosmic radiation would kill off the organisms before they ever reach their target. The alien species, if advanced enough to send samples into space, would be able to send them at high speeds that would allow them to reach their destination in a more feasible time. So why would aliens want to seed our planet? The first possible theory is that the aliens were looking to secure and protect life in space by spreading it among a larger area. Even the strongest civilization could be felled by a natural disaster or a stray comet. And when life exists on more than one world, it's insured against the whims of the cosmos. Of course, that was 3.5 billion years ago, and the odds are good that any alien civilization that seeded Earth at the dawn of our world would be long gone themselves by now. But what if they weren't? There have been many theories about aliens making contact with Earth, but thus far no conclusive proof has been found, regardless of how many people say they were abducted by a flying saucer. But if aliens are out there and may even have ties to the creation of life on Earth, then why haven't they made contact yet? One theory is that they simply don't want to. They're more than happy just to watch. This is called the zoo hypothesis, and it states that we're all essentially living in a giant terrarium. Whatever these aliens are, they have technology far beyond ours, and they're perfectly happy watching us as our still primitive planet slowly evolves. If we don't know about their existence, it's because they don't want us to know yet. So, are there any problems with this idea? Just one big one. Have you ever tried to get a group of people to agree on anything? Trying to get 10 people to agree on one place to eat is hard enough. Imagine how difficult it'd be to get an entire civilization to agree to keep a secret forever without any of them breaking the code of silence and broadcasting their existence to our human zoo. It would have had to last millions of years of humans and their ancestors existing, and likely countless generations of the aliens not breaking their own protocol. That's why many people say the zoo hypothesis resembles creationism and religious theory more than panspermia. But have the aliens truly maintained a hands-off approach all this time? A popular idea, but maybe not so popular among scientists, is that Earth has been visited repeatedly by advanced alien civilizations that may have interacted with humans before recorded history, called the ancient astronauts theory. It often has ties to various religions. After all, how many religious texts refer to powerful and mysterious beings descending from the heavens and performing miracles? But is there any evidence of these interstellar visits? If you watch a program called Ancient Aliens, a lot. This popular documentary-style series looks at evidence of alien interactions with humans with a particular focus on early civilizations and the idea that certain technology and buildings couldn't have been constructed by pre-industrial humans alone. They look at mythology of giants and gods, massive structures like the pyramids that show up across the world, and technology that seems too advanced for the time, like the massive clockwork Antikythera mechanism of ancient Greece. With 16 seasons and almost 200 episodes, there are a lot of believers, but just as many detractors. The ancient astronauts theory, and ancient aliens in particular, has been criticized for using selective evidence and disregarding the contributions of early native cultures. The construction methods for megalithic structures like Stonehenge, the Great Pyramids of Egypt, and the Mayan pyramids have been investigated and largely proven. While there's still a lot of mysteries surrounding ancient architecture like the giant stone spheres of Costa Rica, few of them seem to point to aliens, but that hasn't stopped the speculation from growing. We don't know for sure if aliens have visited Earth, but there's a chance that their DNA is still with us. We might be all descended from aliens if their organisms seeded our world eons ago. The most likely scenario if we evolved from alien microorganisms is that we're so radically different from the original species by now that there'd be no similarity anymore. If an alien species did seed Earth deliberately, then the odds are it didn't seed Earth with the most advanced form of life on its planet, but one of the smallest and easiest to transport. The continuum of life on Earth indicates that life likely started with microorganisms swimming in the water before turning into larger forms of life and eventually heading onto land, a far cry from the aliens who might have organized Earth's seeding. But could humanity's ties to alien DNA be a lot more recent? Many proponents of the ancient astronauts theory suggest that the aliens may have continued to visit Earth up until the early days of humanity and may have actually bred with humans, leaving traces of their DNA in ours. While the idea of aliens on a pleasure cruise looking for some exotic party times might be relatable, especially if they have common DNA with those party kids who hit Cancun every spring break, there are a lot of holes in the theory. The aliens would have to still be around and in a similar shape billions of years after Earth was first seeded, and they'd have to be genetically compatible with humans despite those billions of years of evolution. So, no, it's not very likely that your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa was an alien. But that doesn't mean this kind of interbreeding between humans and their distant relatives isn't possible. Recent studies indicate that human fossils have traces of DNA from ancient humans that preceded Homo sapiens. The more famous Neanderthals are in there, but so are an extinct species of archaic humans we know relatively little about. The Denisovans, only identified in 2010 in Siberia, they've been identified from a few bones and teeth that are distinct from other species. When ancient genomes were sequenced for the first time, scientists found fragments of genetic code that didn't match up with Homo sapiens. Neanderthals were quickly identified. In fact, it's estimated that most humans besides Africans have up to 4% of trace Neanderthal DNA in their genome. No one knows exactly what population of ancient humans may be lurking in the recesses of the human genome, both ancient and modern. What we do know is that modern humans are a complex mix of influences that made us what we are. Could one of those influences be from beyond our solar system? We don't have proof of that yet. But the human genome is a mystery, and we don't have proof that it's impossible either. A mysterious object moving through space. Astronomers at the Haleakala Observatory in Hawaii spy it entering our solar system, and they soon realize something is very odd. It's not a comet or a meteor, because those travel through space in a direct line. This strange object is tumbling through space and moving so fast that it couldn't have originated from our solar system. What is it? What brought it to our neck of space? And most importantly, why is it here? Astronomers were puzzled, but before they could get their answers, it was gone. The mysterious Oumuamua left our solar system as quickly as it came, sailing past the sun into quarters unknown. Scientists now believe Oumuamua was a cigar-shaped interstellar rock, but its presence in our solar system caused no small stir among scientists. But what would happen if life from another galaxy entered our solar system? This has been the subject of fiction for over a century, from intelligent aliens who come in peace, evil green men who come with laser guns, and even hungry aliens looking for the best way to serve man. We've been thinking about first contact for a long time, but the government has been making plans for the possibility just as long, and they want to make sure we make a good first impression. In 1977, the two Voyager spacecraft launched by NASA each contained a golden phonograph record holding the sounds and images of life on Earth. These unmanned spacecraft are heading into unknown space, including within 2 years' light-speed distance from the star Gliese 445, where many planets exist. If an advanced civilization with the capacity to play the record finds it, they'll find a mix of natural sounds, including animal calls and the sound of wind and waves. They'll see music and greetings in 59 languages and messages from the US President and UN Secretary General at the time. NASA hopes this will let the aliens know what humanity has to offer and either lead them to contact us or to preserve a record of our civilization. After all, the Voyager 1 probe is expected to reach Gliese 445 in about 40,000 years. But what if aliens find our planet first? Does the government have a plan for if they confirm aliens exist? As always with our government, the answer is maybe. Private astronomy firms staff a small group of scientists working in the controversial field known as SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Life. Their goal is to monitor radio telescopes for unusual broadcasts that could be a sign of alien contact. But the problem is, no one knows what form an alien broadcast would take. It could be an alien species that's intelligent enough to have studied our planet and is communicating in a language we'll understand, but it's far more likely that an alien species would know little about our planet and would be communicating in a language we'd have no way to translate, if they even have something comparable to language. In the 1990s, scientists developed new protocols for SETI scientists that indicated they could share any findings with scientists from other countries. This was the tail end of the Cold War, when it was unlikely the United States and Soviet Union would share anything with each other. Relations have warmed, slightly, but no national government has shown much interest in funding SETI research, and the scientists work independently. In 1997, scientists picked up a false alarm signal that looked like a possible contact from aliens. The government didn't contact them, and no one came to drag the scientists off to Area 51. Who did call? Journalists from the New York Times. The government may not be interested in contact with other aliens, but the press sure is. So, what would the government do if they actually did confirm aliens exist? They briefly did fund a program called Project Cyclops in 1971 to coordinate thousands of radio telescopes to scan the cosmos for messages, but it was shelved due to costs, and government efforts have been modest since. It's very likely that any discovery of actual contact with another civilization would suddenly become very classified. Our research into extrasolar planets in systems and galaxies beyond our own has discovered many planets that could be habitable, but no conclusive proof has been found. However, SETI scientists and related METI specialists focusing on messaging are concentrating their efforts on those planets. How the government would react to contact with alien life forms depends heavily on the type of life form. The majority of human space research right now is concentrated on Mars, where we've sent multiple unmanned rovers, like the long-lived NASA Curiosity, to take samples of the soil. There's ample evidence that there was once water and an atmosphere on Mars, making it possible that there was life there before the cosmic upheaval that stripped away the cocktail for life from the planet. Finding evidence of that, like fossils, would give us our first glimpse of extraterrestrial life. But let's go further. What if there was something still there, something small, that had survived the cataclysm? Many species on Earth, like the horseshoe crab, have survived for hundreds of millions of years and multiple extinction waves. So let's say we found a unique arthropod on Mars, the Martian crab, burrowing creatures living under the surface. How would the government respond to this discovery? Because it's a non-sapient form of life, the main priority would be safe study. Our unmanned explorers would take a sample and transmit as much information as possible back to Earth. A program is under development to send an unmanned drone to Mars to pick up samples of Martian soil that would return by 2032. But getting a live sample of a Martian creature back to Earth would be trickier and would probably involve a manned mission to Mars, something that hasn't been attempted by any nation yet. Even if possible, it would involve major risks. We don't know what organisms would be using a Martian creature as a host, meaning the arrival of a sample on Earth would carry the risk of bringing a deadly pathogen back with it. If the US government discovered alien life on a nearby planet, we're likely to leave it there for safety reasons. But what if alien life comes looking for us? Does the government have a plan? If they do, it's so highly classified that none of us know about it. If an intelligent alien species found our planet and wanted to make contact with us, they're likely to be so advanced that they would be setting the terms of the introduction, and we'd be waiting to find out if they were friendly or hostile. So, how would humanity react to first contact with aliens? If history is any indication, probably with panic. One of the most famous close encounters happened in Flatwoods, West Virginia in 1952. Two brothers saw an unknown object fall from the sky and land on a local farmer's property. They gathered a friend of theirs, two random children, and a local National Guardsman and went to investigate. They claimed to have seen a very tall man-like figure with a round red face and odd hood-shaped head. They ran for the authorities, said they had seen a monster, and tried to get the police to chase the alien down. Was it an alien, or was it an owl sitting on top of a tree? The Flatwoods monster was never seen again, but let's hope that if we have a first contact, there's a more organized response. The SETI Permanent Committee of the International Academy of Astronautics developed a protocol plan for first contact, but will the government put it into effect? There are 8 steps. First, make sure that it's of intelligent origin before announcing it. Second, communicate this finding with all other nations who have agreed to this protocol. Third, inform the rest of the astronomical community. Fourth, the discovering party makes the public announcement. Fifth, the data is released to the scientific community. Sixth, any electromagnetic signals are shared with the relevant authority. Seventh, No one makes direct contact individually. Finally, the SETI Permanent Committee reviews these plans regularly to ensure their policies are up to date. This would be a logical and orderly approach to first contact, but would it work out that way? A friendly civilization might be here on a mission of exploration, scientific curiosity, or friendship, but a hostile civilization would probably not announce themselves with dialogue or signals. Could humanity win a war with an unknown alien power? Earth's superpowers have a lot of powerful weapons, but they're designed for combat on Earth. If an alien civilization from outside this galaxy had the ability to travel this far to make contact and attack us, it's likely they have weapons far stronger than ours and ships made of far more durable material. We could fight, but the odds are that any war would be over very quickly and not in our favor. But how would humanity react to a friendly civilization? The biggest problem any alien civilization would have when making contact is getting through our security. Most superpowers have air defense systems that will detect any vessel entering their airspace and shoot it down if it doesn't identify itself and stop when commanded. If the air defense system can shoot down an alien vessel, it could put a very fast stop to first contact and send the aliens back home with word to not mess with the planet. The aliens' best bet to have a peaceful landing might be to land in Antarctica and make first contact with the penguins. But if aliens successfully made peaceful first contact with humanity, or the government confirmed they had made contact, it would cause total upheaval in almost every area of society. Have you ever gone shopping the day before a snowstorm? Imagine that times 10, as everyone would be convinced that an alien invasion would be coming and they'd better stock up. The uncertainty of an alien civilization making contact with Earth would make many people assume the worst was coming, and the question is whether the government would know enough to assure them otherwise, and if they would be willing to declassify the information. Religions would be instantly thrown into turmoil. How many faiths believe that God created humanity in His image? The presence of another highly intelligent species making contact with us would throw that concept into doubt and lead many to question their faith. Some would leave their faith seeking answers elsewhere. Others would believe more fiercely than ever, insisting that the presence of aliens was a test for the faithful, and it's likely that new faiths would spring up around our alien visitors. After all, powerful and strange beings descending from the sky to make contact with us calls some powerful visuals to mind for the faithful. Or maybe religion would go on business as usual. The Vatican, for instance, is itself a believer in extraterrestrial life and has even toyed with the question of if aliens would need evangelizing should contact finally be made. In the Quran, Muhammad spoke of other brothers that God had made in other worlds, so maybe, possibly, religion wouldn't be much bothered by alien life. Politically, the confirmation of aliens would create major changes in governments around the world. We would likely see closer cooperation between ally nations and even rivals, as they would want to present a united front to any alien civilization. After all, the fate of humanity's future interaction with the stars could depend on making a good first impression. But what about enemy nations, especially those in the middle of a war? Would it create a temporary truce, or would various parties try to play the aliens against the enemy? If the aliens were carrying advanced technology or weapons, it would be tempting for an ambitious nation to try to get their hands on it before anyone else. One field that would be booming in the aftermath of alien contact is legal scholars. Every law on Earth is meant to apply to humans and Earth-based animals. What rights would aliens have on Earth? Would they be considered visitors or invaders? If aliens made first contact by sending radio waves, who owns the dispatches? And then there's the question of what the government chooses to share with us. Open government advocates would be fighting to release all details of what the feds knew about aliens before first contact. Will we finally know what's in Area 51? If alien technology arrived on Earth and the aliens were willing to share it with us, or we successfully shot down an unmanned alien probe, scientists everywhere would be pressed into service. Both the government and corporations would try to reverse engineer the technology, and if it was a technology that had use on Earth, the company that cracked the code here would be rolling in the money. Alien technology could be a market game changer like never seen before, which is why it's just as likely that the government immediately seizes it, nationalizes it, and classifies it. But no sector would be busier in the aftermath of first contact than the media. This would be the biggest story in human history. If the aliens are still a mystery because humanity is working out the details of first contact, every TV and movie studio would be scrambling to come up with their fictionalized version of the aliens. And if the aliens have made first contact with the public, the race to get the first interview with them would be one of the biggest prizes imaginable for journalists. Once the aliens are known by humanity, they would become massive celebrities. Any first contact with aliens would be a massive culture shock for us, but it might be just as big a culture shock for the aliens.
On June 24, 1947, pilot Kenneth Arnold was flying in the vicinity of Mount Rainier in Washington when he suddenly spotted something shiny in the sky with him. Turning his aircraft to get a better look, Arnold claims to have seen a string of 8 bright, saucer-shaped objects being led by a larger crescent-shaped object. After about 2 minutes, all of the objects accelerated and disappeared, leaving Arnold's small plane behind. Today we'll take a look at one of the world's greatest mysteries in this special episode of the infographic show, UFOs. Kenneth Arnold's Mount Rainier sighting kicked off the modern UFO craze and established the term flying saucer in all our minds. Since then, humanity has been obsessed with the question, are we alone, or are we being visited by beings from another world? We'll explore these questions today with the top 4 most mysterious UFO events ever reported. Number 4 is an American classic, the UFO crash at Roswell, New Mexico. Just a few weeks after the Kenneth Arnold sighting, the Air Force recovered debris from an allegedly crashed flying saucer in Roswell, New Mexico. Roswell Army Airfield Public Information Officer Walter Hott initially released a press release stating that military personnel had recovered a flying disc. However, this was quickly retracted by the Air Force, which then claimed that the object was just a weather balloon. 50 years later, in 1997, the US government declassified documents showing that it had indeed been operating a secret high-altitude program in the New Mexico skies, sending up balloons made of high-tech, lightweight, and flame-retardant materials that carried sensitive microphones into the Earth's troposphere, where they could eavesdrop on Soviet nuclear tests. With no satellites in orbit, and given the secrecy of the Soviet nuclear program, it would have been important to keep any such attempts to eavesdrop on the Soviets out of public knowledge, and a captured flying saucer made for a great cover until nationwide UFO hysteria threatened to create a panic. While many still refuse to accept the official explanation, the evidence is staggering. The 297-page declassified report has been substantiated by many members of the then secret program, but perhaps more telling is the mundane nature of the objects recovered in the crash, as described by those on the scene. Objects such as rubber, tinfoil, paper, and tape. With any possible visiting aliens being greatly technologically superior to us, we'd like to think they'd make their spaceships out of things more advanced than tinfoil and tape. At number 3 is the first possible conflict between man and alien, the Battle of Los Angeles. After the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, many Americans expected Japanese raids against the West Coast to be imminent. The US Army dispatched batteries of anti-aircraft guns to major coastal cities in response, including Los Angeles. On the evening of February 23, 1942, military spotters reported blinking lights in the sky above LA, sending the anti-aircraft crews into high alert. A few hours later, however, the lights were gone. The next night, a radar contact was reported 180 miles west of Los Angeles over the Pacific Ocean. What happened next is a bit murky. Some military personnel and civilians claim to have heard and even seen up to a dozen aircraft in the sky, while others claim that a large glowing shape hovered above the city, partially obscured by the cloud cover. Immediately, the alarm was raised and a citywide blackout was ordered as dozens of anti-aircraft batteries and 50 caliber machine guns began to fire into the pitch black sky. Powerful spotlights scanned the sky looking for targets, and an hour later, over 1,400 rounds of anti-aircraft shells had been fired into the night sky. The people in the city believed they were under all-out enemy attack, but dawn broke shortly after, only to reveal a bunch of confused air defense crews and no enemies in sight. With no official explanation, Japan was asked about the incident at the end of the war. They confirmed that they had never launched aircraft over Los Angeles. Yet shortly after the end of the war, the United States War Department revealed that 1 to 5 radar contacts had definitely been recorded that night and no US planes were in the area. Did the United States fire the first shot in a war against an alien species? Or were wartime jittery nerves and primitive radar technology to blame? Sadly, we may never know. They say everything is bigger in Texas, including their UFO encounters. And number 2 is a famous and unsettling account of motorist harassment by something possibly otherworldly. On the night of November 2nd, 1957, immigrant farmers Pedro Saucedo and Joe Salas were driving down a lonely Texas road near the small town of Levelland when they suddenly spotted a flash of blue light ahead of them. Their truck immediately died as it lost all electric power, and as it rolled to a stop, they witnessed a strange object rising up off the road ahead of them and move in their direction. Pedro jumped out of the truck and hid in a nearby bush, while Joe, paralyzed with fear, remained in the truck. An object later described as rocket-shaped flew directly over the vehicle, rocking it violently and giving off intense heat and powerful wind gusts. Terrified, the two men immediately found a payphone and called the local police department. Officer A.J. Fowler answered their call and, initially believing the call to be a joke, immediately dismissed it. However, an hour later, his phone rang again. Another motorist driving down the same road reported coming across a brilliantly lit egg-shaped object that also shut down the power to his car before flying over it and disappearing. Still skeptical, Officer Fowler made a note of the report but didn't pay it much mind until another caller came in at 10:55 p.m. This time, the call was made by a married couple driving northeast of Levelland. This couple also reported a bright flash moving across the sky, which killed their car's headlights and radio for a few seconds as it passed overhead. Just 5 minutes after taking the couple's statement, his phone rang once more with yet another motorist claiming that a strange object sitting on the road had caused his vehicle to lose power as well, only turning back on when the object rose up from the road and flew away. In total, 15 calls came in to Officer Fowler, who dispatched 3 police officers to look for the object. Of the 3, Sheriff Ware Clem also encountered the object at around 1:30 a.m. with the same results. His car experienced electrical malfunctions and died, only to restart once the object disappeared. An official investigation by the U.S. Air Force claimed that the objects spotted by Sheriff Clem and 15 other motorists were nothing more than ball lightning, and that the electrical failures were due to faulty wiring. Yet, those present on that November night have never bought the official explanation, and with so many eyewitnesses having such close encounters, it's a little hard to believe they would all confuse lightning for an alien spacecraft. At number 1 is something much more recent and substantiated with modern military technology. In 2004, Commander David Fravor and another pilot were flying during a training mission with their FA-18F Super Hornets about 100 miles off the coast of San Diego. Midway through their training mission, the Navy cruiser USS Princeton contacted them and requested they investigate several mysterious objects the ship was tracking on a radar. The pilots were briefed that the Princeton had established radar tracks on a number of whitish, 40-foot-long tic-tac-shaped objects that would suddenly appear at an altitude of 80,000 feet, descend towards the ocean, and hover at 20,000 feet before dropping out of radar range or blasting back up into the night sky. Working together, the Super Hornets and the Princeton tracked one object via radar, and Commander Fravor managed to get close enough to make visual contact with the object. For a few seconds, Commander Fravor said that he could clearly see a whitish, pulsating object that seemed to rotate as it flew. However, as if sensing the Super Hornets had drawn near, the object immediately accelerated and blasted out of sight. Perhaps the best part about this encounter is the fact that the close contact by Commander Fravor was all recorded via his gun camera. In the video, you can clearly see the object being pursued by fighter jets, and you can hear Commander Fravor and his wingman excitedly describe the object rotating, and at one point exclaim in surprise that there's a whole fleet of them. The incident was classified for many years until the gun camera footage showed up online in 2017. Despite numerous requests for comment, the Department of Defense has maintained its silence on the matter.
The United States and other nations are involved in a secret arms race involving recovered alien technology. And before you laugh this video off as another conspiracy theory tall tale, you should know that this time, the source is one of the most credible to ever step forward. UFOs, or UAPs like the cool kids call them, are real. There's no longer any debate on the phenomenon. Any skepticism to their existence is only an excuse to reconcile one's own worldview with the emotionally uncomfortable conclusion that something is flying around in our skies. What exactly this something is, however, is still up for debate. The US government's official investigation into the phenomenon has reached its highest level yet, with multiple open and closed-door briefings to the US Congress. In July 2022, the Defense Department kickstarted a new and very serious investigation into the UAP/UFO phenomenon with the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. The stated goal of this new investigation is to resolve what UAPs are, who is behind them, and if they pose any threat to national security. The last publicly known investigation into the matter, Project Blue Book, was initiated in March 1952 and ran until December 1969. It too was launched in response to a rising number of UFO reports and evolved from Project Sign, set up in 1947. With fears of war and with the communists on the rise, so too were fears of Russian Wunderwaffe. But the rising reports of seemingly extraterrestrial encounters grew to a slowly smoldering panic that the government felt pressure to address. Many people already feared a Soviet nuclear attack, and the government also feared the Soviets could somehow exploit the UFO craze to deliver a sneak-first strike against the US. The investigation looked at thousands of UFO reports from civilian and military sources, though it was the military reports that the investigation staff was most interested in. In 1969, the entire effort was summed up in what would come to be known as the infamous Condon Report, which concluded that UFOs were not worth further study. The Condon Report highlighted the following key findings. Number 1. No UFO reported, investigated, and evaluated by the Air Force was ever an indication of a threat to our national security. Number 2. There was no evidence submitted to or discovered by the Air Force that sightings categorized as unidentified represented technological developments or principles beyond the range of modern scientific knowledge. And number 3, there was no evidence indicating that sightings categorized as unidentified were extraterrestrial vehicles. However, the report met with immediate controversy after it was discovered that the scientist in charge of the investigation, physicist Edward Condon, had joked about the UFO phenomenon being all a flap. But he wasn't supposed to reach that conclusion until the end of the formal investigation. This seriously undermined Condon's credibility as an academic, as it was clear he was biased and not acting on scientific principles during the investigation. Further criticism arose in 1967 from a memo leaked where one of the investigators assured colleagues that they could expect the study to conclude that UFO observations had no basis in reality. The formal investigation into UFOs was biased from the start. J. Allen Hynek, an astronomer hired by the Air Force to investigate UFOs starting with Project Sign, had initially been deeply skeptical of the phenomenon, until the evidence changed his mind. He called the report unscientific and avoidant of the inevitable conclusion that there were still a significant number of UFO encounters that could not be explained. Over 700, in fact. The official investigation into UFOs was shuttered, but it seems the official government interest in the phenomenon continued. Despite this, a culture of ridicule has pervaded the topic and been extremely useful for silencing witnesses. And only now, with US supremacy challenged by the rising power of China, is that culture being retracted. According to the official UAP investigation, this culture of ridicule has actively hampered efforts to investigate UAPs as pilots and other witnesses are intimidated into remaining quiet. Given that some of these UAPs could represent advanced foreign adversary threats, the US military has done a full 180 on its protocols on reporting UFOs and UAPs, with the Navy and Air Force both issuing new guidelines to their aviators and encouraging them to come forward. The new investigation into UAPs, AARO, is yielding reams of data, though much of it remains classified. However, it is now known that UAPs have been detected by US military forces in the air, on the land, and even under the sea. Fears of an advanced foreign threat or a leapfrog technology that could render the US vulnerable to attack are partly driving this new investigation, but so is a serious and growing concern for the safety of American civil and military aircraft, given many near misses reported. So far, the investigation has mirrored Project Blue Book, with the vast majority of cases being identified and explained as man-made or a natural phenomenon. However, there remains a disturbing amount of unresolved incidents. However, there's no indication yet that UAPs are alien in origin, though the AARO has confirmed that some of these unknown objects were physical in nature. We could simply just be dealing with an unknown force of nature we've yet to understand. But one whistleblower has come forward with a bombshell of a story, and he might be the most credible whistleblower to date. David Grush served with the U.S. Air Force before separating and taking a job with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, then transitioning to the National Reconnaissance Office. At the NRO, Grush served as Senior Intelligence Capabilities Interrogation Officer, where he worked as the NRO's senior most technical advisor for unidentified aerial phenomenon analysis, transmedium issues, at least according to him. He was also the NRO's representative to the official UAP investigation between 2019 and 2021. After that, he transitioned back to the NGA, but continued working on UAPs alongside the official UAP investigation and the NGA's own efforts in the area. Now comes the bombshell. According to Grush, the U.S. military has been actively recovering debris from UFOs for decades, starting in the post-World War II era. Even more incredibly, the U.S. has recovered fully intact vehicles. When asked about pilots, he commented cryptically that when dealing with vehicles designed to carry beings, that sometimes those beings were still inside of them at the time of recovery. But the U.S. isn't alone in the effort, as according to Grush, multiple countries have been involved in attempts to recover crashed alien craft. Apparently, the U.S. has been the most successful, however. That's probably a good thing, though we imagine Russia would still manage to bungle the Ukraine invasion even if it was armed with Imperial Star Destroyers, mostly because the conscripts would have stripped it of copper for vodka money. The government's been keeping this crash retrieval process a secret from even Congress itself. It accomplishes this by hiding recovery efforts within multiple agencies involved in UAP activities and the use of secret access programs. Basically, the U.S. government avoids congressional accountability by hiding agencies tasked with recovering UAPs within other agencies, sort of like Russian nesting dolls. Given that secret special access programs have incredibly limited oversight already, even at the highest levels of power, it would be easy to hide these efforts from Congress. Efforts to build the B-2 was at one point part of a special access program, and this classification is reserved only for the absolutely most critical of U.S. secrets. Grush claims that the world is involved in a silent arms race to exploit and develop new technologies based off of crashed alien junk. The U.S. enjoys the efforts of allies and defense contractors in its attempt to retrieve these downed craft, and one can hope that if what Grush says is true, NATO is at least in the lead when it comes to fielding alien-inspired doomsday weapons. Grush, however, cannot offer any details on these craft of their occupants because, by his own admission, he's never even seen one himself. Instead, Grush says that he became a whistleblower because of the ongoing litany of wrongdoing by people involved in these crash retrieval efforts. Per Grush, he was approached by individuals involved in the UAP efforts who disclosed concerns over things such as contracting against federal acquisition regulations, the suppression of information across industrial base and academia, and other unspecified criminalities. With mounting concerns over the illegalities and violations of federal law taking place within the retrieval efforts, Grush says that he directly approached Congress to warn it of what he called a, quote, publicly unknown Cold War for recovered and exploited physical material, a competition with near-peer adversaries over the years to identify UAP crash landings and retrieve the material for exploitation or reverse engineering to garner asymmetric national defense advantages. How Congress took this news is unknown, but what is known is that what actually happened next directly led to Grush deciding to become a whistleblower, and for once, we have a real paper trail to verify at least part of Grush's story. After bringing the retrieval efforts to Congress, Grush claims that he was the target of a harassment and retaliation campaign perpetrated by individuals inside the DoD involved with these special access programs. In May 2022, the harassment became significant enough that Grush filed a complaint of reprisal with the Inspector General of the intelligence community in May 2022. Here's where the story takes a significant twist from just another conspiracy theory to a very real possibility that Grush is telling the truth. Grush's background has been largely confirmed via several paper trails linking him to various agencies he claimed to work for. Grush is mentioned in multiple DoD publications starting in 2011, and multiple sources have confirmed Grush's credentials and story to the journalists who first published his claims, Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kean, the authors of the original 2017 New York Times expose that revealed the then-secret UAP investigation. However, the sources confirming Grush's story have remained anonymous in order to protect their identities, yet retired Army Colonel Carl Nell was quick to come forward to vouch for Grush's character and his credibility. Nell would make his own explosive revelation in defense of Grush, stating his assertion concerning the existence of a terrestrial arms race occurring sub rosa over the past 80 years, focused on reverse engineering technologies of unknown origins, is fundamentally correct, as is the indisputable realization that at least some of these technologies of unknown origin derive from non-human intelligence. But even more incredibly, we have confirmation that Grush really did file the complaint to the Inspector General of the intelligence community, and their conclusion 1 month later that his complaint was discovered to be, quote, credible and urgent. And unlike other whistleblowers, Grush did not come forward alone. He hired the Compass Rose legal group to represent him as he broke the story, and is represented by Charles McCullough III, who just so happens to himself be a former Inspector General of the intelligence community serving in 2011. Grush is likely to be the single most credible whistleblower on the UFO phenomenon to ever come forward, not just because of his credentials, but the paper trail to back up at least some of his claims. And people are taking note. The House Oversight Committee is even now planning a hearing on UFOs based off Grush's allegations, with the intent of discovering if the Pentagon is indeed keeping secrets from Congress. Per Oversight Committee spokesman Austin Hacker, in addition to recent claims by a whistleblower, reports continue to surface regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena. The House Oversight Committee is following these UAP reports and is in the early stages of planning a hearing. Grush's story is causing serious ripples across the Department of Defense and American culture itself, but it's still in the very early breaking stages, and by the time you see this video, there could be even more explosive revelations. However, it's important to remember that Grush has no physical evidence of any of his claims, and one cannot dispel the possibility that this is all a very elaborate and well-built ruse. U.S. intelligence has long used UFO reports as a cover for top-secret programs, such as the F-117 and the B-2 bomber. It's also an incredibly imaginative community. During the Cold War, the CIA faked a series of vampire attacks in the Philippines in order to scare communist guerrillas, and by all accounts, the effort paid off in spades. So, during a time of rising tensions with China, a near-peer competitor, it's not a stretch to imagine a world where the US government purposefully fabricates a very believable story about recovered alien technology. Grush could be telling the truth, but he also could be a misinformation agent involved in one hell of a ruse. To see the value of such a ruse, try to imagine yourself in China's shoes as very credible news of, quote, multiple nations recovering UFOs and reverse engineering their technology come to light. Imagine that as China, when you look at your own hangars, there's not a single crashed UFO in sight. Suddenly, the fear of the US wielding hyper-advanced weaponry based off recovered alien technology is very real, and you might end up rethinking your approach to international conflicts with America. However, to play devil's advocate, we also have to ask just how many more very well-placed and very credible individuals have come forward before we start accepting that there may be more truth than fable to stories of the US recovering crashed alien craft.
Gloria Ramirez was known to be the life of the party, a woman who was admired for her joie de vivre. Indeed, she was loved by everyone, foremost by her 2 children and her husband, the Reverend Brian Taylor. Nothing about her life hinted at the fact that coursing through her veins, a toxic mystery threatened to break out at any time. All that changed on the fateful day of February 19, 1994, when she was rushed to the General Hospital in Riverside, California. Her heart was racing and her blood pressure had become dangerously low. The woman could hardly string a sentence together, and things didn't look good at all. The doctors and nurses did their best to keep Ramirez alive, but what has confounded the scientific community ever since is the fact that many of the people who treated her came down with something awful and unexplainable. It's as if Ramirez was toxic. Her very presence, like the approach of death's pale shadow from medical staff, unfortunate enough to be around her. But how does a person become toxic? The case was unheard of, and as you'll find out, scientists are still debating what happened. Conspiracy theorists have their own say in the matter, and if they're right, something very dark happened that day. Maybe here at the Infographic Show we can get to the bottom of this case. We'll try our best, but we warn you, it's a complicated and amazing story at the same time. First of all, you should know that when Ramirez was admitted to the emergency room, she was already suffering from the late stages of cervical cancer. She'd only known this for 6 weeks, since the cancer was what sometimes was called the silent type. Her having cancer is an important matter in this story, but it surely doesn't explain what happened next. Okay, so Ramirez was in a state of shock. She could hardly speak and her heart rate was not stable, and her breathing was erratic. When asked to move her limbs or respond to questions, she was unable to do so. A nurse gave her 3 different kinds of sedatives to try to calm her down, but they had no effect at all. Things were now getting serious. Ramirez's heart was failing her. The poor lady was staring death in the face. The doctor said, "This woman is going to die. Bring out the defibrillator." Everyone stood back, and boom, hundreds of volts of electricity were delivered to Ramirez to try and get her heart beating correctly again. It wasn't working, so they gave her another shock. At this point, something strange happened. Something none of the people around Ramirez had ever seen before. Her chest was suddenly covered in a viscous oil-like substance, and a nurse said that a garlic smell was coming from the dying woman's mouth. This was not a vague smell. It filled the entire room and everyone noticed it. The puzzled and bewildered nurses and doctors, who had never seen anything like this before, took a blood sample from Ramirez's arm. But when they drew her blood, they made another shocking discovery. Her blood positively reeked of ammonia, strong enough to make some of the hospital staff choke and gag. The nurse who drew the blood, one Susan Kane, noticed that strange clumps of something were floating around in Ramirez's arms, and she turned to her colleague Julie Gorchinsky and said, "Hey, do you think these strange particles could be what's causing the ammonia smell?" Before Gorchinsky could even respond, Kane fell to the floor and fainted. A few minutes later, Gorchinsky said she felt terribly lightheaded and felt as if she was about to throw up. Like Kane, she was taken out of the emergency room, but before she could be asked about her symptoms, she also fainted. Ramirez's blood was toxic, possibly lethal. The emergency medical personnel sprung into action to contain the situation, but one by one they too fell victim to Ramirez's toxic alien-like blood. A respiratory therapist named Maureen Welch was the next to go. One second she was standing up and the next she was on the floor. Something strange was certainly afoot, so the head doctor said, "Get all the people outside of the emergency ward immediately and take them to the parking lot." Something toxic was indeed making people very ill, and it was coming from Ramirez, who seemed unaffected by her own volatile blood. But of course, they couldn't just leave Ramirez lying there. Some staff had to stay behind to try and keep the woman alive. The sad thing is, after 45 minutes of CPR and defibrillation, she died of kidney failure that was related to her cancer. Her death was not that unusual since she was in the late stages of cancer, but what was incredibly unusual was the fact that 23 people who'd been close to this so-called toxic lady became ill, with 5 folks having to be hospitalized because of dangerous muscle spasms and shortness of breath. One person almost didn't make it, but recovered after 2 weeks in intensive care. After that, she had lifelong health problems. A team of people dressed in hazmat suits were called in to handle the body and then check the room for any signs of toxins, strange gases, or anything else that could make people ill. They found nothing out of the ordinary. There was no sign of anything that could have made people pass out. The Department of Health and Human Services was then called in, and 2 doctors investigated the case. Could the woman really have been toxic? Was there such a thing as a toxic lady? It was totally unheard of, and still is for that matter. So these 2 doctors, Ana Maria Osorio and Kirsten Waller, interviewed all the people who had been in the emergency room that day. That amounted to 34 staff, but it appeared that those who suffered the most severe illnesses were the ones who had been the closest to Ramirez. Most of the severe cases had been women, but all their blood tests revealed that nothing had contaminated them. This didn't make sense to the investigators, and they simply said that those people were merely the victims of mass hysteria. Maybe you don't know what that is, but mass hysteria tends to affect women more than men. Okay, so case closed. Those health professionals just come down with a malady of the mind. But no, the case wasn't closed, and it wouldn't be closed for a long time to come. Some of those women that had been the worst affected were irate that the investigators had said they'd been sickened only by a temporary madness. They knew how they'd felt. They had smelled the vicious odor coming from Ramirez's body. They had seen with their own eyes the sheen on her body and the strange particles in her blood. And anyway, they were seasoned professionals. They wouldn't become hysterical at the sight of a sick person. Was that investigation some kind of cover-up? What was the hospital trying to hide? Gorchinsky was the most irate, and she deserved to be, since after the incident she developed hepatitis and something called avascular necrosis in her knees. In simple terms, it's the death of bone tissue. It's a serious condition, and so of course Gorchinsky didn't like being told that she'd merely been hysterical. She was right to be suspicious. And now the story takes another turn, but certainly not its last. Forensic pathologists came up with a postulation as to what might have happened. We say might because a lot of experts in the medical field don't agree with their report. They said that Ramirez had been taking something called dimethyl sulfoxide, which is usually referred to as DMSO. This can be used to treat pain or speed up the healing of wounds. It can orally be ingested or applied to the skin as a gel or a cream. Now, there's nothing too unusual about taking DMSO. It's a drug that's been approved by the FDA. Moreover, those who have tasted it say it tastes like garlic. So was the drug the reason for the garlic smell coming from Ramirez? And could the sheen on her body have been from the DMSO gel or cream? Even if she had daubed herself with DMSO, that wouldn't have made people faint. The investigators then added some more to the story. They explained that when Ramirez was given oxygen, that might have turned the DMSO into something called dimethylsulfone or DMSO2. The substance has been used as a medicine by people, and some experts believe it can promote better health in small doses. Trials, however, have revealed that it can also have some nasty side effects. The forensic pathologists said in their report that since the substance crystallizes at room temperature, it would explain the particles seen in Ramirez's blood. The report said there was a reason why things went crazy, and they all postulated that the DMSO2 was then turned into the highly toxic dimethyl sulfate, DMSO4, after the electric shocks were given to Ramirez. They also said that the change in room temperature and oxygen being added to the DMSO2 could have converted it to the toxic DMSO4. If a person inhales the vapors of dimethyl sulfate, they can die over a period of hours. In fact, one investigator read in a classified Department of Defense document that was written in 1987 that just 10 minutes of exposure to this substance can kill a person over a period of time. The document said that just 1 gram of it, when dispersed in a cubic meter of air, can kill the people that breathe it. The thing was, the Ramirez family said she had never taken DMSO and wouldn't have done such a thing, and they called the hospital out and said the DMSO story was a big bag of bull, and they were covering something up. What happened next is Ramirez was dug up, but this was 2 months after she'd been buried. The family demanded an independent autopsy, but the problem was her heart was missing. This meant the family's pathologist couldn't really say what happened. He said the body was so decomposed it was difficult to get the truth. Meanwhile, the Riverside coroner's office stuck with the DMSO story. The family was incensed, knowing full well that Ramirez had never used DMSO. Her husband said he knew this for a matter of fact. Other medical experts have chimed in on the matter, saying that while the story is exceptional and incredibly unusual, the DMSO postulation is the only thing that makes sense. Still, it's only a theory, just one that is an incredible theory according to some experts in medical science. Not all medical science, though, including Hans Reich, a man who was an organic chemist at the University of Wisconsin at Madison. He'd worked with the substances before, and he had said he couldn't see DMSO going through these stages and turning to a dangerous vapor. Then, there were even more medical experts who came out and said that the symptoms that the hospital staff experienced just didn't match dimethyl sulfate poisoning. The reason they knew what the symptoms looked like is because in the past industrial workers had been accidentally exposed to the stuff. A physiologist and professor of neurosurgery at the University of New Mexico named Jack De La Torre said that exposure to the substance in vapor form would first act like tear gas, and the hospital staff would have cried. That didn't happen. He said that if dimethyl sulfate was to blame, it would have taken several hours for the nasty effects to happen, and that would have affected the people's eyes, nose, and mouth, and finally gotten to the lungs and possibly caused pulmonary edema. Fainting on the spot, said De La Torre, ain't what happens when you get hit with DMSO4. Yet another medical expert called the DMSO4 theory a chemical impossibility. Perhaps the incredible theory was not DMSO4 poisoning, but the possibility of those staff being exposed to a substance called methylamine. This smells like ammonia, and remember that Ramirez's blood had the smell of ammonia. Methylamine exposure can also cause eye, nose, and throat irritation, and if enough is breathed, it can lead to edema of the lungs. It can also cause dizziness and fainting, according to the National Advisory Committee for Acute Exposure Guideline Levels for Hazardous 5 Substances. What you might not know about this substance is the fact that it's used to make the illegal drug called methamphetamine. You might also not know that at the time, Riverside County was a main distribution point for this very strong type of speed. But why on earth would meth have been in a hospital? The reason, say some conspiracy theorists, is that some staff were using IV bags to smuggle meth. It dissolves in water and is sometimes transported in water. If Ramirez was put on a meth drip, it would explain the fact that her heart rate went through the roof and she might have actually died of an overdose. We should say that this is a wild theory and there's nothing substantial to back it up, and it's highly unlikely that meth vapors would have been so toxic to the staff at the hospital. In the end, the story remains one of medical science's great mysteries. How did a dying woman become a chemical time bomb for the people around her? Maybe some of our sleuths watching this show can put forward their own theory. A scientist wearing thick-lensed glasses and a black t-shirt with a UFO and the words "I want to believe" on it puts both hands over the headphones he's wearing. His eyes open wide. He can't believe what's being picked up by the array of radio telescopes outside the window. He rips his headphones off and runs to the lab where the rest of his colleagues are gathered. "You guys really need to hear this," he pants as he bursts into the room. The scientist turns on the speakers, and they all listen. The sound is not natural. Alien contact has been made. The scientists at the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, also known as SETI, scramble to follow protocol. Now that they've identified an alien signal, what they do next will determine the fate of the planet. There are procedures in place to ensure contact has actually been made, and the signal is not just a fluke.
but the steps that follow are only known to the people who have the highest security clearance in the country. 1 minute after first contact. The signal is double-checked by everyone at the observatory to make sure it's not coming from a human-made object or the result of a natural phenomenon. The scientists try to disprove that the signal is alien in origin, but can't. 2 minutes after first contact. The scientists at SETI reach out to their colleagues around the world by phone and over the internet. They tell them exactly what frequency to listen in on and where to point their telescopes in the sky. Everyone holds their breath as scientists across the planet try and corroborate the results. 3 minutes after first contact. Time slowly goes by as the SETI scientists who first found the signal try pointing other devices at the sky and get further readings. They can't believe the data that's coming in. There is something there, really, really big, and they've ruled out it's an asteroid or a comet, as the object is not giving off enough light, and the signal keeps repeating itself. 4 minutes after first contact. Results start coming in from around the world. Europe confirms that there is something anomalous in that part of the sky. Stations in South America, Africa, and Russia also confirm the signal is coming from something very large, headed directly towards Earth. The rest of the planet is facing away from this part of the sky, but as Earth rotates, they'll be able to confirm the alien presence as well. 5 minutes after first contact. The signal has been confirmed independently from multiple sources. Luckily for the scientists at SETI, they had friends at NASA who were able to turn the Hubble telescope directly at the unidentified approaching object. The thrusters on the side of the Hubble fire, repositioning the satellite. The scientists at NASA and SETI look at their monitors as the blurry image comes into focus. What they see shocks them. Everyone stops what they're doing and stares silently at the monitor. For the first time in history, humans are seeing an alien spacecraft heading toward Earth. 6 minutes after first contact. No one can move. No one can think. The ramifications of the discovery of extraterrestrial life are overwhelming. Suddenly, there's a loud pop. One of the scientists stands in the doorway. She has a bottle of champagne in her hands. Bubbles run down the side. "Congratulations, everyone. We did it," she says. The scientists look at each other and let out a cheer. 7 minutes after first contact. Scientists at SETI and NASA spring into action. "We need to alert the president," someone yells. "And the Secretary of Defense," shouts another. They pick up the red phone sitting on a desk and dial a number that's only supposed to be used in emergency situations. The phone rings. 8 minutes after first contact. The Secretary of Defense picks up the phone. "I'm busy right now, what is it?" a gruff voice says on the other line. "Sir?" one of the scientists stammers. We found something." "What are you talking about?" the Secretary of Defense asks, sounding a little annoyed. "Aliens, sir. There are aliens headed toward Earth," replies the scientist. "Whoever gave you this number is going to be arrested and put in jail for a very long time. You do not prank call the Secretary of Defense. The FBI will be at your door within the hour. Goodbye." He slams down the phone. The line goes dead. 9 minutes after first contact. The scientist stands motionless with the phone to his ear. There's nothing coming through but the sound of dial tone. As he puts the phone back in its cradle, he whispers, "The Secretary of Defense didn't believe me." Everyone at SETI looks at him in disbelief. A few seconds go by. The light on the emergency phone begins to blink. The scientist slowly reaches out his hand and picks up the phone. He places it next to his ear. "Why didn't you tell me there was an alien invasion knocking on our door?" the Secretary of Defense screams. "Get your team to DC immediately. We're putting the first contact protocol into place. Do not tell anyone else about what you found." The line goes dead once again. 10 minutes after first contact. Protocol dictates that no response to the signal should be sent back to the aliens before further information can be gathered. It's clear that the alien ship is headed straight toward Earth, but we still don't know if the aliens are peaceful or come with hostile intentions. The Secretary of Defense informs NASA to keep an eye on the ship and keep him updated if anything changes. He's about to meet with the President and other military officials. 15 minutes after first contact. The Chiefs of Staff and the President of the United States sit around a table deep in an underground bunker. The alien ship will reach our atmosphere in a matter of minutes. At this point, the only people who know about the aliens are the scientists at SETI, the colleagues they reached out to, and the US government. But this won't be the case for long. The US needs to figure out a game plan before reaching out to its allies. Luckily, there's a top-secret contingency plan in place for first contact with aliens. The President and the Cabinet conclude that they'll try reaching out to the aliens before alerting the world of their presence. The only problem is the government has no idea how to make contact with a highly advanced alien race. It does not seem that the alien ship is hostile, but they need to be sure. The government knows chaos will break out as soon as the word gets out about the aliens. Before that happens, they need to know as much about the visitors as possible. The President orders NASA to start transmitting to the alien craft. Most of the transmissions are number-based, as math is considered the language of the universe. Binary code seems like a good place to start. So NASA sends a signal containing a repeating series of pulses toward the alien ship. There's no response. The vessel just keeps flying toward Earth. 20 minutes after first contact. There's been no response from the alien ship. It's likely that almost every government around the world now knows the aliens exist, as anyone said he reached out to earlier when they first discovered the signal has now contacted their respective officials. The United States reaches out to its NATO allies and informs them of their decision. It's time to start mobilizing defense forces just in case the aliens attack the planet. We don't want to provoke the aliens or inadvertently threaten them, so all military branches are kept on standby once they're in position. However, at a moment's notice, every NATO military force can be launched at the incoming alien ship with swift speed and deadly force. But it's made absolutely clear to everyone that the last thing the human species wants is to provoke a technologically advanced alien species that may be coming in peace. 25 minutes after first contact, all NATO forces have been briefed, and troops are deployed to New Mexico as the alien ship seems to be headed for the array that first picked up the mysterious signal. The United States reaches out to the other powers around the world. China and Russia are brought up to speed. It's not that the US is allying with these countries, but they want to make sure everyone knows that the unidentified object entering Earth's atmosphere is alien in nature and not a new technology created by the United States or their allies. The last thing humans need is an accidental war breaking out because someone thinks they're being spied on by a high-tech vessel and opens fire on the alien craft. To prevent this scenario from unfolding, the United States shares their data on the alien ship but keeps their tactical plan a secret. Unfortunately, what is about to happen next will cause people around the world to start panicking. 30 minutes after first contact, the alien ship is about to enter the Earth's atmosphere. The government can no longer keep this secret from the people. In preparation for what's to come, the Secretary of Defense informs police departments across the country to put every officer they have on duty. They must be prepared to stop the looting, the rioting, and the chaos that's about to break out. Unfortunately, this contingency plan needs to be in place because analysts have concluded that alien contact will lead to mass hysteria among the populace. Every law enforcement officer, military personnel, and everyone in the reserves are briefed by their commander before the president addresses the nation and informs them of what's happening. The public should hear it from him before the media starts inflating the situation to boost their viewership. The president broadcasts on every radio and television station. The video is live streamed on internet websites. He reads from a pre-written script. Although he tries to remain calm, there's a sense of urgency in his voice. Everything is about to change forever. Other leaders from around the world also address their citizens. Many people can't believe an alien ship is about to enter Earth's orbit, but others begin to panic and take drastic actions. Even with law enforcement out on the streets, there is too much confusion and panic. 45 minutes after first contact, a lockdown is put into place. Everyone is asked to remain calm and stay in their homes. Many people listen to the president, lock their doors, and board up their windows. This isn't necessarily to protect themselves from the aliens, but from others of their own species. Those who don't adhere to the lockdown are rounded up by law enforcement or left to their own devices. Either way, the next phase of the first contact protocol is about to begin. The aliens are here. It's time to figure out exactly who they are and what they want. 60 minutes after first contact. There's been no response from the alien ship yet. This is not surprising since we've only tried a few types of communication. However, now that they're almost to Earth, there are some other options. The alien vessel passes the International Space Station. The astronauts on board relay whatever information they can gather about the spaceship back to Earth. However, since they're in orbit, they only get a passing glance at the alien craft as it enters the atmosphere. A fireball forms around the ship as the friction between the atmosphere and the high-tech alloys begin to heat up. The vessel stops 10,000 feet above the surface of the Earth. The United States sends a reconnaissance plane to gather information about the vessel. The aircraft is not armed because we definitely don't want to make the advanced alien ship think it's under attack. Troops are deployed underneath where the UFO is floating. They gather any debris that might have come off upon entry through our atmosphere and bring it back to the research facilities for analysis. The first contact plan hinges on humans gathering as much data as possible about our visitors to best be ready for whatever's about to come next. 90 minutes after first contact. It's now clear that all the nations around the world need to work together to uncover the intentions of the aliens. Information flows freely between countries, regardless of prior political differences. The United Nations serves as a hub for the exchange and sharing of data. New ways to make contact are implemented, using equipment such as bright lights, radio antennas, and devices that can transmit signals at different frequencies. Scientists, linguists, and mathematicians try to figure out some way to communicate with the aliens. Large screens project images that convey peace and universal symbols like the shape of an atom in hopes that we'll get a response. There's no guarantee that any of these things will work, but we have to keep trying. Otherwise, humanity's first contact with aliens will fail. There are two scenarios that could unfold with the aliens at this point. So far, the protocol for first contact has been carried out as planned. When contact was initially made, multiple independent scientists were informed and confirmed the signal was in fact alien in origin. Then the government was contacted, and they took action around keeping the public calm while gathering as much information as possible on the aliens. Now, based on the response of the extraterrestrials, the final part of the plan can be implemented. 24 hours after a peaceful first contact. Even though the aliens have not responded, this is a win for the humans. It means they likely don't have any hostile intentions, and we haven't done anything to provoke them into violence. It's also possible that the extraterrestrials have been sending a return message, but we just haven't discovered or deciphered its meaning yet. We probably won't understand their response right away, but given time, our scientists will figure out its meaning and a dialogue can begin. The most likely scenario in this situation would be that the aliens would figure out a way to communicate with us long before we figure out a way to communicate with them. So they would end up solving the problem for us. The fact that they've traveled light years to get to our planet means they're vastly more advanced than we are. They'll likely have technologies we can't even dream of, one of which might be a universal translator or a way to dumb down their communication methods to our levels. 48 hours after a peaceful first contact, scientists begin to get results from the initial alien signal that they fed into computers. The patterns in the signal sent by the aliens are quantified and laid out in a way to find repetitions and meaning. The data deciphered by our computers is shared with other scientists worldwide as we look for a way to make sense of the codes hidden within the alien signal. Now that the alien ship has stopped moving, the military has set up a full perimeter around it. The streets are empty, shattered glass from storefronts line the sidewalks, abandoned cars sit lifelessly on the roads. People everywhere are glued to their screens as they watch the events of history unfold between humanity and the first intelligent life we've ever come into contact with. As time goes on, the only thing anyone's talking about is the aliens and their ship. Doomsday preppers assume the end has come and hunker down in their bunkers. Many people have locked their doors and await further instructions from world leaders. Others are making their way to the location of the alien craft so they can see it with their own eyes. They're stopped miles from its location by military personnel blocking all routes that lead to the ship. The first contact protocol in place restricts civilian access to the aliens. Only government agencies, scientists, and military personnel are allowed to try and make contact with the aliens. They're trying to minimize the number of variables that might lead to confusion or hostilities. 72 hours after a peaceful first contact, the protocol remains the same. The government works with scientists and other nations to try and talk to the aliens. We still need to know why they're here and what they want. Since there has been no conflict, it does not seem like our new visitors want to wipe us off the face of the earth. We've now advanced past the first contact protocols and are just trying to make sense of the situation. Under ideal circumstances, we would eventually find a way to communicate with the aliens. They would share their knowledge and technology. We would join a federation of galactic civilizations and explore the final frontiers of space. Humanity would spread across the stars in peaceful exploration and missions to bring other species to a thriving galactic community. Unfortunately, this probably isn't the way things would go if aliens ever did come to Earth. In a more likely scenario, things would go very differently and very badly for the human species during our first contact protocol, 24 hours after a hostile first contact. As we signal the alien ship to try and communicate with them, they vaporize our scientists and destroy all reconnaissance planes. Massive doors on the alien craft open, and an invasion fleet swarms down to Earth. It's now time to put the second part of the first contact contingency plan into place. We hoped we'd never have to do this during our first contact with aliens, but it's now become inevitable. Throughout human history, whenever a more advanced civilization came into contact with a less advanced one, there tended to be exploitation and war. The civilization with more state-of-the-art weapons and technology typically took whatever they wanted and conquered the lands of their adversaries. There's no reason to think that an advanced alien civilization would not do the same to the Earth. The United States launches its full military strength at the alien ship, but it's not enough. They plead with their allies for help. The British Royal Air Force and the combined strength of all the nations in the European Union attack the alien ship. Unfortunately, humanity's aircraft are no match for the aliens' superior weapons and shielding. We launch ballistic missiles from naval vessels and silos at the UFO. However, nuclear weapons are kept off the table for the time being. We don't want to destroy ourselves in the process of fighting off the alien threat. This has been the plan from the beginning if the aliens became hostile. Nuclear weapons are to be used as a last resort only. 48 hours after a hostile first contact. Unfortunately, not everyone on the planet can be counted on. There are certain countries that see the conflict between the United States, its allies, and their aliens as an opportunity. They launch invasion forces to conquer lands that they've had their eye on for some time. They're not allying with the aliens, and the aliens are not allying with the rogue humans, but each of them wants something and they're taking it. It might seem unbelievable that we'd need to consider the actions of other countries while the planet is being invaded by aliens, but it's something that must be considered even in this scenario. Humans are now fighting the aliens and each other, but the threat from space is the main focus for the United States and its allies. The hostile alien protocol dictates that the extraterrestrials must be stopped at all costs. Military officials look to scientists to help determine their next course of action. If the aliens seem to be using biotechnology or have minimal armor, a biological weapon might be effective against them. The US launches a non-explosive missile loaded with viruses, bacteria, and other deadly pathogens through the hull of the alien ship. The hope is that when the pathogens are released, they'll kill off any alien life forms that are trying to invade the Earth. If the extraterrestrials seem to be heavily reliant on technology, humans could drop EMP bombs onto the alien vessel. This would cause all the electronic functions to cease and the ship to fall out of the sky. 72 hours after a hostile first contact, it becomes clear that even our most deadly weapons aren't strong enough to stop the alien threat. There's only one thing left to do. If the human species can't have the planet, no one can. We launch a nuclear missile at the alien ship. It detonates. Everyone looking toward the sky is temporarily blinded. A cheer goes out across the country as we think we defeated the alien threat. But as the smoke and fire begins to subside, we see that the alien vessel is still there. The extraterrestrial technology is far more advanced than we could have possibly imagined. The final order is given. All nuclear missiles from around the world are launched at the UFO in hopes that we can destroy it. Our planet will become irradiated and will plunge into nuclear winter, but it's better than giving up our home to an alien species that wants to strip it of its resources and enslave humanity. It's important to note that there is no way to know exactly how well prepared we are for first contact with aliens until it happens. SETI and other science organizations have protocols in place for when they find an alien signal. We know the United States and other governments such as the United Kingdom and Japan have a first contact protocol, but these documents are classified and we can only extrapolate bits and pieces of what they would look like from what has been leaked. The scary part is that according to some of the greatest minds of science, making contact with an alien species is likely to be the end of humanity. We know that any extraterrestrials that can make it from their home world to Earth will likely be light years beyond us technologically. We also know that since the universe is a vast place, an alien craft that comes directly to Earth likely did so with a purpose. If they just wanted resources or to explore, there are plenty of resource-rich uninhabited worlds throughout the galaxy. If the aliens are aiming for Earth, it probably means that they want something from our planet, and they don't care whether humans are living on it or not. Stephen Hawking, one of the most brilliant minds that ever lived, strongly believed that humankind would likely be wiped out by any alien civilization that came to Earth. Hawking predicted that such advanced aliens would probably become nomads, looking to conquer and colonize whatever planets they could reach. So who knows what the limits would be? But not all scientists are as pessimistic as Stephen Hawking. Seth Shostak, a senior astronomer at the SETI Institute, believes that any hostile alien civilization that is cruising around the galaxy would likely have already picked up radio signals from Earth and come to conquer us. The fact that we've been left alone to develop on our own might indicate that any alien species exploring the galaxy right now just doesn't find us interesting enough to bother with. Or in an even more optimistic scenario, they're waiting until we're more technologically advanced before welcoming us into their space federation. The truth of the matter is we are not prepared for first contact with aliens. Since going to the moon, humanity has greatly reduced the amount of time and money we invest in space exploration. This means that we're probably better prepared back in the late 60s and 70s for alien contact than we are today. Our first contact protocols are likely outdated, and any aliens we come into contact with will either not bother with such a technologically inferior species as humans, or they'll just make us their pets.
Imagine one night you're out admiring the starry sky and you spot a shooting star, then another, and suddenly you realize those aren't stars, they're UFOs, and they're coming for our, well, something. While the likelihood is minuscule, the threat of an alien attack is serious enough that governments around the world, including the United States, all have top-secret contingency plans in place for just such an event. But if history has taught us anything about a superior culture making hostile contact with an inferior one, it's that things don't usually work out well for the natives. So is there anything we could do to defend the Earth against technologically superior alien invaders? To explore the question, let's first assume one thing about our alien foes. They don't want to outright destroy Earth. After all, if total destruction was their goal, then it would be as simple as dropping asteroids on our head and watching the fireworks from space. So the president's phone rings late one night, waking him from his sleep. NASA has discovered alien ships en route to Earth and they don't look friendly. What now? The first step in defending Earth would be to decide on a global strategy. Acting on the safe assumption that the aliens find interstellar travel and the invasion of entire worlds to be a very expensive affair in terms of resources and manpower, or alien power I suppose, we should adopt a strategy of harassment and delay. not unlike that employed by guerrilla forces around the world in our recent history. Odds are that if aliens can cross the stars, our tanks and planes aren't going to stand up very well to their tanks and planes, so we shouldn't try. Instead, we should focus on making the war as long, painful, and expensive for the aliens as possible, with the ultimate goal of forcing the aliens to reconsider continuing their invasion in face of such a steep cost in lives, finances, and materials. The first phase of our defense strategy would be to try and deny the local space around Earth to the aliens, or at least make it extremely hazardous for them. We can achieve this by triggering what scientists call the Kessler syndrome, or when orbital space around a planet is so full of debris that any attempts to enter orbit are extremely hazardous due to the high chance of collision. Currently, there are 2,000 satellites in orbit around Earth, and an estimated 600,000 pieces of space junk ranging from 1 centimeter to 10 centimeters in size, which destroy one satellite a year. With man-made objects reaching speeds of several kilometers a second, even a single flake of paint can strike with enough kinetic energy to do serious damage. If the aliens don't shield their landing craft as well as the motherships that cross space at near or faster than light speed, then it's likely that a Kessler effect will present an extreme hazard that will hamper or slow their invasion attempts. In order to create a protective shield of space junk around Earth, we could simply target our own satellites and destroy them in place, or if we had enough time, outfit ballistic missiles with fragmentation warheads that would explode into billions of tiny shards. While large pieces of junk would likely be easy for the aliens to track and destroy, it would certainly be difficult and very time-consuming to try and eliminate millions of pieces of space debris the size of a screw. The next step in our Earth defense plan would be to target alien ships during their most vulnerable phase, as they enter the atmosphere. When the American space shuttle re-entered Earth's atmosphere, it experienced incredible heating due to friction with the air, reaching temperatures of up to 21,140 degrees Fahrenheit. As the shuttle transferred its kinetic energy into thermal energy, it created a shockwave directly in front of the craft, and the extreme heat formed a cloud of plasma around the vehicle, which prevented radio communications or the use of onboard sensors. It is likely that alien craft would experience a similar phenomenon, presenting an opportune time to strike, as they would likely be flying blind and unable to maneuver without tearing themselves to pieces due to their extreme velocity. The United States, China, and Russia all have experience with anti-ballistic missile technologies as parts of their national missile defense programs. Most of these programs focus on the terminal phase of a missile's trajectory as it re-enters, or shortly before it re-enters, the Earth's atmosphere. While many of these programs have spotty success records, the American Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, or THAAD, had displayed very robust capabilities in destroying incoming warheads. This and similar weapon systems could be turned on our alien invaders to strike at their landing craft while they are too high up and moving too fast to either detect the interceptors or move out of their way. But say our artificial Kessler syndrome and our high-altitude interceptors weren't enough to keep the aliens at bay. What now? One option would be to prepare ahead of time for the possibility of invasion with a sort of nuclear dead man switch. That is, we would disperse nuclear weapons around the planet and hold ourselves and the aliens hostage. If the aliens are invading, then it's probable they want this planet to remain habitable. So by threatening the detonation of hundreds of nuclear weapons around the world, we might just be able to deter them. Who would want to rule over an irradiated rock plunged into nuclear winter? Not to mention the loss of the aliens' own forces in the subsequent global apocalypse. If this strategy fails, however, our next option would be to do as other human forces have done throughout history and resort to guerrilla warfare. Rather than try and combat the aliens toe-to-toe, we would instead open our military armories up to the civilian population and give weapons, ammunition, and other survival supplies to as many people as possible. Because our cities would be the most obvious and immediate targets, our standing military forces would then be ordered to disperse into the countryside. Military leadership would no longer operate on a national level. Instead, local forces would join into guerrilla militias and operate under their own prerogative, striking at the aliens' supply, command and control, and resource networks, not dissimilar to strategy employed by stranded American forces after the Japanese seized the Philippines in World War II. This is also not unlike the strategy employed to great effect against both the United States and the Soviet Union by Afghan Mujahideen. In both wars, the native Afghan militias faced an overwhelmingly technologically superior foe that was better armed and better trained. Both the United States and the Soviet Union initially dominated the majority of the Afghan countryside, and yet in both wars, the world's two superpowers were forced to eventually retreat. The strategy that led the Afghan Mujahideen to victory against the number 1 and number 2 most powerful militaries on Earth was the same as that we would employ against aliens: harass and delay the enemy until the economic and political cost of the war is too great to continue. But would dragging alien invaders into a drawn-out and costly war really be an effective strategy? Considering that aliens would have to replace losses of equipment and soldiers by resupplying from their home planet, while we enjoy the home field advantage and don't have to cross interstellar space with our reinforcements, it is a valid tactic that could potentially work. In fact, throughout human history, wars of attrition have been the only tactic ever employed by a technologically inferior foe versus a superior invader that has ever seen success, as proven in recent centuries by forces in parts of colonial Africa and the Middle East. Realistically, if aliens have the power to cross the galaxy and wanted our planet, there's little we could actually do. Whether they bombarded us from space with asteroids and waited out the resulting nuclear winter, or simply bioengineered a super plague that eradicated human life, their technology would almost certainly be too great to resist. However, if we are ever faced with our favorite of science fiction scenarios, at least we know that we stand a fighting chance of victory.
Are we alone in the universe? There's no way to know yet. But humanity isn't taking any chances. In 1977, the Voyager spacecrafts carried 2 golden records into space, each containing sounds and images designed to explain life on Earth. The idea is that aliens will find them, have the proper technology to play a 1977 record, and then learn about our little planet. Maybe they'll pay us a visit. What could go wrong? Well, it turns out, a lot. The idea of making contact with aliens has been a fixation for us since the beginning of the space age, and most scenarios begin the same way. An alien spaceship lands and out come some little green or gray men, and they say, "Take us to your leader," and they get to meet the president. Okay, so now what? Well, if you ask the hopeful people who can't wait for aliens to visit us, they'll tell you that only good things are coming. Aliens will probably bring technology far beyond ours, and they'll be excited to share it with us. Maybe we'll get the technology they use to clone bodies and conquer death. Maybe they'll take us on a tour of the cosmos at light speed. Maybe we'll even get those flying cars they promised us in the Jetsons. And all thanks to our new high-tech friends from the stars. No wonder everyone was so excited about them paying us a visit. But the reality might be very different. Scientists are the ones responsible for reaching out into space and finding evidence of life, but if you talk to many of them, they're the ones most nervous about finding out if there actually is someone else out there watching. And when scientists are concerned, we should probably listen, right? While they are continuing the efforts to unmask the hidden faces in the galaxies far beyond ours, many also privately say that the odds are, if we do succeed, the result could be a very harsh awakening about our place in the universe. Because we may not be the top dogs anymore. Humanity has dominated Earth as the only sapient species for over 1 million years, and we really don't have any competitors. The only real threat to us seems to be ourselves. But in terms of space travel, we can still only cover a very small area. Humanity has gotten to the moon, sent complex unmanned probes to Mars, and conducted surveillance missions in the Milky Way. Some of the furthest reaching probes we've sent are one-way missions, and we're pretty confident at this point that there isn't any other intelligent life in the solar system that we're close to discovering. While it's possible that life could exist or previously has existed on Mars or some of the large moons of the gas giants like Titan or Io, most of the landscapes in our solar system are deeply inhospitable to the development of life, which means any life that comes looking for us would come from much further. And that means that any alien species that makes contact with us would likely be much more advanced than us, and we'd be dependent on their goodwill once they arrive. The best case scenario is that the aliens who find us would be fellow scientists looking to learn about our culture and then leave. We likely wouldn't have much to offer them, but hopefully they would be followers of the famous Star Trek concept of the Prime Directive, which is that advanced species in the Starfleet should not interfere with the development of more primitive cultures. But even that has its risks. Imagine if an alien spaceship shows up on Earth, scans us for information, and then leaves because it didn't think we were worth talking to. Way to cause global psychological breakdown, aliens. But most scenarios paint a much bleaker picture. The take us to your leader aliens are one kind of visitors from the stars, but another is much less friendly. How many movies have begun with aliens landing and immediately attacking Earth? What do they want exactly? Humans to take upstairs for probing? Maybe it's a hunting expedition for an alien bachelor party. No matter the cause for an alien invasion, the harsh fact is that humanity would have very little chance to defend itself against an alien invasion because their technology would be incredibly advanced compared to ours. You can call in the team from Top Gun to scramble the fighter jets, but the odds are that any spaceship that could travel across multiple galaxies to find us would be able to handle any technology we have. But what if the aliens aren't even here for us? One of the most iconic depictions of an alien invasion in film history is the 1996 movie Independence Day, which saw countless disc-like alien ships descend to Earth without a word and attack, blowing up major cities and shooting lasers into massive holes they created in Earth's crust. Humanity did wind up winning, partially thanks to a pilot sacrificing himself and flying directly into the mothership, but the scariest thing wasn't the scope of the invasion, it was the reasoning. The aliens didn't care about humanity. They simply wanted to mine the planet for its resources and then leave a destroyed husk in its place. They didn't care about the small, primitive animals living on the surface, and if an advanced alien species just decided they wanted to use humanity for resources, there would likely be very little we could do to resist. Good thing there's no history of humanity doing that, right? Maybe the biggest threat of an alien invasion is that humanity would wind up being the latest victim of alien colonialism. The same brutal story from human history would play out once again. A society is largely keeping to itself when suddenly ships appear on the horizon. The colonists say they're here to civilize the tribe and take it over in the name of some glorious far-flung empire. In the best-case scenario, the tribe loses its independence and many of its traditions. There might be forced assimilation, the taking of children to be educated in the colonizer system, and the imposition of a new government. And that's the best-case scenario. Many colonizers viewed the people they colonized as less than human. They would enslave them and force them to work their own land for resources to be taken back to the colonial power. If they resisted, they would be brutally killed. And many colonizers committed outright genocides on the indigenous people. So one of the biggest risks of alien contact is that the aliens wouldn't view us as their equals at all, but as their new property. But the danger to the natives during colonization wasn't just in terms of the occupiers' actions. In many cases, the population was decimated not by murder, but by disease. The natives lived in their own ecosystem, and the colonizers brought their own diseases from the homeland. The immune system of the natives was unprepared, and many were wiped out by diseases including smallpox and cholera. This was weaponized by cruel colonists at times, but most of the deaths were the result of accidental exposure. The good news is medical science has advanced a lot since then, and the introduction of new alien diseases would be studied by scientists who might be able to cure them in short order, but only if they followed the rules we know. Novel viruses do pop up regularly, but they're usually closely related to another virus that already exists. When COVID-19 popped up and devastated the world in 2020, scientists who were working to develop a vaccine for past coronaviruses, including the common cold, jumped into action, and they were able to create working vaccines in less than a year. But without that base of knowledge, trying to decipher an alien virus would be like trying to crack a cipher in a completely new language. And that's assuming that it doesn't just wipe out humanity in a hurry because our immune systems are uniquely vulnerable from the first handshake. And that's not the only bad scenario that includes disease. Assuming that we are the less advanced species in the equation, it makes sense that we'd be the most vulnerable to the disease, but that might not always be the case. A more advanced species might also be a more sterile one, and it's possible that the aliens may not be able to handle disease. Thus, the scenario could be flipped. Peaceful aliens make first contact, shake hands, and come down with all our diseases. Suddenly, we have a dead alien delegation on our hands. In the best case scenario, it's a massive missed opportunity that may never be recovered. In the worst case scenario, we now have an angry second delegation wearing biohazard suits coming to sterilize the planet. And that's not the only way an alien organism could affect the planet. Alright, so let's go for a slightly less intense first contact scenario. Say humanity manages to land on the moon of Io, get under the atmosphere, and they discover a strange creature living there. It's about the size of a rabbit, made out of what looks like black stone. It's kinda cute. The mission brings one back to Earth to study it, and then it turns out that that creature reproduces asexually and lives off the oxygen in Io's atmosphere that is mostly made up of sulfur dioxide. Exposed to Earth's atmosphere filled with oxygen, it starts reproducing exponentially, consuming the resources we need to live. It's like the trouble with tribbles as an apocalyptic event. Is this an unlikely series of events? Sure, but given how little we know about the possibility of life outside of Earth, it's impossible to rule anything out. We are staring into the unknown, and scientists say that it should scare us. Scientists like nuclear physicist Enrico Fermi have looked at the possibility of contact with another species and observed that it seems like if they were out there, they probably should have contacted us by now. The explanation for why they haven't is that the scenarios where intelligent life can develop are exceedingly rare, and with the universe being over 13 billion years old and human life existing for only around 2 million years, the pockets of time in which we could make contact are few and easy to miss. Any first contact would be extremely risky and likely involve contact between two planets at drastically different stages of their development. It's entirely possible that 100 million years ago, some enterprising aliens discovered Earth, came to visit, and got eaten by massive reptiles. Their homeworld marked a do not visit sign on Earth and haven't been back since. But surely it's not all bad news, right? Well, let's say everything goes right, and our space program advances to the point where we can explore more outside of our galaxy, and we make contact with another species from a neighboring galaxy. They're similarly advanced, maybe a century or so in terms of progress beyond us, including having a universal translator that makes communication possible. We're able to make first contact in neutral space and bring the knowledge we've gained back to Earth to figure out what to do next. Now, we have to deal with the biggest problem of making alien first contact, having to deal with humanity itself. The sad fact is, humans can't agree on anything, and that's likely to continue here. While humans have been fascinated with the concept of alien first contact for a long time, they're not exactly prepared to do it, and the discovery would be one of the biggest moments in human history. So, what could go wrong? Try just about everything imaginable. Humanity has had some test runs for alien landings, and generally the response is complete chaos and an overeagerness for violence. You just have to look back at what happened in Flatwoods, West Virginia in 1952. It was September 12th when two brothers and their friends saw something streak through the sky that seemed to land on a plot of a nearby farmer. They went and told a local woman who accompanied the three boys alongside a local National Guardsman and two children they let tag along with them. When they reached the top of the hill, the group claims to have seen a tall figure with a round red face surrounded by what looked like a massive hood. While this is now believed to have been a barn owl perching on a dead tree, it caused a panic in the town that created a decades-long mystery and no shortage of people ready to confront a space alien without a moment's hesitation. And that reveals another potential problem with first contact: who gets to do the contact? Assuming we're not being invaded, we still know essentially nothing about alien cultures. We have no way of knowing what their culture is like. A handshake, the most famous human greeting, might be an unpardonable insult in alien culture because they consider the hands to be the most unclean part of the body. The only way to find out is trial and error, and then we have to hope that they are a particularly reasonable species. Odds are those first few days after the first contact might be some of the most tense in human history. But it is nothing compared to what would be going on back at Earth. The odds are that everyone would want a piece of the aliens, figuratively and in some cases literally. World governments would be competing to get the first face-to-face meeting with the alien leader, no doubt explaining to them who the good guys are and the bad guys are on Earth. The edge would go to whoever space program discovered the aliens, but the opportunity is so big that no one should be surprised if it turns into a shooting war to be first in line, and that means that the alien delegation could be caught in the middle. But what if it's not a government at all? The process of space exploration has been increasingly privatized, especially in the United States. Struggles back home and a lack of progress in making big leaps has led to many countries to cut funding for their space programs, and into the breach stepped billionaires Elon Musk, Richard Branson, and Jeff Bezos. They focused so far on heading to Mars and sending unmanned spacecraft into deep space, but if they made contact with an alien species first, it would put the governments of the world into a sticky situation. While Musk does partner with NASA on many of his space projects, there's no guarantee that the messages would sync up when it comes time to make contact. And that's to say nothing of the chaos in other areas. No one would be shaken more by alien contact than the religious of the world. Most have a doctrine that humanity was created in God's image, and most either quietly or loudly believe that we're the only intelligent life in the universe. The discovery of another intelligent species would result in a crisis of faith not seen before in human history. Some religions might change up their doctrine to account for it, others might see people leave the faith as it no longer makes sense to them, yet others might preach that the aliens are agents of the devil and should be opposed at any cost, potentially putting the alien delegation in danger when they arrive. And yet another group might try to convert the aliens to their faith. Don't worry, the human escorts will likely just tell them to ignore the pamphlets. But religious fervor isn't the only kind of fervor they might encounter. What's one of the most dramatic issues of the modern day? Immigration. Not only are many countries concerned with keeping their border secure, but many people don't even like the idea of immigrants coming in legally. There have been calls for reducing the number of visas given for work and visitation, as well as some demanding to eliminate birthright citizenship that grants citizenship to any child born in the country to a foreign parent. And that's just other humans. So what happens when the sky parts and aliens make clear that even our atmospheric border might be open to new visitors? While most people would likely respond with curiosity, a good number will respond with fear and even anger. Is there even a way to secure ourselves from a visit?
or an invasion like that? Do we hear someone chanting, "Build an atmospheric wall and make the aliens pay for it"? But those are all extremists, and at least the government should have things in order, right? Well, the governments of Earth have been planning for an alien first contact for a while, and while they're not always in sync, there is an international plan to follow. But that doesn't mean things will go smoothly. For one thing, any alien visitor will be bringing with them technology that would be far beyond anything we've seen, and the temptation will be high for governments to try to get their hands on it and then weaponize it. There have been persistent rumors that the government already has some alien technology thanks to supposed UFO crashes in the post-World War II years. While there's no proof that Area 51 is actually alien-related, it's likely that an alien visit would kick off a massive intelligence race to get the details of their ships and other technology. This could not only increase tensions between the nation here on Earth, but could get all of Earth in hot water if the aliens discover a spy. Okay, let's say we sidestep all those problems. Now what? Once humanity makes first contact with aliens, the focus will likely turn to what they can do for us. If humanity can gain their trust, we'll likely want to know about their medical system, their technology, and anything else that might enhance human life on Earth. The aliens may be willing to share this, but odds are they'll be a lot more hesitant to let us in on the details of their home world. And there's a very good reason for that. Humans visiting new worlds for the first time rarely results in anything good. We've talked about aliens colonizing us, but what happens if we're the colonists? The thing is, Earth isn't doing so great. We've got climate change, we've got diseases, and we've got a lot of humans who don't always have somewhere to live. So many people have been looking for a place to expand to. The most popular opportunity is Mars colonies, where humans would live in bunkers and only be able to exit wearing spacesuits. So the presence of a planet with potentially breathable atmosphere, inhabited by a species we've already befriended, is very tempting as a potential new home. So would history repeat itself? The difference between the colonialism of the past and this one would be that the aliens likely would be far better armed than the humans. Most native societies did have robust self-defenses, and many took the colonists by surprise with how fiercely they fought for their independence. But few societies could ultimately resist the superior navies and the resources of the crown, especially combined with the impact of disease wrecking the society. Attempting to colonize an alien planet would have a much higher likelihood of the humans being routed quickly. But if we took a peaceful alien society by surprise, they could soon find themselves as a colony of Earth. And that would raise a lot of questions about expansion. The human instinct to expand has always been with us, with explorations for new societies having been part of cultures for thousands of years. But that rarely ends in a shaking of hands and trading of wisdom. More often than not, it ends with two societies trading their best shots and one eventually coming to an end. Would that happen again if we made first contact with aliens? There are many scenarios where first contact is the worst thing to happen to humans, to aliens, or in some cases, both. Well, this is depressing, but what is the best case scenario for first contact? It's probably one where humanity's worst instincts are kept in check and the aliens are inherently benevolent. If governments are restrained enough to not run over each other to be the first to meet the aliens, and religion and politics stay out of it, the most likely scenario is that humans are fascinated with aliens. After all, this is the biggest discovery in human history, proof of a society out in the cosmos that has taken many of the same evolutionary steps as us, but followed a very different path. And what's the first thing we probably do in that case? Well, put them on TV, of course. Ironically, the saving grace of the aliens who make first contact might be that capitalism has a very big vested interest in keeping them safe. As soon as they step out of the spaceship, the aliens will be the biggest celebrities in the world. And while governments and religions are concerned with what this means for the future, Hollywood will want to get the most out of them now. The reporter who gets the first interview with an alien representative will become a historical icon. And how long before an enterprising producer decides to try to cast the first alien on Dancing with the Stars? But with increased visibility comes increased risk. Alien discourse has been filled with conspiracy theories for decades already, and media representation often has a big impact on how we view other people. So will our demonization of aliens in media impact how we act to our new acquaintances? Well, at least there's ALF and ET to balance things out, plus Star Trek has been showing us a future where humans and aliens coexist in the cosmos since the 1960s. So basically, first contact with aliens could work out. If humanity brings the best of the best to the negotiating table, the aliens come with our best interests in mind, religion and politics don't get in the way, and Hollywood behaves responsibly and sensibly, and above all, everyone needs to listen to the advice the scientists give us about a monumental moment in human history with plenty of risks and opportunities. Yeah, that should be fine. We can trust everyone to act reasonably. Send out the signal. You did it! You were one of the thousands who took up the challenge of raiding Area 51, insisting that the government show us them aliens. Your Naruto running skills proved to be too much for the security forces stationed there, and you managed to make your way inside the top-secret facility. Deep in an underground bunker, past all sorts of physical and electronic security measures, you found him. Or her. To be honest, you're not really sure. A real, live alien. Now what? The public has been claiming that the US government knows about the existence of aliens for decades. With the 1947 Roswell crash and subsequent admission by the US Air Force officer to the discovery of a flying disc, igniting a firestorm of controversy and conspiracy theories. On multiple occasions, the government has put forth several explanations for the Roswell crash, but the fact that the secrecy of the real object involved in the crash forced the government to constantly tweak false explanations before releasing the real one did not help matters at all. An extrapolation of the official explanations gives us this account of the truth behind Roswell. On June 14, 1947, William Brazel, a foreman working on the Foster homestead, noticed several clusters of debris about 30 miles north of Roswell, New Mexico. The debris was initially described by Brazel as a large area of bright wreckage made up of rubber strips, tinfoil, and rather tough paper and sticks. Initially, Brazel paid little attention to the debris until he heard stories about flying discs. This piqued his interest, and Brazel wondered if he had discovered the wreckage of a flying disc himself. After contacting the U.S. military about the debris, Public Information Officer Walter Haut put out a press release stating that the military had recovered a flying disc, a fact that has been largely misconstrued as an admission of a UFO, when in fact Haut was merely describing a disc-like object that very clearly hung below a balloon. This would be the balloon's kite, or an object made up of radar-reflective material which would make tracking the balloon easier. The object was then described as a weather balloon by the military, which claimed that it was merely a weather research balloon that had crashed, as these so often do at the end of their flight lives. Years later, though, the military was forced to amend that explanation, at last making the truth known. The balloon was actually part of a top-secret project known as Project Mogul, which used extremely high-altitude balloons to monitor nuclear testing by the Soviet Union by sampling or recording disturbances in the upper atmosphere. Remember, this was a time before spy planes or spy satellites, and there was simply no way to get good recon inside the Soviet Union itself. The admission that the military had initially lied, however, led many to believe that it was still lying. And now today, a sizable portion of the population believes that the US government recovered a crashed saucer and alien bodies in Roswell, New Mexico. First, you're probably going to want to worry about your immediate security and get somewhere safe. Logic says that if aliens are real and the US government is keeping their presence a secret, then it's for a pretty good reason. Perhaps we aren't ready to discover that we're not alone in the universe, or perhaps the aliens are hostile and are secretly pulling the strings and dictating humanity's fortune. More terrifyingly, maybe the alien really did crash land here on Earth and the government took it prisoner, leaving its compatriots to believe it died in the crash. Let's see what you might do in each one of these scenarios and the consequences you might run into. Maybe the government is keeping aliens a secret because internal testing has shown that we're simply not ready to accept the truth. As humans, we tend to not do very well when our worldviews are challenged in any way, shape, or form. For proof of this, just take a look at the modern anti-vaccination movement. Every credible doctor and scientist in the world says that vaccinations are safe and do not cause autism, and yet millions of first worlders routinely place their children at great risk because of the way they feel about the truth. As modern American politics has taught us, what we feel is true is more important to most people than what is actually true. And now we live in the age of alternative facts that fit your preconceived notion of reality. The discovery of advanced alien intelligence visiting our planet, though, will be a fact that will be irrefutable. Your Aunt Karen can disbelieve that vaccines are safe because she lives in a comfortable, safe first world bubble where measles and other horrible diseases probably can't get to her thanks to the millions of us who agree with science. The consequences of her terrible choices will never be real to her, so she'll never have to confront the false reality she lives in. However, an alien presence will be in our face in a rather big way, and the sudden reveal of advanced superintelligent aliens whizzing through our skies as they please will be impossible to explain away, especially if they decide they want to start moving in next door. Such a dramatic shift in the perceived reality of billions of humans, a reality where we're not alone in the universe, could be too much to bear. Big questions such as what is our place in the universe, what do these aliens want with us, and how will they judge us for the things we do to our environment and each other could all prompt a very real panic. Needless to say, it would be a lot more comfortable to live inside our bubble, where we're alone in the universe. And if aliens exist, then they're safely far away from planet Earth on another star system entirely, where they can remain an idea and not a reality that affects our daily lives. The conclusions to what might happen in Scenario 1 dovetail nicely into the reality of Scenario 2. What if aliens are here and they rule over us, dictating the fate of the human race? In this case, then the worst fears many conspiracy theorists have held for decades have finally come true. We're nothing more than puppets, and beings infinitely more powerful than us are actually in charge of our society and planet. In the movies, the big reveal that aliens secretly rule the Earth typically leads to a plunky resistance movement that bravely fights against all odds to free humanity. In the real world, this would remain nothing more than fantasy. A species intelligent enough to cross the galaxy to get us, and then to be able to move enough personnel and hardware here from their planet to keep us under their grip, is a species that frankly is too far advanced for us to ever rise up against. Consider that it takes humanity somewhere on the order of $2,000 to $3,000 to put a single pound of material into orbit. That means that putting a 60-ton Abrams tank into orbit would cost us about $300 million. Of course, that's only to put it into orbit. Now you need to actually fly that across the galaxy. And of course, you'll need more than one Abrams tank to dominate an entire planet. The point we're hoping being made clear here is that if aliens can afford to move so much hardware across the galaxy to threaten our species, then they are hopelessly more advanced than we are. Maybe, though, we could simply learn from them or secretly develop our own advanced technologies, XCOM style. Well, sure, the government could probably secretly run labs somewhere hidden even from alien prying eyes and covertly acquire some technology from the aliens, then reverse engineer it in order to boost our own tech. But consider the explosion in technology our own species underwent during the Information Age, and then consider how slowly technology moved before it. Between 1980 and 2019, the average computer increased from a storage capacity of 10 megabytes to several gigabytes, an incredible explosion in capability and technological development. Yet for thousands of years before that, our best computer was the Abacus, and that had pretty much a single version for its entire lifetime. I guess what we're saying is that aliens would be so far ahead of us technologically that our own pace of development, even helped along by secretly stealing bits of their tech, would be like a snail going up against the space shuttle in the 100-meter dash. As the Borg famously said, resistance really is futile. What about the third scenario, though? What if the alien you discovered in Area 51 was secretly being held there against its will by the US government? What if the government was running all sorts of tests on it, perhaps pressing it for information on its alien technology, while keeping his or her existence a secret so that its alien buddies thought it had died in the original crash? Well, for our own humanity's sake, we hope that's not true, because it would be a terrible thing to do to another living being. And we really like to think we've evolved past that type of behavior. But for the rest of humanity's sake, then we really hope that if that is true, then you very promptly return that alien to where you found it, or at the very least keep it away from a phone or a working radio. If an advanced alien species was secretly visiting the Earth and one of those craft crashed here, well, it would stand to reason that the other members of its species would send in search and rescue parties. After all, we do the same whenever one of our own goes missing. In fact, we're unique amongst every animal alive on Earth today in that we will gladly endanger and even sacrifice dozens of other people just to rescue a single individual. Just consider the massive response that follows any announcement of hikers going missing or mountain climbers stuck on a mountain somewhere. For all of our faults, humanity can be noble to the point of getting ourselves killed over it when we feel like it. Aliens will likely be very, well, alien to us, but there's no reason to think they also wouldn't value the lives of their own people as much as we do ours when they go missing. Now consider what might happen if these very advanced aliens were to discover that their dear brother or sister had crash-landed on our backwards little planet, and us stupid apes held him or her hostage for decades, trying to get the secrets of advanced technology out of him or her. Holding a member of an alien species against their will would probably be tantamount to humanity signing its own suicide letter, and we could expect a pretty harsh response from a civilization capable of wiping us out with but a thought. Perhaps we were nothing more than a scientific curiosity, being studied the way we study animals in the wild. But this one act proved our savage nature, and now we're going to suffer the consequences for our own greed. And it's all your fault.
So maybe do us a favor and keep your alien away from any methods of communication so it can't tell its people the horrible things we've been doing to it. Or better yet, just give it back to the government because we really don't want to go extinct. The date is September 21st, 2019, and it's been 24 hours since the Facebook raid on Area 51. What started off as a joke turned into a real-life movement, and the day prior, tens of thousands of Facebookers flooded the remote restricted area in the Nevada desert known as Area 51. The government put up a brave defense of the secret facility, defeating many of the invaders' Naruto-running Monster Energy drink-fueled Kyles by putting up plaster walls to punch in pictures of their missing dads. In the end, though, the base fell to the hordes of Facebookers all wanting to see them aliens. Now the government is forced to admit the truth and has for decades hidden the fact that aliens have visited our world, and that it has run a campaign to try and acclimate people to the idea of aliens by generating tons of alien-themed fiction in comics, video games, and movies. Though they don't believe the world is ready to hear the truth, the US government has no choice but to finally spill the beans. 60 years ago, an alien spacecraft crash-landed in Roswell, New Mexico. Alien bodies in their craft were recovered. The internet, fiber optics, and PUBG are all based on advanced alien tech. Aliens have been probing the anuses of unsuspecting hillbillies for years, expanding the limits of their rectal scientific knowledge. It's all true. What if the government admitted tomorrow that aliens were real? The public would no doubt have an initial sense of awe and wonder, followed by a slew of questions. Who are these aliens? Where do they come from? Why do they probe our behinds? More scientific-leaning people would have separate and very serious questions, though, and the answers to these questions would frame the public response to the alien announcement. Are we in formal contact with these aliens? How do they view humanity and our plundering of their technology? Is there the threat of retaliation? An announcement that aliens were real would force billions of people to come to grips with the fact that we're not the only intelligent life in the universe. Immediately, our standing in the universe's hierarchy would get dropped to second place, and the gap between first place and us would be staggering. We would, after all, finally have confirmation that life much more intelligent and advanced than us has been visiting the planet, and if they have the ability to cross the vast distances between the stars, then they have the power to completely annihilate us on a whim or to uplift us technologically and socially. Life would suddenly seem a lot more precarious than it did yesterday, and perhaps we would be encouraged to start thinking less about our differences here on Earth and more about our similarities. After all, what difference does it make anymore if someone is black or white, Muslim or Christian, when suddenly we're part of a universe with a completely different intelligent species? If we couldn't pull together by a sense of common identity, well, maybe we could do it by making our racism be truly racist, hating another intelligent race altogether, rather than ourselves. But while people are soul-searching to figure out what the presence of another intelligent species means to them, other groups of people would have entirely different and much more pressing questions. Questions such as, what are these aliens' objectives, and what is their attitude toward us? We would do well to remember the way that contact between technologically backwards residents of North and South America and the Europeans went hundreds of years ago. It's likely that entire groups of people would see the aliens as a threat, no matter what their stated intentions were. We could expect to see armed militias grow in size and firearm sales skyrocket, which might actually only serve to worsen the social situation here on Earth. Political partisanship would likely only deepen, as it has always historically done during times of great fear. Unless the announcement that the aliens are real was done in a way that convinced people the aliens were completely benevolent entities, it's extremely likely that after the initial awe had passed, people would begin growing very afraid. Popular science fiction is full of literature and films where technologically superior aliens invade the Earth, and news channels would have an endless string of guests all speaking about the dangers of a highly advanced society making contact with our own. Unlike in the movies, real hostile alien contact scenarios would all end very, very badly for us. As fear rises, it would be reflected in our governments all around the world. People would be afraid, and they would want a leader that reassures them that humanity is strong and capable of defending itself. Historically speaking, we see this playing out in Italy and Germany before World War II, and in countless other examples, fear of being weak always leads to extremely nationalistic leaders. Autocrats who promise to keep us safe at the expense of curbing our freedoms or setting us on a war footing. As more nationalistic leaders rise to power in response to the public's need to feel safe, we could expect to see some governments which today are democracies collapse into authoritarianism, especially fledgling or vulnerable democracies such as those in Eastern Europe, Africa, and South America. Even the democracies that remain intact, though, would see a sharp increase in military spending, as governments all around the world dramatically boost their military budgets. Even if the aliens were not outwardly hostile, nor seem to be so, militaries would do what militaries are designed to do: work on ways to defend their nations. Backed up by public fear, most nations' military budgets would expand sizably.
In 2018, the amount of money the entire world spent on military costs was $1.8 trillion. Seeing an increase of 15% or even more would not be out of the question. Between 1938 and just before the US was forced into World War II in December of 1941, America went from spending $17 billion adjusted for inflation to almost $338 billion on the military. That's an increase of a whopping 1,888% from the fear of war alone. Try and imagine then how people would respond to a threat from outer space that could wipe out all human civilization. All that money, though, wouldn't go into buying new equipment or training new troops, because military leaders around the world would need to find ways to properly defend the Earth in case it's threatened by advanced aliens. New priorities for warfighting would be laid out, and one critical need would rise above all the rest: the necessity to secure space around the Earth against aliens. Without this one critical capability, Earth would be doomed no matter how many tanks it produced. While today space is the new high ground in war, much in the way that the skies was the literal high ground during World War II, a need to control and defend space around the Earth would be far more critical for our safety than having air superiority during World War II ever was. That's because aliens could simply park in orbit and periodically bombard our planet with impunity, wiping out all our military forces before ever stepping foot on the planet. They could even wipe out all humanity from orbit and then simply wait for the dust to settle before colonizing our world if they were so inclined. This might sound far-fetched, and truthfully there is little need for aliens to invade us, as the universe is literally bursting with free real estate, but having the ability to simply threaten our extinction from orbit would give aliens incredible leverage, and it would be critical for us to be able to secure Earth's neighborhood against another species. This would mean that much of the new money being poured into national defense budgets would go into space programs. Nations with active commercial space industries such as the US and some European countries would flourish, while others with only national space programs such as China and Russia would be hard-pressed to catch up economically. Either way though, a need to put some military capability into orbit would quickly spur the development of space industries even in nations that lack them today. In our day-to-day world, many criticize our government's funding of NASA, with people believing that the money would be better spent on down-to-earth problems and seeing NASA as a purely intellectual pursuit. This sentiment could not possibly be more wrong though. For every dollar spent on NASA funding, the US Treasury gets a direct return of an estimated $7 to $14. That's because the billions spent designing, building, and launching space missions are largely spent domestically, fueling American industry and providing tens of thousands of people with jobs. This is why President Obama provided financial incentives to American commercial space companies and ordered NASA to work more closely with commercial partners, ensuring that not only the US would remain the world leader in space industries, but that the government spending on NASA would be returned back to our own economy. Then, of course, there was the propagation of advanced technologies, all developed by government scientists, which makes its way to the American market thanks to the fact that the US government, by its own laws, is not allowed to patent any new technology. Everything from MRI machines to advanced fire-retardant construction materials all have their roots with NASA. We've covered individual and government response to the announcement of real-life aliens, but what about religion? For better or worse, religion is a cornerstone of human civilization, and how would it take the news that aliens exist? Despite common thinking, in the last 2 decades, 2 of the Earth's major religions, Islam and Christianity, have proven to be rather flexible on the idea of alien life. While some people expect religions to implode at the revelation of alien life, the truth is that major religions have for quite a while been completely at peace with the idea that other intelligent beings exist in the universe. Take, for example, Christianity. In 2012, the Vatican's chief astronomer was asked about alien life, and he stated that not only was he open to the possibility, but that the Vatican's own observatory was part of an effort to locate biomarkers on distant planets. Those are the telltale signs of life in a planet's atmosphere, such as the presence of oxygen, which breaks down too quickly to last without life creating it. Asked on the biblical account of creation, Father Jose Funes stated that the Bible was fundamentally not a work of science, but a love letter from God to his people in a language used thousands of years ago. This is why the Vatican has no problem with the concept of evolution or a Big Bang, even if a minority of fundamentalists still believe that the Earth is only several thousands of years old. These individuals may have a hard time dealing with the discovery of aliens, but overall, Christianity would be rather unfazed and business would continue on as usual. What about Islam then, the world's second major religion? Well, where the Bible does not speak on the possibility of alien life, it turns out that the Quran was way ahead of the curve on this topic. Not only was the Quran promoting the idea that the Earth was only one planet out of many and not unique, in contrast with the prevalent geocentric view of the universe in Western culture, but the Quran specifically spoke of Allah, the same God from Christian and Jewish faith, filling the other worlds with life. In fact, in one section of the Quran, it speaks of the living creatures that Allah filled the heavens and earth with, referring to them as dabba, a term which only applies to animals which move along the surface of the earth and does not apply to any spiritual form of life, such as ghosts or angels. Not only does the Quran directly speak to the fact that terrestrial alien life exists above us in the heavens, but that one day Allah will gather them together to the same heaven that earthly life will one day ascend to. Today, the Christian faith debates whether aliens will need evangelizing or not, fully accepting the possibility of their existence, while Islam boldly declares that aliens already exist and have their own means of evangelization within their own relationship with God. Clearly, the popular misconception that religion would implode upon the discovery of aliens is exactly that, a myth. And it turns out that of all the institutions of human society, religion may be the most unfazed by the discovery of alien life. Certainly, though, fear of what that advanced life may do to us would affect all of our social systems and even threaten our liberal democracies, as a scared population seeks the same comfort and safety in authoritarian leaders that it always has historically sought. But perhaps having a common threat might once and for all unite humanity together, especially because the challenge of defending our tiny blue planet from a far more technologically advanced species would simply be far too great for one nation. Even in a deep state of hypnosis, Barney Hill was clearly racked with terror, remembering that dark and impossible night in the White Mountains that took place almost a year before. The hypnotist, Dr. Benjamin Simon, was taking careful notes. The words Barney said shook him to his core. "Oh, those eyes, they're there in my brain. I was told to close my eyes because I saw two eyes coming close to mine, and I felt like the eyes had pushed into my eyes. All I see are these eyes. I'm not even afraid that they're not connected to a body. They're just there. They're just up close to me, pressing against my eyes." So immersed in these traumatic memories, Barney began to scream in horror. "The eyes! The eyes!" Dr. Simon lunged forward, trying desperately to comfort Barney, as the confusion and the horror washed over him anew. What had Barney seen? What event would make him and his wife Betty a part of the history of UFOs and alien abduction forever? This is the story of what many consider to be the very first reported case of alleged alien abduction. Bill Ross, a professor emeritus at UNH, even described the duo at the center of the story as the Adam and Eve of alien abduction. It all began on a dark, lonely mountain road, New Hampshire, September 19, 1961, a little after 10 p.m. It was a cold night in New Hampshire's White Mountains, where Betty and Barney Hill were cruising down Route 3 in their '57 Chevy, accompanied by their adorable dachshund, Delcy. Barney was in the driver's seat, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel in time with the music coming from the car stereo. Betty was poring over the memories of the vacation they were returning from, Montreal and Niagara Falls, the trip of a lifetime, or at least it was meant to be. In truth, the vacation that was meant to be a late honeymoon for the two had turned out to be a disaster. Betty had been frustrated by the English-French language barrier in the largely francophone area of Canada, and Barney had been gripped with a great feeling of anxious foreboding, as though something terrible was about to happen. In a sense, he was right. Their catastrophe of a vacation was soon to be overshadowed by a life-changing phenomenon waiting in the twinkling stars above. While they may have shared their first names with the characters from the Flintstones, by all accounts, Betty and Barney were a perfectly normal and well-adjusted couple. Betty was a social worker who attended the University of New Hampshire, and Barney was a veteran and an alumni of Temple University who then worked for the United States Postal Service, and both were fixtures at their local Unitarian church. The couple was a rare interracial pairing. Betty was white and Barney was black, hardly seen in rural New Hampshire in the early 60s, when miscegenation laws were still on the books in 30 different states. They were also active in the civil rights movement, both being members of the local chapter of the NAACP. Barney even sat on the board of the local United States Commission on Civil Rights. These were educated, well-respected pillars of their local community. In short, credible witnesses, hardly your stereotypical paranoid UFO cranks. But that didn't stop them from having an encounter straight out of an episode of The X-Files. It was just south of Lancaster that Betty noticed a strange light in the sky. At first she thought it must have been a shooting star, but this was the only shooting star she'd ever seen that was moving upwards. How strange, it was moving from below the moon to the west of it. Betty was no professional astronomer, but she knew this wasn't right and immediately alerted Barney to its presence. Barney had been in the U.S. Army prior to joining the Postal Service. He still kept a habit of carrying his old service pistol around with him on long trips, so he'd seen his fair share of aerial activity, but he'd never seen anything like this. The light looked to be getting bigger and brighter. Wait, Was it getting closer to the car? The couple parked their car in a picnic area near Twin Mountains to give Delcy some exercise in the middle of their long car ride. While Betty walked the dog, Barney decided to satisfy his curiosity, reaching into the back of his car to find his favorite pair of binoculars. He grabbed them by their leather strap and lifted them to his eyes, and decided to take a closer look at the strange twinkling object up in the sky. It definitely wasn't a star, but it wasn't like any plane he'd seen before either. It was a disc-shaped object covered in a row of multicolored lights. Barney immediately called over to Betty, who took a look through the binoculars too. She saw the exact same unfamiliar glowing object as Barney, so either they weren't seeing things or they were both losing it. Either way, it seemed like a cause for concern. Betty immediately remembered an account her sister had given her of seeing a flying saucer a few years earlier. At the time, Betty had just humored her. She didn't believe in spacemen, but now she was beginning to entertain the idea. Barney took back the binoculars and looked again. His rational mind was working overtime to create some kind of logical explanation for this. He had a genius-level IQ of 140, so he certainly wasn't the kind of man to immediately jump to fantastical conclusions. Perhaps it was a matter of perspective. Maybe it was a passenger jet heading from Vermont to Montreal, and they were just getting a side-on view of it. That seemed reasonable enough, just a trick of angles, until he saw the object begin to lower and start moving toward them. He swallowed hard and tried to remain calm, saying, "Betty, get Delcy back in the car. It's getting late. I think we should leave." Betty had no complaints. The Hills and their dog piled back into the Chevy and took off from the picnic area across Route 3 via Franconia Notch, driving slowly to keep an eye on the strange object without attracting any undue attention from it. Betty watched the object follow them, passing across the top of a signal tower on Cannon Mountain and emerging near a series of cliff faces known as the Old Man of the Mountain due to their distinctive face-like shapes. This gave Betty enough perspective to start estimating the size of the craft. She guessed it was maybe 60 feet across, and it seemed to be rotating as though this motion powered its ability to fly. Delcy was starting to get anxious in the car, but the Hills found it impossible to get their minds off the craft as it got closer and closer, silently stalking their Chevy. No plane could get that close, no helicopter could be that quiet. The curiosity was too great now. Barney decided to stop the car and get a closer look, having no idea that this seemingly innocent decision would lead to the worst night of his life. He slammed on the brakes in the middle of the quiet highway a mile south of Indian Head and stepped out, sliding his pistol out of his pocket and aiming his binoculars at the rapidly descending object. What he saw struck him with mortal terror. The craft had illuminated windows, and behind them, 8 to 11 strange humanoid beings stood watching him. They were wearing glossy black uniforms and military-style caps. His jaw dropped. This was impossible. While Betty was desperately asking her husband what he was seeing, the beings, which were definitely not human, scattered inside the craft to a large control console. Only one, possibly the leader, remained at the window, holding Barney's gaze. He felt strange electrical sensations fizzling all through his body as a voice spoke directly into his mind. "Stay where you are and keep looking," it said. Barney could barely move. Barney began to panic, screaming, "We need to get out of here! They're going to capture us!" to his wife as the craft descended, releasing fin-like protrusions from its sides. The two were able to break free of the strange psychic control that the telepathic beings were exerting over them and scrambled back to their car. They floored it, driving as fast as they could in the direction of their hometown of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and they would arrive there, just not the way they expected. The last thing that either of them remembered after that was hearing some strange beeping noises, like the kind that happened when you pressed buttons on a microwave, emanating from the trunk of their car. Their bodies began to tingle, and what seemed like a huge fiery orb blocked their route. Within the space of a blink, it was over, and they regained lucidity, 35 miles south of Franconia Notch. They had somehow moved in the wrong direction and lost track of 2 hours of time in the process. Their dog Delcy was hiding under one of the seats. The couple had 1,000 questions, but they all fit neatly under one. What the hell had happened? Their first priority was getting out of the mountains and returning home, which they were finally able to do by dawn, feeling tired, confused, and disoriented. But sadly for the Hills, their anomalous experience wasn't over. It was only just beginning. As in the hours and days following the incident, they began to notice increasingly strange things, clues that might have held answers to the mysterious events that happened the night before. Both of their watches were broken and never worked again after that night. as though some force had interfered with the mechanisms. The strap of Barney's binoculars was also now broken, as though somebody had yanked them off of his body during a struggle. Betty's dress was also stained and torn, further suggesting that the couple had indeed been involved in some kind of altercation. There were also strange scuffs on Barney's shoes and shiny circles on the back of the car that hadn't been there before. More peculiar still, when the couple held a compass next to the shiny circles, it went haywire, indicating that they had somehow been magnetized, though for reasons neither member of the couple could really understand. But it wasn't just the objects. There were changes to the bodies and the minds of Betty and Barney Hill. Betty, for reasons unknown to her, felt the need to pack the luggage they'd brought back at the back of the house rather than inside it, perhaps as a subconscious acknowledgement of the fear that their possessions had somehow been contaminated by the experience. This was doubly true for her ruined dress, which she later noticed was covered in a strange pink powder that she was unable to identify. The effects on Barney would be even more pronounced. He experienced severe soreness of the back and neck, and the strangest sense that somehow semen had been harvested from him. He compulsively checked his family jewels in the bathroom, but thankfully found that there was nothing amiss. The couple took long showers just in case they were irradiated or contaminated, and when they tried to recall the chronology of the events that took place after they tried to escape from the beings on the flying saucer, their memories failed them. It was like they'd been deleted from the minds of Betty and Barney Hill. Someone or something didn't want them to know what had happened that night. In this time of uncertainty, Barney wanted to return to something familiar, the military. Their first port of call was to report what they'd seen to the Air Force, speaking to an officer at the local Portsmouth Air Force Base. However, they omitted certain details from their report, worrying that they'd be just thought of as insane. While the officer they spoke to told them that they had most likely just seen Jupiter and mistook it for a craft, he still reported their story to the infamous Project Blue Book, which any ardent UFO fans in our audience will be intimately familiar with. Project Blue Book was the long-running Pentagon UFO research project running from 1947 through 1969 and cataloging 12,618 sightings in that time. However, the project didn't look kindly on the Hill incident, filing it under insufficient data. Next came the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, or NICAP. The couple spoke for 6 hours to Boston-based astronomer Walter N. Webb, who was also a member of NICAP. While the couple still couldn't recall what happened during the period of lost time, they were able to give a comprehensive account of everything else. Webb would later respond, "They were telling the truth, and the incident probably occurred exactly as reported, except for some minor uncertainties and technicalities that must be tolerated in any such observations where human judgment is involved." But this wasn't the end. In fact, the strangest parts of the story were yet to reveal themselves. Around 10 days after the encounter, when Barney was eager to put the whole incident behind them and forget it happened, Betty began having strange, vivid dreams. Dreams that she believed may have been related to their encounter on that fateful September night. These dreams occurred for 5 straight days, seemingly building in detail and intensity each time, more like memories than products of the imagination. Betty felt compelled to write down the dreams, and certain interesting little details started to accumulate. One dream seemed to be almost a continuation of the time that they lost in the night of the abduction. Betty was stopped with her husband at the roadblock in their '56 Chevy when strange men surrounded their car. At this point in the dream, she lost consciousness. When she awoke, 2 small men were forcing her to walk through a forest, and when she turned, she saw Barney walking through the forest, trance-like, behind her. This was the first time post-incident that either of them were able to recall what their extraterrestrial captors looked like. They ranged from 5 feet to around 5 feet 4 inches tall, with grayish skin, dark eyes, black hair, bluish lips, and prominent noses. They wore similar military garbs that Barney could recall seeing when he first stared at the craft through his binoculars, matching uniforms with caps like those of a military cadet. In the dream, after being marched through the forest, the aliens took Betty and Barney back to their car. The leader of the aliens told them to watch the craft take off, which they did, at which point the couple started driving home as though nothing strange had happened at all. Could this have been a fragment of what happened that night? And if it was, what happened before they were marched back to their car? Another dream held potential answers. Betty recalled being led into the metallic craft, along with Barney, where they underwent unethical experimentation from the aliens, directed by 2 main figures which she identified as the leader and the examiner. While the leader directed them all, the examiner bound Betty to a table and injected her in the navel with an unknown substance. This caused her a moment of excruciating pain before quickly dissipating after some more telepathic encouragement from the leader. Many people refer to the Betty and Barney Hill abduction as the first alien abduction because it defined so many of the recurring traits we would see manifest in later accounts of alien abductions and their aftermaths. One of these is the common concept of missing time, experienced by the Hills when they suddenly regained awareness far from their intended locations, having lost track of 2 hours. In more fanciful cases such as the Hills, this missing time is often seen as the result of alien memory manipulation technology. And in more mundane cases, memory loss is theorized to be the result of traumatic repression. And one thing can be said for certain. For Barney and Betty, this incident was definitely traumatic. Betty's nightmares were often extremely distressing, and Barney, while he showed fewer outward signs of distress, was experiencing ever-worsening anxiety over the incident. Soon enough, they turned to a psychiatrist and neurologist, Dr. Benjamin Simon, for help, a man who also happened to be a professional therapeutic hypnotist. The deal was struck. Over a series of sessions, Dr. Simon would help them excavate the memories of what happened that night. But nobody was ready for just how strange and disturbing some of these sessions would be. Betty and Barney were given their sessions separately in order to make sure they couldn't influence one another. Certain details seemed oddly consistent across both their accounts. The two of them were stopped in the road for some kind of blockade when the strange aliens surrounded them and took them out of the car, at which point they were both led up a metal ramp into the spacecraft that had been stalking them. Once on the craft, the two were separated and taken into different experimentation rooms, with curved walls and metal tables in the center. They were each asked to climb onto the tables, at which point a battery of tests began, involving taking scrapings of their skin, clipping their fingernails, and taking a large number of samples with needles. After Betty's examination was complete, the aliens started asking her questions about her husband. They seemed particularly fascinated by the fact that Barney's teeth could come out, leading Betty to explain the apparently foreign concept of dentures to the beings. While Barney was undergoing significantly more traumatic tests, including probable semen extraction, Betty continued to converse with the leader. She asked him where the craft had flown from, and the leader jokes, "If you don't know where you are, there wouldn't be any point in telling you where I am." Despite this, the leader did show Betty a star map, which she was able to recreate under Dr. Simon's hypnosis. The map would be documented in the 1966 John G. Fuller book, The Interrupted Journey, along with the effects that the hypnosis had on Barney. While Betty seemed to have had a positively cordial relationship with the leader, Barney's hypnosis sessions often devolved into incoherent yelling, screaming, and crying, all of which Dr. Simon recorded in their extensive sessions. Dr. Simon, for the record, never said that he believed the couple was lying, even if he doubted the actual facts of the matter. He never doubted that the Hills truly believed what they were telling him, describing it as a singular psychological aberration. While the story of Betty and Barney Hill's abduction did end up circulating through the media machine, especially among local communities, the Hills together didn't actively seek out publicity. They were forthcoming with their information when asked, but neither seemed particularly motivated by the fame their case had given them. In 1968, 2 years after The Journey Interrupted was published, elementary school teacher and hobbyist astronomer Marjorie Fish would revisit the star map that Betty drew under hypnosis. Assuming one of the data points was Earth's sun, she determined that the aliens came from the Zeta Reticuli star system. This is the reason why the Betty and Barney Hill abduction case is also sometimes known as the Zeta Reticuli incident. However, Fish's research on this was highly contentious, drawing support from some, such as the aforementioned NICAP member Walter N. Webb, while drawing heavy criticism from others. Perhaps the most famous of these critics was celebrity astronomer Carl Sagan, who even took the time to debunk the Zeta Reticuli theory in his iconic TV show Cosmos. When it came to the Betty and Barney Hill case, it seemed difficult to find a true consensus on anything. Tragically, Barney would die young, passing away from a stroke at age 46 on February 25, 1969. It's not impossible that the stress and anxiety that defined his years after the incident, which caused Barney to develop painful ulcers, may have also raised his blood pressure and increased his chances of suffering an intracerebral hemorrhage. This left Betty to share their story with the public alone, though things were never quite the same for Betty after Barney passed away. In her later years, Betty seemed to fall victim to age-related cognitive decline. Prominent UFO skeptic Robert Schaefer in the Skeptical Inquirer magazine illustrated this in the following sad anecdotes. I was present at the National UFO Conference in New York City in 1980, at which Betty presented some of the UFO photos she had taken. She showed what must have been far more than 200 slides, mostly of blips, blurs, and blobs against a dark background. These were supposed to be UFOs coming in close, chasing her car, landing, etc. After her talk had exceeded about twice its allotted time, Betty was literally jeered off the stage by what had been at first a sympathetic audience. This incident, witnessed by many of ufology's leaders and top activists, removed any lingering doubts about Betty's credibility. She had none. In 1995, Betty Hill wrote a self-published book, A Common Sense Approach to UFOs. It's filled with delusional stories, such as seeing entire squadrons of UFOs in flight and a truck levitating above the freeway. After the shocking death of Barney, Betty felt increasingly isolated in the last few decades of her life, as mainstream institutions increasingly treated her and her experience as a kind of fringe case. This resulted in her seeking understanding and community among less and less credible conspiracy theorists and UFO believers, who also dipped their toes in phenomena like Bigfoot, black helicopter conspiracy theories, and cattle mutilation. Even other UFO enthusiasts were starting to note Betty's sadly degrading relationship with reality. She went for an evening of UFO spotting with ufologist John Oswald, who later said of the event, quote, "She is not really seeing UFOs, but she is calling them that." Mrs. Hill was unable to distinguish between a landed UFO and a streetlight. Regardless of the truth of the original encounter, few were inclined to believe a word out of Betty's mouth in the 1990s and beyond. She never moved on from Barney, the love of her life, and never remarried. She would eventually pass away from cancer in 2004, leaving little more than the legacy of an event that may or may not have happened decades before. So we've heard from the people who truly believe that Barney and Betty Hill's abduction happened. But what about the other camp? There have been a number of interesting skeptic perspectives on the Betty and Barney Hill incident, critiquing it from different angles. One of those came from one of the Hills' neighbors, fantasy and science fiction author James D. McDonald. After analyzing the accounts provided by Betty, he claimed that her description of the craft's movements over Cannon Mountain perfectly matched a driver's perception of an aircraft warning beacon situated nearby. As for the more colorful parts of the account, McDonald suggests that sleep deprivation from the long trip, general stress, and false memories recalled under hypnosis could adequately explain everything that happened. Another strange wrinkle in the case involves a classic science fiction anthology TV show called The Outer Limits. Several episodes of that show feature entities and scenarios that feel eerily similar to some of the things Barney and Betty Hill recalled during their hypnosis session, leading some critics such as Martin S. Kottmeyer to suggest that Barney may have unknowingly mixed up memories of watching the TV show with his own memories under hypnosis, and in some cases the evidence is pretty damning. In one episode titled The Bolero Shield, an alien creature was featured with eyes that seemed to strikingly resemble the ones that Barney drew under hypnosis. In another episode titled The Invisibles, humans fall victim to a species of alien parasites through a surgical procedure that is eerily similar to the probing described by Barney in his hypnotic state, which could have influenced his telling of the events if he'd seen it. But the most similar of all is an episode entitled The Children of Spider County, where 4 men are kidnapped by another alien, which again bore a striking resemblance to the one that Barney described and sketched. The similarities to the episode don't even stop with the design of the creature. It's a major plot point in the episode that the characters, who all belong to outcast groups, are ambushed by the aliens while in their car, which crashes as a result of the incident. Skeptics suggest that it's more than possible that Barney could have seen any of these episodes, which were released in the month before one of his hypnotic testimonies, and had his recollections influenced by what he'd seen. Though for whatever it's worth, Betty Hill claimed that the couple had never watched an episode of The Outer Limits, so the faint possibility exists that it was pure coincidence. Others have sought to find some sort of psychological consensus for the alien abduction phenomenon. Richard J. McNally, a Harvard psychologist, said, "The alien abduction phenomenon, in my opinion, shows how sincere, non-psychotic individuals can develop beliefs about and false memories of incredible experiences that never happened." One explanation for how this could work comes from Christopher French, a psychologist specializing in human experience related to the paranormal, who said, "What we see and hear, especially under less than ideal observational conditions, can be heavily influenced by our prior beliefs and expectations. This phenomenon seems consistent with how Betty and Barney subjectively experienced their supposed encounters. Betty, who was open-minded and excited by the concept of meeting aliens, had an overall more pleasant experience with said aliens. Her prior biases informed her present experience, even down to being able to understand and extensively converse with the aliens. Barney, on the other hand, was a World War II veteran who was also rendered far more cautious by his history of experiencing racism as a black man in 1960s America. He had difficulty understanding the aliens and even said
that the leader reminded him of Adolf Hitler, a far cry from the friendly interstellar conversationalist that Betty had met. Memory is highly fallible and can easily be affected by a huge number of factors that may have been working against the Hills on the night when they believed they encountered an alien race in the White Mountains. Some of the more modern analyses of the event, while still casting a sympathetic light on the Hills, suggest that the abduction could have been a kind of shared psychological fantasy that reflected the couple's subconscious feelings about race in America. As one of the aforementioned rare interracial couples of the era, as well as active civil rights activists and advocates in 1961, it's fair to say that the couple likely experienced their fair share of racism, particularly Barney, who also seemed the most traumatized by the event. In his book The Abduction of Betty and Barney Hill, Alien Encounters, Civil Rights and the New Age in America, historian and author Matthew Bowman states, "When Barney is hypnotized and recovers all these memories, the language he uses is really colored by fear of racial persecution." In the hours of hypnosis footage taken by Dr. Simon, it's undeniable that Barney was on edge with the fears of racial persecution in Canada, playing into his already anxious disposition. Just as MacDonald had hinted at decades earlier, Barney's stress and anxiety around the events of the trip, also felt by his wife, may have colored his perception of the events. In this reading, the encounter seems to be a kind of shared, stress-induced mental breakdown, which left the couple with a host of traumatic false memories. Bowman isn't alone in this assessment. Christopher Bader, a professor of sociology at California's Chapman University, said of the incident, quote, "You have a biracial couple at a time where obviously it was not easy to be a biracial couple. Look what those aliens were, a mixture of black and white. I find that very meaningful. Studies have shown that chronic anxiety can make people more susceptible to hallucinations. So there is some scientific basis for suggesting that the continued stress of being a politically active interracial couple in 1960s America, fused with the stress and sleep deprivation of a long drive and a late night, could have resulted in a 2-hour split from reality. Though of course this would do little to explain certain physical effects, like the shiny marks on the back of the car. One thing that can be said about the Betty and Barney Hill case is that it had a powerful impact on culture. From movies and TV shows to the field of ufology itself, the incident inspired the 1975 TV movie The UFO Incident, which may have had an incredibly uncreative name, but featured Darth Vader himself, James Earl Jones, as Barney Hill. It was also a pivotal piece of inspiration behind alien-focused TV shows like Dark Skies and, of course, The X-Files, which is credited with restarting the alien craze in the 90s. In a strange and funny coincidence, the UFO incident may have paid the UFO craze forward in the real world too. Not long after the movie aired on television, a 22-year-old logger named Travis Walton claimed to have been abducted by aliens for 5 days, a claim that he soon spun into not only successful media appearances, but its own movie adaptation, 1993's Fire in the Sky. The Travis Walton abduction incident, unlike that of the Hills, is widely accepted to be a hoax perpetrated by Walton and his co-conspirators for personal gain. It's hard to even say where we'd be without that incident in the White Mountains. But what is the truth of the iconic Betty and Barney Hill case? The first true alien abduction, or just another fabrication spun from one strange and inexplicable night? Now check out Soviet Union Declassified UFO Encounters Revealed, or watch this instead.